disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726 Superconductivity. This thing is an element that has not been identified yet, and it does not exist in our world. After my research, I found that this thing seems to have some properties of soft metal, but it is not very similar. It has some relatively unique properties, and its flexibility is very high, and its fatigue resistance is also very high. But what surprised me the most is that this material seems to have a high fluidity for various energies. If chakra is infused into it, it can appear on the other side almost instantly, and there does not seem to be much loss in the process. Orochimaru said very excitedly. After hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya also became interested. If what Orochimaru said is true, then this thing is very interesting. After all, Kenichi Amemiya himself knows very well what these characteristics his teacher said represent. The existence of these characteristics means that this thing may have a certain degree of superconductivity. What exactly does superconductivity mean? Kenichi Amemiya knew this. After all, superconducting materials have always been a focus of scientific research in his previous life, and even many misunderstandings and rumors have been born. However, it can be seen from here that superconducting materials are very important to human beings. In the world of Naruto, it is actually the same. After all, superconducting materials mean ultra-low loss in the process of energy transmission, and can also change many things. If superconducting materials can be obtained, then this technology in the future can explode rapidly. This is why Kenichi Amemiya is very excited. If this thing really has what Kenichi Amemiya wants, then this thing may be far more amazing than Kenichi Amemiya himself imagined. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't wait to come over and took out a radiation device to test it. At the same time, the Rinnegan in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes also opened up its analytical ability. As Amemiya Kenichi analyzed, Amemiya Kenichi seriously scanned the entire surface of this unique material, as well as the bodies of his teacher and all other astronauts. After all, Amemiya Kenichi needed to rule out the possibility that these people were not replaced after going into space. If they were replaced, it would still be a troublesome thing. However, after a careful inspection, Amemiya Kenichi did not find any problems, which made Amemiya Kenichi relax a lot. After all, going to outer space is not an easy thing, and there may be problems of one kind or another, so Amemiya Kenichi is still relatively cautious. After making sure that everyone is fine, Amemiya Kenichi left here, and then began to carefully check other things. Amemiya Kenichi needs to determine a characteristic of this substance, and then see how to use it best. Of course, he also has to think about there is no way to get all those things to this world. After all, although Orochimaru brought back some such materials, the quantity is too small. If it really has superconducting properties, then it will mean large-scale popularization and use. Naturally, the more reserves, the better. After a careful inspection, Amemiya Kenichi found that the atomic formula of this thing itself is very unique, and it looks magical. However, Amemiya Kenichi himself is not very clear about how many properties this thing has. So now he still has to do some research to see what kind of properties these things have. This will also be beneficial to Amemiya Kenichi's research. So, Amemiya Kenichi took Sanzo Amado and Orochimaru to eat. Although they had to do research, it was not the time. The teacher and Sanzo Amado were very tired. Amemiya Kenichi was not a devil, so he naturally wanted to let Sanzo Amado and Orochimaru rest. My dear, you seem very excited. Is that thing something very special? Kaguya Satsuki looked at Kenichi Amemiya curiously. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. Superconductivity can be said to be an indispensable gadget in future technology. Unless a special material can be discovered that surpasses superconductors in performance, superconductors are basically the best way to transmit energy. Of course, this is referring to electrical energy. Although it seems a bit abrupt to say this, the existence of superconductors themselves is of great significance to ordinary people. The simplest one is that a mobile phone can be used for a very long time after being charged once. At that time, charging may become an extremely rare situation, and the electricity bill will be relatively cheaper. Of course, the premise is to deduct the cost of the superconductor itself first. After all, superconductors have an annual investment if there is still a lot of funding. Although in the current scientific community, what people like and are most willing to invest in is the research on immortality, human lifespan is too short for these wealthy people. They want to prolong their lives, so even some very magical things have happened. For example, there was a foreign wealthy person who gave birth to a child, and then when the child grew up, he started blood transfusions, replacing the child's blood with his own body. It was very magical, but it turned out to be useless. Therefore, most wealthy people resort to longevity injections, a kind of injection that needs to be taken every month, and one injection costs millions. It is also what rich people do. These rich people may not be interested in studying other things, but they are very active in studying how to become younger and how to resist aging. However, for Kenichi Amemiya now, these are meaningless. This thing itself can make the technology of our world further advanced. Then we may be more confident in fighting against the Otsutsuki clan. So I'm still very concerned about this thing. Although there are some problems here, as long as it passes the experiment, our world will have more possibilities of survival. Amemiya Kenichi explained to Otsutsuki Kagura with a smile. When Otsutsuki Kagura heard that it was a weapon against the Otsutsuki clan, she looked at this thing with a lot of anticipation. After all, although Otsutsuki herself is an Otsutsuki, she also knows that when the family arrives here, her existence, he would only be executed as a typical example, not alive. After all, the clan needed something else, not a piece of trash like him. So Kagura Otsutsuki knew that, if she wanted to survive, and her children to survive, she had to annihilate the entire Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, there was no other way. Looking at Kagura Otsutsuki's determined eyes, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but smile. He patted his wife's shoulder comfortingly. Although the Otsutsuki clan was very powerful, there were ways to deal with it, just relatively more troublesome. Kenichi Amemiya also wanted to try to win over the Otsutsuki clan's branch families. Wouldn't these branch families be willing to be dogs of the main family? Just like the Hyuga clan, some branch families were very dissatisfied with this so-called caged bird. If they could break it, then the main family could be overthrown. The collapse of a huge power often starts from within. Kenichi Amemiya felt that he really could give it a try. Kagura Otsutsuki glared with her eyes, rage like flames burning in them, staring at the person in front of her eagerly. Her gaze was almost able to penetrate the inferiority and guilt in his bones. Anger made Kagura Otsutsuki's cheeks slightly red. Kagura Otsutsuki's face was tense, as firm and resolute, as if it had been hit by an air nail for a long time. Kagura Otsutsuki stood upright, chest held high, striding with her head held high. Every step was full of vigor. Kagura Otsutsuki's voice was loud and high, as if it had revealed the anger in Kagura Otsutsuki's heart, and the magnetic tone was very moving. Her heart surged, and the voice resounded through the sky like a huge bell, stirring up layers of ripples. Every word and action of Kagura Otsutsuki showed her firm determination. Kagura Otsutsuki was an angry woman, but not blindly angry. Kagura Otsutsuki had clear thinking and clear goals. Kagura Otsutsuki not only wanted to overthrow the family, but also wanted to make those who betrayed her pay the price in blood. Kagura Otsutsuki frowned slightly, imagining the people who betrayed her were afraid and trembling. Kagura Otsutsuki's roar was like a violent storm, ready to go. Her aggressive voice was resounding, shaking the listeners' hearts. Kagura Otsutsuki tried her best to express her anger, hoping to make everyone feel her unquestionable determination. Kagura Otsutsuki's soul, that had been imprisoned for a long time, was finally released, like a huge wave surging out from the deep sea. Kagura Otsutsuki would no longer endure any grievances and insults. Kagura Otsutsuki would be like a hungry wolf, ferociously and fearlessly pounds forward, and fight with those the hypocritical family members fought to the death. Kagura Otsutsuki's child has not been born yet, but Kagura Otsutsuki has already envisioned a bright future for him. Kagura Otsutsuki will not let all that beauty be destroyed by the betrayal of her family. Kaguya Satsuki's breathing was rapid, as if she was dying. Kaguya Satsuki was in pain and anger. For the sake of her future children, Kaguya Satsuki would fight to the end. However, looking at Kenichi Amemiya beside her, there was a hint of tenderness in Kaguya Satsuki's eyes. She was not fighting alone. After talking with Kaguya Satsuki, Kenichi Amemiya hurried to the laboratory. Kenichi Amemiya planned to deal with the problems inside the laboratory quickly. After all, the research of these materials was very important, and Kenichi Amemiya did not want to waste time. At this moment, the lights inside the laboratory were dim, and only the indicator lights of the equipment were flashing a cold blue light. In the closed laboratories, behind transparent partitions, scientists were concentrating on operating complex instruments. Their faces were focused to the point of almost solemnity, and every fluctuation in data touched their heartstrings. The laboratory was filled with the slight humming sound of various instruments operating, which was the sound of the heartbeat of science and technology. On the central experimental table, a huge magnetic levitation device was quietly suspended in the air, and blue light slowly flowed around it, as if it were a planet in the universe, emitting mysterious and powerful energy. Several scientists in white coats surrounded it, exchanging opinions, and their eyes collided in the intersection, flashing sparks of wisdom. A young scientist was staring at the data on the display screen. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, adjusting the parameters. There was both anticipation and nervousness in his eyes, as if he was about to witness a historical moment. The colleague next to him patted him on the shoulder gently, his eyes full of encouragement and support. Every corner of the laboratory was filled with the breath of future technology, and these scientists were the explorers and leaders of this era. Their research on superconductors was not only a technological breakthrough, but also a brave march into the unknown world. Although they were faced with cold machines and complex algorithms, their eyes were burning with a desire for knowledge and a love of science. In this laboratory, time seemed to become slow and heavy, and every tiny progress seemed extremely precious. However, it was this pursuit of the limits of science and technology that drove human society to move forward continuously, towards a more glorious future. Kenichi Amemiya looked at his colleagues in front of him with a hint of relief in his eyes. He looked at his teacher and Amado Sanzu, and couldn't help but smile. As long as there are people who can give so much to this world, then they will be able to perform better when facing the Otsutsuki clan. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the experimental log in front of him. Now the whole experiment is proceeding in an orderly manner, but this experiment looks a little strange. This thing is not a unique thing in essence. After research, Kenichi Amemiya found that the essence of this thing is actually a very unique metal, similar to metal, but not quite like metal. It is very difficult to define, but Kenichi Amemiya found that this thing only needs to be added to steel in a certain proportion to make the steel have super high conductivity and chakra conductivity. The only problem is that there is still loss in this process, so it is still necessary to find the most suitable proportion. If this thing is directly used to make wires, the loss of conductivity will be almost zero. But the problem is that this thing does not bring much, so Kenichi Amemiya still wants to see if this thing can be made into an alloy. After all, if it is made into an alloy, then a lot more can be made, but this is destined to be tried one by one. There is no other good way. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. This can only be tried step by step. This is how materials science works. The proportions, quantities, and ratios of alloys are all very mysterious issues. But sometimes, if you are lucky, you can really come up with some very strange alloys. However, most of the alloy proportions have been tried. Chapter 727 Daughter. Experiments in materials science are very time consuming, but for Kenichi Amemiya, these are actually acceptable. After all, these things are not difficult problems for Kenichi Amemiya, at least that's the case in Kenichi Amemiya's eyes. And as Kenichi Amemiya starts to do experiments, and gets all the materials almost ready, then these proportions can be tried out. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes became more solemn. He began to concentrate on studying how to deal with the progress of this thing. While time was accelerating, others were also conducting corresponding experiments in their respective laboratories. Kenichi Amemiya was quite looking forward to it. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, but unfortunately he couldn't enter those laboratories to do experiments. Now Kenichi Amemiya was still compressing time energy into his body. Although Kenichi Amemiya was not sure what the result would be, looking at the weird expression of Augustine Noffa, Kenichi Amemiya felt that there should still be some effect. And although Augustine Noffa didn't say anything, Kenichi Amemiya also obtained some other information from Augustine Noffa, some more critical information, such as Augustine Noffa's current situation is relatively special, and Augustine Noffa also admitted that Kenichi Amemiya's situation does not bring any danger, but it is indeed an opportunity. If Kenichi Amemiya can really do this, then Kenichi Amemiya's future may take a more unique path. But what exactly it is, Augustine Noffa did not say, and Kenichi Amemiya did not ask. The current Augustine Noffa is very strong, and Kenichi Amemiya still cannot be sure of the other party's strength level. But what is certain is that from Augustine Noffa's tone, it can be guessed that the Otsutsuki clan is not a problem for Augustine Noffa now, and even the Otsutsuki clan is a little weak in front of Augustine Noffa. When Augustine Noffa talked about the Otsutsuki clan, his tone was as if he was talking about going out to buy groceries, very relaxed and carefree. This also made Amemiya Kenichi realize the peculiarity of Augustine Noffa, but thinking that he couldn't get these things now, Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. Although Amemiya Kenichi knew about Augustine Noffa's special situation, he couldn't test Augustine Noffa, and Augustine Noffa himself had a clan. In this case, it was obviously impossible to ask Augustine Noffa for help. Augustine Noffa's position was rather special, but where exactly it was special, Amemiya Kenichi was not very clear. But for now, Amemiya Kenichi was still not sure. The only thing he could be sure of was that Augustine Noffa's situation was relatively special, and Augustine Noffa himself didn't have too many other ideas. Augustine Noffa's current situation was even more unique. Augustine Noffa was obviously in a neutral state. As long as the stability of the time flow is not disturbed, Augustine Noffa will obviously not take action. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi's expression became much calmer. Although Amemiya Kenichi also considered whether to design a plan to let the Otsutsuki clan interfere with the time flow, and then use the power of Augustine Noffa and others to wipe out the Otsutsuki. The problem is that he doesn't even know where the Otsutsuki clan is, or how they live, let alone use the power of the Otsutsuki clan. However, this also gave Amemiya Kenichi some other ideas. The current technological level of the ninja world is destined to make this world stay in a development state for a long time, and the cultivation of Orochimaru's clones and the mass production of time energy liquid have allowed this world to enter an automated state. In other words, in the current world, even if Amemiya Kenichi leaves temporarily, there will be no problem. However, thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi's expression is also a little subtle. Maybe he can go to outer space to explore and find the location of the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi was somewhat tempted. After all, having lived in the ninja world for so many years, Amemiya Kenichi also knew that sometimes wars between ninjas were wars of intelligence. Although Amemiya Kenichi had obtained a lot of intelligence about the Otsutsuki clan from Otsutsuki Kagura and Otsutsuki Ishiki, these intelligences were somewhat delayed. It was still difficult to rely on these intelligences to defeat the Otsutsuki clan. Even Amemiya Kenichi didn't know much about the true strength of the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi had some new ideas in his mind. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes and yawned, then looked at Otsutsuki Kagura on the side. He still needed to wait for his and Otsutsuki Kagura's child to be born, so he couldn't go out in a short time. However, Amemiya Kenichi had already made up his mind that he would definitely leave here when the time came and explore the information about the Otsutsuki clan. After all, only by understanding the true situation of the Otsutsuki clan can we deal with the Otsutsuki clan more completely. As for safety and methods, Amemiya Kenichi has already thought about it. He learned from Otsutsuki Ishiki before that the Otsutsuki clan also accepts some outsiders. After all, the universe is so big, and it is impossible to rely on the Otsutsuki to govern so many things by themselves. It can even be said to be a pipe dream. Therefore, outsiders can enter the Otsutsuki family as retainers or something, and they can have some power. If they have made many merits, they can be promoted, and their own strength can also be improved. After all, the Otsutsuki clan is still very generous about this. Of course, the premise is to pass the test of the Otsutsuki clan, which is the so-called test of loyalty, but how to test it specifically is a problem. Otsutsuki Ishiki doesn't know. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki is the pride of the Otsutsuki family and naturally will not pay attention to these outsiders. Moreover, Amemiya Kenichi could hear from Otsutsuki Ishiki that the Otsutsuki clan did not look down on these outsiders, and there was a feeling that poor guys from other places came to the Otsutsuki clan to beg for food. However, this was normal. After all, no matter where you are, the principle that those who are not of our race must have different hearts exists, and there are also some other problems here. It is very difficult to solve these problems. The only difference is that some people can understand it, and some people cannot. They naively think that they can gain recognition by trying hard to imitate and integrate into the other party's cultural circle. But in fact, when the disaster comes, they will truly realize what it means, that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. At that time, others will not need a reason to pull out guns and knives. Just because you are not from this place, that is enough. So if you want to gain respect, the most fundamental thing is actually not what cultural circle is it. It's about strength. Only when you are strong enough can you gain respect. The world of intelligent creatures is always full of such problems. However, Kenichi Amemiya has no intention of integrating into the circle of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, this circle is not as good as outsiders think. The main family is high and mighty, and the branch family is backward. What Kenichi Amemiya needs to do is to find the Otsutsuki clan and see if there are any Otsutsuki clan members who hold grudges against the family like Kaguya Otsutsuki. At that time, Kenichi Amemiya can use these Otsutsuki clan members to achieve the goal that Kenichi Amemiya wants to achieve. However, how to achieve the goal and how to use the power of these Otsutsuki clan members is still a more serious problem. Kenichi Amemiya also knows that this is not an easy thing, but it doesn't matter. Kenichi Amemiya already has a certain plan in mind. Now all he has to do is to improve his strength so that it will be more convenient to go out. In the hospital corridor, footsteps were hurried and heavy, and every step seemed to be fighting against the passage of time. The groans of various patients rose and fell, interweaving into a symphony of pain. Doctors shuttled among the crowd, their brows furrowed, and the medical records in their hands seemed heavier than usual. The lights in the delivery room at the end of the corridor were unusually bright. A group of medical staff in white coats gathered at the door, their eyes fixed on the door. Inside, a woman was lying on the delivery bed, her hair soaked with sweat, her breathing was rapid, and every effort seemed extremely difficult. This woman was called Kaguya Otsutsuki. She had a high status, not only because of her identity, but also because at this moment she shouldered the heavy responsibility of prolonging life. Beside her, midwives and doctors were busy and nervous, and the shadows under the shadowless lamp stretched. The sound of the voices grew long and short, reflecting their focused and tense faces. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Aside from Kaguya Otsutsuki's panting and the doctor's whispers, one could almost hear their own heartbeats. The beeps of medical equipment rose and fell, and the curves on the monitors flashed with signs of life. Everyone was focused, every subtle movement imbued with meaning. Suddenly, a clear cry pierced the tense atmosphere, announcing the arrival of a new life. In that moment, all the tension and anxiety instantly turned to joy and relief. Kaguya Otsutsuki, with her last bit of strength, smiled as she watched the tiny figure. Her child, carrying hope and a future, had arrived into this world. Upon hearing the noises in the room, Kenichi Amemiya's heart lightened. He was now a father. The thought of this stirred a wave of emotion, yet at the same time, other thoughts surged within him. To protect their child, the Otsutsuki clan must die. Kaguya Otsutsuki stared into the distance, her eyes flashing with a resolute light. Her sight seemed to be able to penetrate the fog of time and see the distant hope ahead. She stood there with her body straight, as if to support the entire sky. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her eyes were full of determination and resoluteness. Kaguya Otsutsuki bit her lips tightly, her fingers clenched into fists, the veins between her knuckles exposed, and her delicate hands seemed to hold the hope of new life. For the sake of her child, she must carry the mission and move forward. The firm will burned in her heart like a flame, illuminating the way ahead. She had been away from home for a long time, but she never forgot those betraying faces. She recalled those relatives who once greeted her with smiling faces, but now they have become knives of betrayal. A sobbing sound gushed out from her throat, like a deep spring, deeply reflecting the pain in her heart. Kaguya Satsuki clenched her fists. In the room where she rested after giving birth, she felt the restless passion in her blood. She knew that the journey was full of ups and downs, but she was determined not to retreat, and to move forward without hesitation. Her voice was loud and powerful, as if awakening the sleeping valley. Her footsteps were firmly on the ground, and every step was with unwavering strength. Her body seemed to be supported by a mysterious force. She strode forward with her head held high, her eyes shining with courage and determination. Kaguya Satsuki's determination had long been as indestructible as steel. She had already grasped the opportunity for revenge tightly in her hands. She would make those who had hurt her pay the price. Now, she was no longer a lonely woman. She had a child, and the child was the source of her strength to persevere. Kaguya Satsuki's gaze penetrated the layers of fog, and saw the face of the betrayer. Her voice was condensed and powerful, with the power of a roar, exploding like thunder, and her determination was like flowing in the blood in her body surged constantly. Kaguya Satsuki would eventually become the sword of justice, splitting the darkness, and bringing justice to the family that had hurt her in the darkness. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, not out of fear, but from the fighting spirit that filled her chest. Her steps became faster and faster, as if she had turned into a galloping wild horse, crushing the shackles of the past. She could no longer endure her family's betrayal. She wanted to find a future for herself and her child. Kaguya Satsuki, a woman determined to clear all obstacles for her child, no longer had fear in her eyes, only determination and courage. She would create a new future with her own hands, and even if the road was filled with thorns, she was willing to continue moving forward. It's a girl. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the little girl in his arms with a smile on his face. Girls are also good. Amemiya Kenichi has no requirements for the gender of his child. Although his family does have a throne to inherit, Amemiya Kenichi does not have too many strange ideas. In Amemiya Kenichi's view, as long as his child grows up safely, it's fine. Of course, Amemiya Kenichi will also care more about his child's future partner. When he thinks that such a lovely daughter of his is going to be taken away by other pigs, Amemiya Kenichi has an urge to eat pork vermicelli. No wonder those old fathers-in-law often look at their sons-in-law with displeasure. But now the little girl is still very young, and it will take a long time for her to grow up. Amemiya Kenichi is not in a hurry. Looking at his daughter in his arms, Amemiya Kenichi smiled and touched her cheek. She is so cute. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Sasuke never gives up. Hey, I say, you, even if you were ejected by Xiaoguang, you wouldn't be so depressed, right? You are almost turning into a horrible psychopath. Every day I wonder if there is something wrong with your mental state. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside him and complained. Now Uzumaki Naruto really felt that there was something wrong with Uchiha Sasuke's brain. After all, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have become a little neurotic since he was rejected, and the whole person was very weird. This made Uzumaki Naruto wonder if there was something wrong with Uchiha Sasuke now. After all, this is also possible. I'm fine. I've just been thinking about how to solve these problems. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. He felt that he was terribly strong now, but at this moment Uchiha Sasuke was more concerned about his and Uchiha Hikari's future. This made Uchiha Sasuke very distressed. Uzumaki Naruto didn't have any good solution for this. After all, Uzumaki Naruto himself was with Hinata. When Uzumaki Naruto thought of this, he felt a little fortunate in his heart. Hinata liked him, and he also liked Hinata. This was enough happiness. Uzumaki Naruto smiled foolishly when he thought of this, then took out his mobile phone, opened it and saw a message from Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto also replied quickly. The advent of mobile phones has made it extremely easy for people to contact each other, at least for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto can also keep track of Uchiha Sasuke's progress at all times. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little happy in his heart, but the more critical issue at the moment is still how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Thinking of Uchiha Sasuke's current appearance, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little annoyed in his heart, but Uchiha Hikaru doesn't like Uchiha Sasuke, and there is nothing he can do about it. Uchiha Sasuke can only deal with it himself. Maybe in the future Uchiha Sasuke will slowly forget about these things. By the way, how is the Kurama in your body doing now? Uchiha Sasuke seemed to want to change the subject, so he talked to Uzumaki Naruto about Kurama. After hearing about Kurama, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became serious. He has been communicating with Kurama quite a lot during this period, and Kurama is also willing to cooperate with him. After all, Kurama and he share life and death. And he is also a student of Mr. Amemiya Kenichi, so Kurama didn't dare to say anything, but now Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama have become friends. The relationship is pretty good, but this guy Kurama stays in there every day, and he has to watch TV series and movies from time to time. Sometimes I really think it's better to let Kurama come out and play by himself. After all, if Kurama comes out by himself, he can do whatever he wants. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto said helplessly. Kurama is almost becoming an avid drama fan now, which is a headache. At least Uzumaki Naruto thinks so. Uchiha Sasuke also wanted to laugh after hearing it. He didn't expect that Kurama would become like this. This is very interesting. Uchiha Sasuke scratched his head. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto beside him with a complicated look in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto really lived a very comfortable life, which made people a little envious. After all, Uchiha Sasuke always felt that compared with Uzumaki Naruto, his life was not so smooth. However, thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's past story, Uchiha Sasuke felt that Uzumaki Naruto was more unlucky. After all, if Uzumaki Naruto had not been so unlucky, these things would not have happened. All these changes in Uzumaki Naruto actually came from Amemiya Kenichi. Thinking of Amemiya Kenichi, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were a little confused. This made Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday. At that time, Uchiha Sasuke was standing in the corner, silently looking at Uchiha Hikari, his eyes flashing with both hope and nervousness. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, staring intently at Uchiha Hikari's figure, as if he wanted to take in her every move. Whenever Uchiha Hikari looked at him, Uchiha Sasuke's heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, as if there were millions of tiny tentacles, tearing his heart into thousands of pieces. He was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe, but for Uchiha Hikari, he still persisted. Uchiha Sasuke always kept a smile on his face. He tried hard to make himself look happy and cheerful, but careful observers could see the sadness in his eyes. Hidden behind the smile was endless depression and distress, like an undercurrent of inner storm. When Uchiha Hikari communicated with others, Uchiha Sasuke would slowly lower his head and look at his hands. This posture seemed to be his way of protecting himself, and it was also the courage for him to find a trace of persistence in this endless longing. Occasionally, he would look up at Uchiha Hikari, watching her every move. At this time, his eyes were gentle and deep, as if he could penetrate the troubles of the world and see a trace of true love deep in her heart. Sometimes, when he could no longer endure the heartache, he could not help but shed tears. These tears did not fit his strong image, but were like dense drizzle, wetting every inch of his skin. Tears slid down his pale cheeks, as if the love for Uchiha Hikari in his heart was beyond words. Uchiha Sasuke kept guessing in his heart, speculating about Uchiha Hikari's feelings for him. His thoughts were complicated, imagining various plots, and fantasizing about the scene at the moment when Uchiha Hikari confessed to him. His heart was full of uneasiness, and every breath was accompanied by his reliance on Uchiha Hikari and expectation. Although the pain and helplessness linger in his heart, Uchiha Sasuke is unwilling to give up. He is willing to accompany Uchiha Hikari silently, no matter whether she can understand his love or not. He is willing to use his persistence and dedication to prove the deep love in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke is a man with complicated emotions. His expressions, movements, and voice all express his persistence and infatuation with Uchiha Hikari to the world. He conveys his pure and firm love to Uchiha Hikari through his gaze, smile, and tears, and silently guards every moment of Uchiha Hikari. I think, sometimes maybe you can consider other people. I remember there was a girl named Hiruno Sakura. Doesn't she like you very much? Uzumaki Naruto asked, while looking at Uchiha Sasuke. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke had a hint of doubt in his mind, but then he shook his head. Uchiha Sasuke had no intention of being with others. The thought of being with others made Uchiha Sasuke feel disgusted. Uzumaki Naruto was helpless when he saw this. Hiruno Sakura, this girl, liked Uchiha Sasuke very much. Uzumaki Naruto could see it. Hiruno Sakura would even approach him, and then inquire about Uchiha Sasuke's preferences and so on, and would also make some food for Uchiha Sasuke, knit some clothes and so on, but Uchiha Sasuke didn't seem to have any intention of being with Hiruno Sakura so far, and might not even know who Hiruno Sakura was. Kenichi Amemiya is not here. If he were here, he would probably laugh out loud. Although Sakura Hiruno still likes Uchiha Sasuke, the problem is that Uchiha Sasuke really has no feelings for Sakura Hiruno. Even in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura Hiruno's marriage is very unhappy. It can even be said that they are not like a couple, but more like a tool who gave birth to Sarada. But it is good like this now. Kenichi Amemiya feels that instead of letting Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura Hiruno live an unhappy marriage, it is better to let Sakura Hiruno have no hope from the beginning. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is more optimistic about. After all, although this is a bit hurtful, at least Sakura Hiruno and Uchiha Sasuke can be happy. Kenichi Amemiya sees it very clearly. There is no point in forcibly binding these people together. Hey, Sasuke, that's the one, the pink-haired girl. She likes you very much. Do you really have no feelings at all? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hold it anymore, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke and asked. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. He really didn't know who Hiruno Sakura was, and he didn't have much impression of Hiruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto gave up after seeing this. He planned to wait and persuade Hiruno Sakura to not hang herself in front of Uchiha Sasuke all day. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was really indifferent to Hiruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto felt there was no need, and Uchiha Sasuke was obviously determined to marry Uchiha Hikaru, which made Uzumaki Naruto very helpless. I still plan to give it a try. Uchiha Sasuke stood up and left quickly. He still wanted to give it a try. Even if he was rejected this time, Uchiha Sasuke would not have any opinions in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke just wanted to express his feelings. Apart from that, he had no other ideas. Uchiha Sasuke also quickly found Uchiha Guang. The other party was next to an artificial lake. Uchiha Sasuke walked over quickly, but looking at the girl's face, his speed slowed down again. The moonlight is like water, and the sparkling artificial lake looks like a bright gem inlaid in the earth under the night sky. By the lake, green plants are swaying, and the fragrance of flowers is intoxicating. There are insects chirping, and the whisper of wind among the grass. The breeze blows, and the lake's surface is covered with layers of ripples and dots of silver light. It seems that even time has slowed down in this dreamlike beauty. In this tranquility and beauty, Uchiha Hikari is standing in the pavilion. Her figure is illuminated by the moonlight, as if covered with a layer of soft silver gauze. Her cuteness does not need complicated embellishment. Just standing there quietly makes people feel pity. There seem to be stars in her eyes, clear and deep. Looking at the lake, it seems that she can see through people's hearts. Her long hair gently brushes across her shoulders, and every strand of hair seems to be jumping with silver light in the moonlight. The girl's figure was lithe, her stance natural and graceful. Her presence was the most beautiful sight by the artificial lake. She seemed to be waiting for something, perhaps someone, some moment. Patience and anticipation etched a faint outline across her calm face. The world around her seemed to have stood still, with only Uchiha Hikaru, like a gentle guardian, guarding the picturesque lake. The moonlight, the water, the greenery, the flowers, and the girl in the pavilion together formed a breathtaking scene. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, and walked over quickly. This guy really is not giving up. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's dejected look, Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He looked at Sasuke with a hint of helplessness. Uchiha Sasuke was truly in love with Hikaru, and even now, he refused to give up. Even after Hikaru's repeated rejection, Uchiha Sasuke still refused. Amemiya Kenichi was currently breastfeeding his daughter, using the formula he had prepared specially for her. After all, Kaguya also needs some rest, and Kaguya also said that after giving birth to her daughter, she had some feelings and wanted to study her idea. Amemiya Kenichi naturally didn't care about this, and even supported it. After all, it was a good thing for Kaguya to become stronger, but the job of taking care of the baby was left to Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi didn't mind, and looking at his daughter in his arms, there was a smile in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. Now my daughter has grown up a little. She is no longer as wrinkled as she was at the beginning. Instead, she has become much prettier. Her eyes are deep and lively, as if they contain a sea of stars. Upon closer inspection, her eyelashes sweep across gently like a small brush, and every blink outlines her childish innocence. She has slender yet tender eyebrows, which look more like Kenichi Amemiya. When her eyebrows are slightly furrowed, she reveals a hint of innate intelligence. Her cheeks are round, like the finest mutton fat jade, so soft that people can't help but want to caress them. Whenever she smiles, the two dimples at the corners of her mouth are like carefully carved works of art, both playful and charming. And for some reason, although she is only 3 months old, her hair is already shiny black, naturally draped over her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind, like the gentlest stars in the night sky. Abba the daughter waved her short legs. Amemiya Kenichi touched her daughter's cheek with a smile, then glanced at Sasuke who was drinking with Naruto to relieve his boredom, and shook his head helplessly. Sasuke's emotional problems should be left to him to deal with on his own. Amemiya Kenichi was too lazy to care. Anyway, it was okay, as long as Sasuke was fine. However, thinking of Xiaoguang's rejection so many times, Amemiya Kenichi also had a headache. Chapter 729 Mutated Leeches. Brother, can you help me? I really don't like this kid Sasuke, but he keeps pestering me, which is very troublesome. Can you help me think of a way? I really don't want to have anything to do with Sasuke. Uchiha looked at Amemiya Kenichi helplessly. She was really entangled by Sasuke. This guy Sasuke kept pestering her, which was very troublesome, which made Uchiha very headache. She rejected Sasuke so directly, but Sasuke still didn't give up on her every day. Amemiya Kenichi felt a little annoyed when he heard this. It was not easy to solve this problem, or it was still very difficult. After all, Sasuke's current strength was not bad. It was difficult to cast any sealing ninjutsu on Sasuke. And it should be said that the Uchiha clan, as a branch of the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline, did have some good strength. Of course, this good strength was more troublesome now, but since Xiaoguang came to the door, Amemiya Kenichi had to help Xiaoguang solve this problem. Then let's create an illusion, and let's see what Sasuke can do in the illusion. Amemiya Kenichi thought about it, and decided to help his sister. After all, no matter what the other party said, she was still his sister, and Amemiya Kenichi naturally could not ignore it. Moreover, Amemiya Kenichi also knew what Xiaoguang had thought of him, so in order to avoid some trouble, Amemiya Kenichi still planned to help Xiaoguang solve this problem as soon as possible. Xiaoguang nodded. She also knew the illusion that Amemiya Kenichi mentioned. It was a rather strange illusion. People in it could not perceive the existence of the illusion, so it was very suitable for retirement. However, so far it was only used to train students. 1 day was equal to 1 school year, which could quickly allow people in the ninja world to obtain a good educational foundation. At present, the ninja world has completed literacy. Uchiha Hikaru had no objection, so Kenichi Amemiya directly arranged a simple illusion for Sasuke, and Sasuke was directly trapped in the illusion and unable to move. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, and then asked someone to take Sasuke to rest, while Kenichi Amemiya came to the other side. He planned to take a look at some new discoveries in the laboratory during this period. Kenichi Amemiya also wanted to see if there were any unique discoveries among these. If there were, it would be a good thing. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's expression became serious. He looked at the things in front of him with some thought in his eyes, wanting to make more development in the technology of this world. Kenichi Amemiya has already done this, but the effect is not particularly good at present. After all, the technological development of this world is now in a relatively barbaric era. The good news is that with the emergence of superconducting materials, the proportion of superconducting alloys has also been worked out, but even so, these superconducting metals are still not enough. So in order to make up for this problem, Kenichi Amemiya also needs to think of a way to solve it. The simplest way is naturally to go mining directly to obtain this thing, but this also has some risks, and the whole process takes a long time. Another way is to innovate spacecraft technology to shorten the time it takes to go to that planet to mine. This can also solve part of the problem. Thinking of this, Uganxi Anai has some ideas in his heart, but what these ideas are like, Uganxi Anai still doesn't know whether they can be realized. Anyway, for now, Uganxi Anai still feels that he needs to find a way to deal with this problem. Thinking of this, Uganxi Anai's eyes have become a little solemn. He thought of a question, that is, will his own treatment bring some trouble to the current ones? Just like these minerals, they need to be brought back, and if they are brought back, then you need to find a way to deal with them at that time. And what if other civilizations come to the door at that time? This is also a problem that needs to be considered. When he thought of these problems, Amemiya Kenichi had a headache. However, the good news was that these problems were not unsolvable. So Amemiya Kenichi simply went to find Sanzu Amado and the teacher, intending to discuss this matter with them. When Amemiya Kenichi found Sanzu Amado and the teacher, he found that Sanzu Amado and the teacher were doing an experiment. Their research object was a strange object that was constantly twisting and deforming, and it also made some strange noises that made people feel uncomfortable. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. If he felt uncomfortable, what about others? Could others accept such a terrifying sound? However, at this moment, Amemiya Kenichi had some other thoughts in his heart. He was very curious about how the teacher and Sanzu Amado found this strange thing. What is this? Is it a creature from our world? Kenichi Amemiya came over curiously, then looked at Orochimaru and asked, and Orochimaru didn't even raise his head after hearing it. She was still recording data, but Orochimaru still briefly explained the situation of this thing. Kenichi Amemiya knew after hearing it that this thing was originally an ordinary leech in the ninja world, but because the leeches had been placed around superconducting materials, they had discovered that this thing had mutated. So they began to study this thing, and found that this thing had changed a lot, and to some extent it didn't even look like a leech, but another more bizarre creature. Kenichi Amemiya picked up the information curiously, and took a look. After seeing this, Kenichi Amemiya's expression became strange. If he didn't know that this thing was a mutated leech, Kenichi Amemiya would have suspected that he had traveled to the wrong set. After all, this setting was so familiar. Mutated leeches, highly contagious. Ordinary people who are bitten or come into contact with them will quickly mutate into strange creatures, losing their minds and only knowing how to spread the mutated leech virus. They will also become the incubation carriers of the mutated leeches, and later become a huge leech aggregate. However, they can be easily destroyed by ninjutsu, and cannot infect ninjas. Super vitality. Mutated leeches are very resistant, and cannot be destroyed by conventional physical methods. Chakra is required to complete the attack. This mutated leech has certain special characteristics, and possesses some special mutation abilities and life perception abilities. Is this the T-virus? Or the progenitor virus? Kenichi Amemiya complained in his heart. This setting was really weird, like a strange thing. It was hard to say, and a bit hard to evaluate. However, if this thing was thrown into an ordinary world, it would probably cause a certain threat. After all, this thing was very resistant to physical damage. Even using explosives would not have much effect. Only with the addition of ninjutsu could this thing be like a leech encountering salt, and quickly die. This was quite interesting, but it also gave Kenichi Amemiya some new ideas. Kenichi Amemiya planned to try out the lethality of this thing, but it was obviously not suitable for use in his own world. So Kenichi Amemiya also planned to try it on another planet, but it was not easy for the world to find other worlds with intelligent creatures. After all, the universe was too vast, and it was not easy to fly out of this galaxy. The sea of stars is boundless, and the stars are dotted like gems under the night sky, scattered in the dark universe. Planets revolve around the stars in their own unique orbits. Their halos flicker in the silent void, as if they are the eyes of ancient gods, watching the explorer's every move. In this boundless universe, there is a star of life, which breeds intelligent creatures. The blue ocean and the green continents are intertwined to form a world full of vitality. The people on the planet, looking up at the starry sky, are full of desire and curiosity about the unknown. They have built a huge interstellar spaceship, carrying dreams and hopes, and are ready to travel through the vast universe to find other possible intelligent life. Otani stood in front of the spaceship, gazing at its silvery exterior, a resolute and determined look in his eyes. He looked up at the enormous rocket silo, a surge of immense excitement welling up in his heart, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly in a confident and courageous smile. As the countdown to the spaceship's launch ticked, Otani's heartbeat accelerated in sync with it. He felt his blood boiling, as if the determination to explore the unknown was flowing through his body. He realized that this was not just his own adventure, but also a quest for breakthroughs and progress in human technology as a whole. The spaceship's engines roared, and Otani felt the vibrations coming from under his feet, as if he had also merged into this tremendous power. He gripped the flight handle tightly, his eyes focused and determined, as if he wanted to take the future of the entire world into his own hands. The moment of launch finally arrived, and Otani felt a huge acceleration push him backward, but he leaned forward tightly, as if to give the spaceship the power to move forward. Dazzling flames erupted from the tail of the spacecraft, accompanied by a loud roar. Otani Konish's eyes narrowed into slits. He watched the gradually shrinking silhouette of the Earth, his heart filled with desire for the unknown and courage to challenge. His childhood dream has now become a reality. Otani Konish's heart is filled with desire for knowledge and yearning for the future. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, merged his body and mind with the spacecraft, and embarked on a magnificent journey of exploring the boundless universe. He took a deep breath, feeling the speed and shock of the spacecraft soaring into the sky. He knew that what he was pursuing was not only the truth of science, but also the hope for the advancement and progress of human civilization. Otani Konishi, a brave and determined young scientist, his figure gradually disappeared in the universe, leaving behind only his persistence in exploration and infinite yearning for the unknown. He will write a new chapter for the whole world with endless courage and wisdom. Young people, the future of this world still depends on you. If you encounter some intelligent life, communicate with them if you can. If you can't, protect yourselves first. Do you understand? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the outstanding young scientist in front of him with a solemnity and a sigh in his eyes. Although this young scientist is still very young, he has indeed put in a lot of effort in this area and is extremely talented. He is a very smart scientist who is also valued by Kenichi Amemiya. However, in addition to this, he is also outside of this plan, but he took the initiative to apply to join this plan. Kenichi Amemiya is naturally very emotional. These young people are also the foundation of Kenichi Amemiya's inner confidence to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. After all, Kenichi Amemiya sees very clearly that these new generations are the key factors that can make the future look different. 3,000 years is the countdown to the destruction of this world. Of course, it may also be a new life. What exactly it is depends on how the future will go. The spacecraft's engines roared, spitting out blazing flames, fighting against the constraints of gravity, and heading towards the depths of the starry sky. People gathered at the observation deck, their eyes closely following the light that gradually disappeared in the sea of stars, their hearts full of anticipation, but also mixed with uneasiness. They knew that what awaited them ahead might be endless loneliness, shocking discoveries, or a journey from which they would never return. On the planet, lights gradually lit up, night fell, and the exploration ship had crossed the horizon and disappeared at the edge of the vast universe. People looked up at the starry sky, silently praying for the safety of the explorers in the distance, hoping that they could bring back exciting news to prove that they were not alone in this vast universe. Looking at the spaceship taking off, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes were filled with some thought. He had arranged a backup plan, and this backup plan was the mutated leech. Although this thing was a piece of trash in front of Chakra, it performed well in other aspects. If he encountered an enemy, he could try to see if this thing could set off a catastrophe. Amemiya Kenichi was quite looking forward to it. After all, it was very interesting to think about it. although Amemiya Kenichi himself could not be sure whether the existence of this thing could work. After all, such mutated leeches had no actual combat experience, so Amemiya Kenichi could not be sure of this. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi's expression was a little complicated. I hope nothing will go wrong. In order to supervise, he deliberately let a shadow clone disguise himself and send back information in time if there is any problem. This is also Amemiya Kenichi's backup plan. Chapter 730 Resident Evil Fishman version. The spaceship was sailing in the desolate deep space. Otani Shoji was resting his chin on his hand and looking at the planet behind him, which was getting smaller and smaller. There was some thought in his eyes. Otani Shoji used to be just an ordinary person in this world, but after that gentleman came out of nowhere and brought the whole world to its present level, everything became completely different. Otani Shoji still remembered that his parents had said that if they wanted to stand out, the only way was to become a ninja, because ninja was the most honorable profession in the world, without a doubt. But later Otani Shoji found that his parents were actually right. Those high-ranking ninjas did dominate the world so proudly, causing the world to fall to the point where it had to rely on others. But Otani Shoji was unwilling to accept this, but what could he do? He was just an ordinary person, and then that gentleman appeared. The appearance of that gentleman brought a ray of light to this dark world, allowing Otani Masuji to see another path. In order to stand out on this path, Otani Masuji also paid a lot. Otani Masuji continued to study hard and work hard. Finally, he became the person that gentleman would summon, and by the way, he became the bravest and most special one among all the scientists in this world. This is also the pride of Otani Masuji, so Otani Masuji has always been very clear about what he needs to do, so Otani Masuji is trying hard, working hard to research, and working hard. Now, Otani Masuji has obtained a new opportunity, a unique opportunity, allowing Otani Masuji to take a spaceship to explore the world. Otani Masuji signed up very actively. He has decided to dedicate everything to this world. As long as that gentleman needs it, Otani Masuji will do it. However, although he knew that space travel might be very demanding, Otani Shoji did not expect it to be so demanding. In his original home, every morning in the early morning light, Otani Shoji would be awakened by the familiar alarm clock, and he would open the curtains to welcome the warm sunshine. However, for astronauts in space, each day starts in a unique way. Since there is no clear boundary between day and night in space, the astronauts' work and rest time needs to follow a special arrangement. Usually, Otani Shoji and his team will wake up on a fixed schedule, and this time may not correspond to a specific time on the ninja planet. They first need to do simple stretching exercises. This is to cope with the impact of the weightless environment on the body. In a weightless state, muscles and bones lack sufficient gravity stimulation and are prone to atrophy and calcium loss. Therefore, moderate exercise every day is essential to maintaining good health. After completing the exercise, the astronauts will start their daily cleaning work. In the space station, water is a very precious resource, and using water for washing, like in the ninja villages, it is unrealistic. They use special waterless shampoo and wipes to clean their hair and body to maintain basic hygiene. Diet is an important part of maintaining life. For astronauts in space, there are special requirements for diet selection and intake. Space food is mostly specially treated dehydrated food or vacuum-packed food. These foods are not only convenient to store and carry, but also can remain stable in a weightless environment. The astronauts' diet is carefully designed to ensure that they can get enough nutrition. Common foods include dehydrated vegetables, ready-to-eat meat, fruit, rice, pasta, etc. In order to increase the taste and flavor of food, some foods will also add appropriate amount of seasoning. When eating, astronauts usually use special tableaux, such as containers with straws, to prevent food from floating in a weightless environment. In addition to normal diet, astronauts also need regular nutritional supplements. Because the space environment has a certain impact on the body's functions, they need to take in supplies rich in vitamins, minerals and other trace elements to maintain the body's normal metabolism and immunity. Astronauts spend most of their time in space busy carrying out various work and scientific research tasks. They are the extended arms of Ninjago scientists, conducting unprecedented experiments and explorations in space. The space station provides a unique experimental environment where astronauts can study many scientific phenomena that cannot be achieved on Ninjago. For example, under microgravity conditions, the physical and chemical properties of matter will change, which provides a valuable opportunity for the study of materials science. Otani Shoji and other scientists will conduct growth and processing experiments on various materials and explore the preparation methods and properties of new materials. Biological experiments are also an important part of space scientific research. Astronauts will study the growth and metabolism of microorganisms in the space environment and understand their adaptation mechanisms to space radiation and microgravity. These studies will helps us better understand the nature of life and provides an important scientific basis for future interstellar travel and space settlement. In addition to scientific research, astronauts are also responsible for the daily maintenance and management of the space station. They need to check the operating conditions of various equipment, troubleshoot and repair them in a timely manner to ensure the normal operation of the space station, which includes monitoring and maintenance of life support systems, ensuring the supply of air, water, and food, and handling various emergencies. However, these lives seem quite interesting to Otani Shoji, although they are also a bit boring. But when they think of the crisis their world is still facing, Otani Shoji and others' fighting spirit becomes high. They all know very well what they are carrying on their shoulders, which is also a very important thing. After all, Kenichi Amemiya still knows the necessity of subjective initiative. Otani Kawasaki stared into the distance with a firm gaze, his eyes radiating a light of perseverance and courage. He raised his head and looked up at the starry sky, as if he could see the star that led his destiny flashing with a spark of hope. He resolutely stepped onto the spaceship and sailed into vast space. Otani Kawasaki's steps were firm and powerful. He was like an iron pestle, moving forward stubbornly. His posture was straight, showing the fortitude and determination in his heart. His arms were waving, as if to dispel all the difficulties and obstacles in front of him. The spaceship shuttled through the universe, and Otani Kawasaki's eyes were fixed on the front. From a distance, he seemed to be able to see the end of his dream. His thoughts drifted away, recalling his past hardships and struggles, but he never gave up his desire for life and his gratitude. Otani Kawasaki's heartbeat was excited, and he could feel every movement was fueling his dream. His breathing rose and fell rhythmically, like a breeze across his face, giving him the strength to persevere. He stood tall and straight, stepping steadily on the road ahead, his footsteps loud and powerful, as if declaring to the world that his determination and courage could never be shaken. Otani Kawasaki's voice was pleasant and firm, like the clear song of morning bird, conveying his gratitude to Kenichi Amemiya. His words were sonorous and powerful, like a magnificent piece of music, echoing in the universe. His goal was ambitious, his dream was great, but he never forgot his original promise. He would keep sailing for his own growth and to repay Kenichi Amemiya. He was the steadfast star shining in the starry sky. For his dream, he was willing to move forward bravely and never give up. But at this moment, the spacecraft suddenly stopped. A life planet has been detected. A group of people were awakened. Otani Kawasaki looked at the captain in front of him excitedly. The other party was the captain of this spaceship, and also an excellent ninja. On the side, there was a simple and honest man who was yawning. The other party was the force assurance officer, responsible for protecting the lives of these people. After all, according to Amemiya Kenichi's words, they had no way of knowing what these new lives would do, so in order to prevent them from being directly fed to the fish, necessary protection was necessary. The force assurance officer was an extremely powerful ninja. This was why the scientists, including Otani Kawasaki, were relieved. With the detection of the life planet, the entire spacecraft became busy. Everyone was constantly running around, constantly busy, and constantly dealing with these things according to the rules and regulations. And this is also what Kenichi Amemiya asked to promote. These things will conduct a rough exploration of this world, let people know the level of technology and power possessed by this world, and then see if they can communicate harmoniously. If possible, then maybe they can try some commodity trade or something, but if not, then they need to take some necessary measures. Kenichi Amemiya also told them that such a war is just because they are fighting for their own lives and families. the ninja star is facing a particularly powerful enemy. If they cannot solve the other party, then everything on the ninja star will become the burial objects of this world. Therefore, including Otani Koasuke, they have no mercy and respect for these alien life forms. If these creatures can communicate, then it would naturally be the best. If not, then just wait to die. Under the detection and scanning of the spacecraft, Otani Koasuke and his companions soon learned about the situation of this planet. This planet is covered by endless oceans, with only scattered islands and laid like gems on the magnificent sea. The blue sky is always shrouded in a layer of mist, as if the eternal dawn, making this world always look mysterious and hazy. The fishmen on the planet have silver blue scales and slender bodies. Their hands are extremely flexible, as if they were born artists of the ocean. The social structure of the fishmen is unique. With the ocean as its foundation, they have developed an amazing marine civilization. Their cities are built in the deep sea. Huge corals and shells form the exterior walls of the houses. Colorful aquatic plants decorate each building, creating a dreamlike living environment. In the center of the city, there is a huge crystal palace. The palace is the residence of the royal family of the fishmen. The interior of the palace is full of lights and reflects the colorful colors of the underwater world. The top of the palace is a huge transparent crystal that can capture the sunlight and convert it into warm light to illuminate the entire space. At sunset, the fishmen will gather on the coast. They use singing and musical instruments to play melodious music, which interweaves with the sound of the waves into a touching symphony. Otani Shoji felt a little ironic, because he found that the land in this world has become an extremely rare resource, because it is too scarce. The people living on it are all real nobles. This reminds Otani Shoji of the ninja villages in the past, where ninjas lived together, but these fishmen lived in such places, and they didn't seem to be very strong. If you have to say it, it's the technological route, plus the strong muscles. So, what's the situation of these guys? On the spaceship, the situation of delegating these fishmen was quickly understood, and special arrangements were issued. Everyone became busy. Even Otani Koasuke began to make some preparations, such as the special weapon that could not be used when necessary, a strange leech. The other party enjoyed an extremely high preservation mechanism, and it could even be said that the preservation cost alone was an extremely high cost, which was unbearable. This was the ultimate weapon, a more unique weapon, but Otani Koasuke did not know what the use of this thing was, and negotiations began. But soon Otani Koasuke and his companions discovered that the guys on this planet were completely resistant to them, and were not willing to communicate at all. They even cruelly hunted down the clones that were discharged, and ate them directly, which aroused the anger of many people. However, this world was all sea, and it was not easy for conventional weapons to have an effect on this vast water area. Although Otani Koasuke thought that nuclear pollution might be tried, after all, the radioactivity of nuclear pollution could remain for a long time, but at the suggestion of the force guarantee officer, they finally decided to use that special weapon. The reason was that Amemiya Kenichi wanted to see the result. Have you started using it? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his head. He had just received the memory of a shadow clone, but Amemiya Kenichi was also a little troubled. After all, this shadow clone had actually lasted a long time. If it weren't for Amemiya Kenichi's new understanding of time, and the long standby time that made the chakra consumption very low, Amemiya Kenichi himself might not be able to withstand such a loss. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi had a headache, but Amemiya Kenichi was still quite looking forward to it. After all, as long as he started using it, Amemiya Kenichi would know what this thing was used for. Thinking about it carefully, it was quite exciting. Resident Evil, Fishman version? Amemiya Kenichi's eyes were filled with a smile. Chapter 731 Fishman Alice. At this moment, in the place where the fish people live, a horror story begins, full of suspense and horror. A fish person named Alice painfully climbs up from the ground, and then looks around. Her memory is a little confused. She doesn't remember why she appeared in this place, and she has lost her memory. Under such circumstances, she wakes up in a mysterious mansion. Her eyes reveal confusion and uneasiness, as if she feels unfamiliar with everything around her. The mansion is filled with an old and dead atmosphere. The dim lights are flickering, as if they will go out at any time. All kinds of strange objects are placed around, and the graffiti and mottled marks on the walls seem to be Buddha was telling about the strange events that had happened here. Alice slowly stood up and groped her way forward. When she explored the basement, she found 2 unconscious female fishmen. Out of sympathy and instinct, she woke them up and told them to leave this place together. However, just as they were about to leave, they found a strange fishman in front of them. The fishman had his back to them, lying on the ground, and seemed to be eating something. This made Alice and others feel a little uneasy, but out of caution, Alice still called out to the other party. However, this call brought more serious consequences. The other party suddenly turned his head and looked at them fiercely. What is this thing? Mercurial language, the female merman Lawfield screamed in fear, and the other party had already floated up at this moment, and then quickly pounced on them. At this critical moment, Alice did not daze, but kicked out directly, breaking the opponent's jaw, and fought with this guy. In the fierce battle, Alice showed extraordinary skills and calm mind. Her movements were agile and precise, and each blow was full of power. In the process of escaping from the mansion, they met a male merman named Matt. Matt told Alice that he had lived here before and knew something about the situation here. The 3 decided to together. They searched for a way to escape this terrifying place, but the house was too vast. Their exploration gradually expanded, leading them to discover an underground military base known as Uchiha. The base was filled with the pungent smell of chemicals, and the complex network of pipes and equipment crisscrossed, making it feel like they were in a vast maze. Inside, they encountered a group of survivors, who, after meeting Alice and the others, joined them. Alice looked at this strange military building, then at everything around her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She was a little confused about what this thing was, and what she had forgotten. Alice felt as if she had experienced even more rigorous battles before, but she had no idea what this battle was. Inside the base, Alice remembered something, and realized there might be something fishy about her true identity. She remembered that she was once an employee of a company. She had undergone the most rigorous training under that strange company's system, becoming its top assassin. Now, drawing on her combat experience and wisdom, she led the survivors in a desperate fight against the enemy. In the confrontation with the enemy, Alice and the other survivors encountered countless difficulties and challenges, even encountering some extremely large biological weapons. However, these strange fishmen were extremely powerful, but they were not living fishmen, which made Alice feel uneasy. Throughout the base, they used various weapons and tactics to engage in fierce battles with zombies, combat robots, and other enemies. During this process, Alice and her companions encountered a male fishman named Nicola. Nicola possessed powerful combat power and attempted to stop Alice and the others from continuing their investigation. In the fierce confrontation, Alice, with her tenacious will and excellent fighting skills, ultimately defeated Nicola. However, even so, after his body exploded, Alice couldn't help but feel as if she had forgotten something. What was it? Alice was not very clear. The virus crisis was still going on, but there were disagreements among the survivors. After all, Nicola had said before that the outside world had been destroyed by the virus, and it was safer to stay here. In the face of this life and death crisis, some people chose to face it bravely, while others chose to be selfish. Alice, as the core figure of the team, always stuck to her beliefs and was willing to give everything to protect other survivors. However, some people were still unwilling to leave. Alice did not force them, but left some supplies for them, and left with other people who wanted to leave. In the process, Alice gradually remembered more things, some content, and the cruel reality of this world. Alice and others were furious, and they decided to launch a final counterattack to defeat the supercomputer in the fish abyss. In the final decisive battle, Alice and Matt drove a giant tank and rushed to the depths of the Uchiha. In the depths of the Uchiha, they encountered a last resistance. Huge mechas, advanced laser weapons and other powerful enemies attacked them. However, Alice and Matt did not retreat. With their tenacious will and outstanding fighting ability, they launched a thrilling life and death contest with the enemy. Everything went very smoothly. In the end, Alice and the others saw a more unique creature. The opponent was a huge monster, that looked like countless fishmen formed together. This made Alice hesitate, but she still started the battle. As time and again. With each battle, Alice gradually gained more knowledge and learned more things. She also gradually recalled most of her memories, but for some reason, there was one piece of memory that she couldn't recall, as if it had been artificially erased. It was very strange, and Alice was in pain. However, in order to deal with the monster in front of her, Alice didn't think too much and continued to fight. After the monster finally exploded and died, all the Murlocs cheered, but Alice remembered something. She grabbed her head in pain. She remembered why it always felt wrong. This monster was not like this. After the monster exploded, many black strange small soft-bodied creatures should have emerged. These soft-bodied creatures would quickly swim in their air and infect more Murlocs, but these monsters did not behave in this way. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. These monsters are not like that. These monsters, they are a group of strange things. A group of black leeches. Our world has been destroyed. Destroyed. Ha ha ha. Destroyed. Alice screamed frantically. The other fishmen wanted to come to help, but the next second, they all fell into a deep sleep. Only Alice was still crazy, and at this moment Otani Kurasuke also turned off the simulation. Looking at the crazy Alice, Otani Kurasuke's eyes were full of doubts. He had cleared most of the other party's memory, but he didn't expect that she could still react. It was very outrageous, which made Otani Kurasuke feel a little surprised, but Alice's words were not wrong. Otani Kurasuke and others had released that special leech before, and although leeches are afraid of salt, but that they were ordinary leeches, but the ones improved by Kenichi Amemiya were another special kind of leeches. Under such circumstances, these leeches almost instantly swept the entire fishman world, and all the fishmen were wiped out, with only a very small number of survivors. At this time, these trash learned to respect and be considerate, and began to try to communicate with Otani Kurasuke and others, but there was no chance anymore. Anyway, if they eliminated these fishmen, then the planet would also belong to Otani Kurasuke and others. So the fishman planet was almost wiped out, and only a few fishmen survived, but they still had to be careful about the attacks of the leeches every day, and they even dared not sleep. However, Otani Kurasuke also got some test subjects for experiments. After the experiments, he could use these things to do other things. After all, Mr. Kenichi Amemiya needed this information, so Otani Kurasuke was also promoting research. Alice stared at Otani Kurasuke's eyes filled with pain and anger. Those deep eyes seemed to hold endless hatred. She stared into Otani Kurasuke's eyes, as if to carve their sins into the bottom of her heart and never forget them. Her lips trembled slightly. Sadness and anger intertwined in her voice. Her tragic and low breathing sounded as if narrating the happiness that was deprived. The voice seemed to come from the abyss. With endless pain and helplessness, Alice's body trembled slightly. Her fingers tightly grasped her clothes. Her knuckles turned pale due to excessive force. Tears flashed in her eyes. She tried hard to hold back the tears, but it was difficult to control it after all. At that moment, she seemed to have become a lonely fisherman who had lost everything. Her smile was taken away by the cruel fate when Alice closed her eyes and stared thinking. Those destroyed memories came to her mind again. She recalled the good times in the past, like a dream, the happy family, the warm laughter, the kind hugs. Everything was destroyed without a trace by Otani Kurasuke. The memories made her mood even more sad, as if shrouded in darkness. A trace of determination flashed in the corner of Alice's eyes. She understood that the world was cruel and ruthless to her, and Otani Kurasuke was her only way to get rid of it. She gritted her teeth and continued to bear this hatred silently. She secretly made up her mind to lead Otani Kurasuke into hell and make him suffer. Alice's voice echoed in the air like a lonely call in the darkness. Her hatred and powerless expression seemed to be frozen in that moment, which made people feel desolate and sad. Her heart was filled with pain and resentment, becoming a scar that could never be erased. This fisherman looks very unhappy. Otani Kurasuke looked at Alice in front of him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Then Otani Kurasuke anesthetized Alice and continued to do the experiment. Otani Kurasuke also looked outside the spaceship. On this unique planet, the boundless ocean blends with the blue sky. Occasionally, the sea surface swept by the breeze is rippling with layers of ripples, as if it is the clearest lake in the starry sky. There is almost no trace of land on the planet. There are only a few huge high-tech spaceships moving slowly on the sparkling sea. Their hulls reflect dazzling light, which is in sharp contrast to the tranquil sea water around them. The robotic arms of the spaceships extend below the sea surface like tentacles, extracting precious resources from the seemingly ordinary seawater. These resources, the source was once the source of life on this planet, but now it has become the driving force for humans to conquer the universe. From time to time, bubbles emerge from the sea. They are byproducts of the resource extraction process. They used to be evidence of some kind of life breathing, but now, those lives have disappeared without a trace. The atmosphere on the planet is strangely quiet, and only the slight humming sound of the spacecraft in operation breaks the silence. The silhouette of the spacecraft is reflected on the sea surface, and the interior of the spacecraft is brightly lit. The symphony of machinery and electronics is particularly clear at this moment. The technological power of mankind is fully demonstrated here, but on this lonely planet, no breath of life can be found. Otani Kawasaki did not speak. Of course, he knew why, because there are no other living fishmen in this world. The oceans of the entire world were filled with strange leeches, but these leeches had also been cleared. After all, these leeches posed a certain threat to them. Fortunately, there was a force guarantee officer, so there was no need to worry about any problems. Otani Koji felt more relaxed. Now that these problems had been almost resolved, he could continue his journey. By then, he could also understand the value of the new things discovered in this world, and then he could give back to his own planet. Otani Koji took a deep breath. In order to prevent his own planet from being destroyed by other high life forms in the future, Otani Koji also planned to work harder and strive harder to make his planet as powerful as possible. This was what Otani Koji wanted to do most at the moment. The universe was huge, and Otani Koji's journey was not over yet. This thing is really a biochemical crisis. Kenichi Amemiya received the memory of the shadow clone, and then pressed his head. This leech is sometimes quite useful, but it still seems to be of little significance. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. It seems that this leech can be tried to be improved later, but he is not studying this matter now. Chapter 732, Kenichi Amemiya. There is no way to cross the river by feeling the Otsutsuki. Although after taking a look at it, Kenichi Amemiya found that this improved leech was quite interesting. After all, this thing could be regarded as an absolute killer weapon when targeting some specific races and some weaker races. But Kenichi Amemiya also knew that this thing was of no particular help to his current main rival, the Otsutsuki clan. After all, this leech had a weak resistance to chakra, and it was very difficult to change this. What was more troublesome was that Kenichi Amemiya had no way of determining how much effect it would have on the Otsutsuki clan, so Kenichi Amemiya had no idea of researching in this direction. The greatest use of this thing, for Kenichi Amemiya, was still in some unique aspects, and now, Kenichi Amemiya was still studying how to make the world's energy utilization a step further. Simply put, Kenichi Amemiya planned to make great progress in his current world. The goal is to promote superconductor materials throughout the world, so that this material can produce greater results. But this problem is limited by the shortage of materials, and Amemiya Kenichi's current solution is to let Orochimaru's clone make a copy, and the second solution is to let those people directly take a spaceship to mine, which is also a solution, but this solution is not particularly effective at present. Amemiya Kenichi can only start local promotion at present, but it must be said that this superconductor itself can indeed play a very big role, and even to some extent, this thing has indeed changed the pattern of the world. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the mobile phone in his hand. Smartphones have appeared in the ninja world, and after using superconducting materials, the mobile phone in Amemiya Kenichi's hand has not been charged for a long time. It has to be said that this is a very interesting thing. Moreover, superconductors have brought far more changes to the world. The existence of superconductors has also changed the lives of many people, and the technological landscape of the entire world has also undergone tremendous changes. However, this is not enough for Kenichi Amemiya. He still needs to work hard and continue to become stronger. But how to make himself stronger is also a very tangled problem for Kenichi Amemiya. After all, for Kenichi Amemiya, his previous ninja path was actually to cross the river by feeling the comics and crossing the river by feeling the Otsutsuki. But now, his strength has improved too much. In this case, if he wants to become stronger, he needs to explore it himself. Although the Otsutsuki clan has also given some advanced methods, they are of no use. After all, Kenichi Amemiya is stuck on the most serious problem, that is, how to make himself able to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. The divine fruit is the foundation for the Otsutsuki clan to continue to advance. Unless Kenichi Amemiya can rub a divine fruit with his hands, it is useless to some extent. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya has a headache, but the good news is that he is not without a solution. After all, except for the time spent on research, he has spent the rest of his time on getting stronger. After all, in Kenichi Amemiya's view, if you want to get stronger, some basic things still need to be done, such as energy acquisition and energy utilization. It is nothing more than this. Especially ninjutsu, which itself is to convert and output chakra with very high conversion efficiency. The reason why the Otsutsuki clan is so powerful is because they have higher quality chakra in their bodies and the conversion efficiency is also higher, so the power of ninjutsu has increased significantly. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi's biggest idea for becoming stronger now is to compress the time energy into his body. In this way, Amemiya Kenichi will be able to grow a lot naturally, and this is what Amemiya Kenichi is currently doing. Although the time energy in Amemiya Kenichi's body has been compressed a lot, it is not yet filled to full. Amemiya Kenichi is still planning his future development path. He must at least reach the point where he can suppress Kaguya Otsutsuki with a wave of his hand, and then he can barely be qualified to challenge the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi had a headache. So when he was free, Amemiya Kenichi went to find Sanzu Amado, intending to talk to Sanzu Amado about scientific development, which was also to make some basic plans for future development. When Amemiya Kenichi found Sanzu Amado was having dinner with his daughter, and while chatting, after seeing Kenichi Amemiya, Sanzu Amado smiled and greeted Kenichi Amemiya, and Kenichi Amemiya also came over. Although he had originally planned to discuss with Sanzu Amado, when he saw Sanzu Amado's daughter was also here, Kenichi Amemiya gave up the idea and instead talked to Sanzu Amado about what had happened during this period, as well as some interesting things. Sanzu Amado's daughter was very excited. After all, Kenichi Amemiya's status in this world is very high now. Every ninja and ordinary person knows Kenichi Amemiya, not to mention that Sanzu Amado's daughter also knows that she was able to resurrect entirely because of Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya smiled at the excited Sanzu Akebe and then chatted with Akebe. During the chat, Kenichi Amemiya learned about Akebe's current situation. Akebe is in a powerful department and is a leader, but Kenichi Amemiya doesn't care about it. Power will be concentrated. Kenichi Amemiya did not expect that every generation of leaders would be very talented people. This is impossible. The teams trained by Sanzu Amado, the teacher, and the various Hokage will always form factions. To put it bluntly, when Kenichi Amemiya's own children grow up, won't they also become extremely powerful people? Even if all the descendants of these people in power are liquidated, power will be concentrated in other places. This is an objective law that cannot be changed. Moreover, although Kenichi Amemiya is in power now, and it will be like this for a long time in the future, Kenichi Amemiya himself knows that the development of the world is not very balanced until now. Simply put, the world is currently all concentrated in Kenichi Amemiya's own hands. If Kenichi Amemiya is a tyrant, or a licentious person like Danzo, then the world will become a tragic abyss in the future. Therefore, although Kenichi Amemiya is using parasites to control some leaders, he is also working hard to cultivate and instill a completely new idea. But so far, the effect is still good. Although there will still be situations like Akebe, as long as it is not a person who really doesn't know the difference between the grains, Kenichi Amemiya has no objection. After all, Sanzu Amado has also made a lot for the whole world, and Kenichi Amemiya naturally sees it. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya has no objection to Sanzu Amado's daughter having certain powers. Sanzu Amado's daughter is not a fool. Kenichi Amemiya has read the other party's work report and is still very serious. This is also the reason why Kenichi Amemiya is very relieved. Otherwise, if Sanzu Amado's daughter is a fool, then Kenichi Amemiya can only transfer the other party to some idle departments to retire. There was a gleam of admiration in Sanzu Amado's eyes. She stared at Amemiya Kenichi as if she wanted to engrave every detail of Amemiya Kenichi firmly in her mind. Her heart was excited like a rushing river, rolling endlessly, and the corners of her slightly opened mouth seemed to be telling of her inner joy. She stood there, breathing rapidly and rhythmically, like a sensitive deer, her toes tapping the ground lightly, as if she wanted to integrate into every leap of Amemiya Kenichi. She clasped her hands tightly, and the heat between her hands seemed to convey the surging emotions in her heart to the whole world. Her voice was crisp and loud, like a breeze blowing past her ears. She excitedly told Amemiya Kenichi her truest feelings, with a hint of passion and expectation in her voice, like a bird, happily singing its own song, with a hint of confidence and determination. Sanzu Amado's eyes were firm and bright, as if they could travel through time and space, and reach the future. Her eyes were full of courage and desire, like two stars that dared to pursue their dreams, shining with the light of hope. Her body trembled slightly, which was a trembling of excitement, a manifestation of the surging heart. Her legs had already trembled and danced uncontrollably, as if to play the most beautiful music for the joy in her heart. Sanzu Amado's face was filled with a bright smile. She smiled like a blooming flower, brilliant, confident, and beautiful. There was a kind of joy and satisfaction in her laughter, as if she had found a home for her soul. This excited and happy girl, Sanzu Amemiya, she is eager to try, taking firm steps, and moving forward bravely towards the future. She believes that her efforts will not be in vain, and she will create a better world with Kenichi Amemiya. After Sanzu Amado finished eating, Amemiya Kenichi took Sanzu Amado away. Amemiya Kenichi took Sanzu Amado to a laboratory. This quaint laboratory is located in a corner of the city. There are obscure symbols engraved on the lintel. Pushing open the heavy oak door, various instruments come into view, flickering in the dim light. The air is filled with the smell of chemicals and metal instruments, which is both stimulating and exciting. In the center of the laboratory is a huge experimental table, on which are displayed various organisms. Some are slowly wriggling in transparent culture medium, and some are lying quietly in glass containers, like sleeping sculptures. Rows of shelves are arranged against the wall, and the shelves are filled with densely packed test tubes and materials. The liquid in some test tubes is slightly glowing, revealing unknown secrets. Researchers shuttle between the various experimental tables, their eyes focused and determined. They record data from time to time, or carefully operate complex instruments. Their work clothes are covered with traces of various colors, which are the marks left by countless experiments, witnessing their love and pursuit of science. Whenever it is late at night, the laboratory is still brightly lit. The researchers seem to be isolated from the world, devoting themselves to their research. Occasionally, they will show ecstatic expressions because of a breakthrough discovery, or look frustrated because of the failure of the experiment. However, whether they succeed or not, they are well aware that their work will have a far-reaching impact on the future world. This quaint laboratory is not only a temple of knowledge and technology, but also more like a mysterious altar, enshrining mankind's endless curiosity and exploration of the unknown world. The residents of the city are full of awe for this place. Joining here is not only an honor, but also a responsibility, and a commitment to be responsible for the future. So, Kenichi Amemiya, is there any new task that you need me to do this time? Sanzu Amado looked at Kenichi Amemiya seriously and asked. He knew that Kenichi Amemiya would not come to him casually. Since he came to him, it meant that there were some things that he needed to deal with. Sanzu Amado was not opposed to this. After all, for Sanzu Amado, doing scientific experiments was something he liked more, and it could also help Kenichi Amemiya, so that was enough. Kenichi Amemiya simply told Sanzu Amado about his ideas. Sanzu Amado didn't say anything when he heard this, but talked with Kenichi Amemiya briefly about the technological development issues during this period. After all, this technological development issue still needs Kenichi Amemiya to control, and Kenichi Amemiya had some other ideas after hearing it. So, Amemiya Kenichi briefly outlined his requirements. He felt that the current technological stagnation in the ninja world was a rather troublesome and thorny issue. To change this, he needed to accelerate interstellar exploration and interstellar travel. Only in this way could he obtain more space materials. Otherwise, achieving much progress in this world would be extremely difficult, even seemingly wishful thinking. Sanzu Amado had no objections and accepted the task and left immediately. He would push forward this area. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Now that this problem had been solved, Amemiya Kenichi still needed to slowly ponder other issues. The thought of this gave Amemiya Kenichi a headache. How to solve this problem, how to solve these problems, was a very troublesome matter. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head in confusion. Become stronger, but how to become stronger? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head in confusion. He felt that perhaps he needed to change his approach to this problem. Then, perhaps he could gain some new insights, such as the utilization of chakra and ninjutsu, and how to obtain more advanced energy sources, and release them more efficiently. Chapter 733. Did the Otsutsuki clan come from trees? Kenichi Amemiya has a headache. He is thinking about how to become stronger. After all, Kenichi Amemiya still needs to improve his strength. However, from the current situation, it is not so easy to achieve this step, at least for Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya is now trying to deconstruct the composition of ninjutsu. After all, ninjutsu is relatively unique and magical in Kenichi Amemiya's view. The existence of this thing has some special abilities and situations on a certain basis. Kenichi Amemiya sees it very clearly that the use and sharing of this energy are relatively alternative and unique. Therefore, if the energy can be used efficiently, then Kenichi Amemiya may be able to make more use of this energy and achieve more purposes. This is also a method that Kenichi Amemiya has thought of at present. But what is this method? How is it? Kenichi Amemiya is not very sure now. After all, what Kenichi Amemiya needs to understand now is the composition of this energy and a method of using it. As long as he can find a way to use this thing, Kenichi Amemiya can do more things in the future. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also had some attention in his heart. He first simply used a few ninjutsu and looked at the composition of these chakras. Then Kenichi Amemiya discovered that the composition of these chakras was actually moving according to a specific model, which led to it becoming like this. This also gave Kenichi Amemiya more ideas in his heart. So now, Kenichi Amemiya has some new attention to the handling of this problem. Kenichi Amemiya had noticed before that when he was constructing chakras, these chakras themselves would present different patterns according to different attributes. When the Wilson Cloud Chamber was being made before, Kenichi Amemiya had observed it, but the Wilson Cloud Chamber at that time was very simple. Kenichi Amemiya now plans to make a Wilson Cloud Chamber that is relatively more in line with the standard. First, Kenichi Amemiya took out a refrigerator. This thing is necessary, but Kenichi Amemiya did not have the ability to make it before. Now the local technology in the ninja world has developed a lot, so the refrigerator is not a problem. Fix the refrigerator on the outside of one side of the glass box and connect it to the box through pipes, heat sinks and other components to ensure that the refrigerant circulation of the refrigeration system is normal and the connection is well sealed. Connect the temperature sensor to the controller so that the temperature in the box can be monitored and adjusted in real time. Install the saturated steam generator and place the heating container filled with liquid in a suitable position. But generally this step is to place this thing in the bottom of the glass box is convenient for observing the subsequent situation. It is connected to the inside of the glass box through a pipe. A valve should be installed on the pipe to control the flow of steam. A temperature controller is set in the heating container to keep the liquid at a temperature that produces suitable saturated steam. The radiation source and the diffuser are placed. The sealed radiation source is placed in the center of the cloud chamber or in a specific position according to the requirements of the experimental design. The diffuser is carefully placed around the radiation source to ensure that its position is stable and does not affect the normal emission of radiation. The lighting equipment is installed. Multiple light strips are evenly installed on one side of the glass box. The angle of the light strips is adjusted so that the light can shine vertically into the observation area inside the cloud chamber. After completing this step, Kenichi Amemiya began to observe a radioactive particle movement diagram of the Otsutsuki clan's ninjutsu, which also gave Kenichi Amemiya some new ideas about these. What is this? Sanzu Amado came over curiously. He looked at the thing in front of Amemiya Kenichi with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, and after hearing it, Amemiya Kenichi briefly explained to Sanzu Amado the composition of this thing and its approximate use. Sanzu Amado was also a little surprised after hearing it. He really didn't expect that Amemiya Kenichi could come up with such an outrageous thing, but the name was quite interesting, called Cloud Room, but Sanzu Amado thought of Amemiya Kenichi's character, so he planned to promote this thing after returning, but then it would definitely be called Amemiya Kenichi Cloud Room. Sanzu Amado felt that his idea was quite good, but Amemiya Kenichi didn't know what Sanzu Amado was thinking. Amemiya Kenichi was now busy researching. While researching other things, he discovered something very interesting, that Satsuki clan's chakra changes the trajectory of its particles when performing ninjutsu. Previously, the particle's trajectory was one way, but now it's become something else entirely. It's very interesting, and filled with many bizarre things. However, after studying it for a while, Kenichi Amemiya discovered that the Satsuki clan's chakra actually formed the shape of a tree. This made Kenichi Amemiya's expression a little subtle. He couldn't help but think of the birth process of White Zetsu and the Satsuki clan's method of growing trees to become stronger. This gave Kenichi Amemiya a strange thought. Could it be that the Satsuki clan, like the elves in those fantasy stories, were born from trees, and so their chakra, their method of becoming stronger, was the same? After all, the tree's appearance was so conspicuous that Kenichi Amemiya easily recognized it at a glance. Under such circumstances, Kenichi Amemiya felt that this thing probably didn't have any secrets at all. Tree, why does this thing look so much like a tree? Sanzu Amado also noticed this. Amemiya Kenichi chatted with Sanzu Amado. After all, Sanzu Amado was quite knowledgeable in genes in this area. However, after discussing it, Amemiya Kenichi gave up the discussion because he found that it was meaningless. Although Sanzu Amado had studied it, the genes obtained from Kaguya or Ishiki had nothing to do with plants. Their genes were more like humans. However, Amemiya Kenichi always felt that something was wrong. After all, the situation of the Otsutsuki clan was too special, and the metabolism of the Otsutsuki was very slow. To some extent, these Otsutsuki could be said to be similar to vegetative people. It's not the kind of vegetative people who lie in bed all day without moving, but plants that have become humans. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. What kind of relationship is there between the Otsutsuki clan and trees? Kenichi Amemiya was still not very clear, but what he was sure of was that the Otsutsuki clan must have some special connection with these things. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had some other ideas in his heart. Kenichi Amemiya was thoughtful. It was not easy to solve these problems. After all, Kenichi Amemiya did not have samples of other Otsutsuki clan members, so Kenichi Amemiya had no way to investigate whether the Otsutsuki clan was a legendary vegetative people. It was useless to ask Kaguya and Ishiki, as these two people did not remember these things, so Kenichi Amemiya also had a headache. But if these Otsutsuki were really people transformed from plants, then Kenichi Amemiya only needed to obtain samples of their mother body, and then he could try to reverse the process, and then create corresponding genetic weapons to destroy life forms with similar genes, and thus destroy the Otsutsuki clan. Sanzu Amado looked at the instruments in the laboratory intently, with a determined light shining in his eyes. He stared at the liquid in the test tube, his mind full of thoughts, as if he saw the scientific miracles of the future. He seemed to be pulled by some force, looking up at the faint starlight, as if looking for the guidance given to him by Kenichi Amemiya. Sanzu Amado listened to Kenichi Amemiya's explanation with awe, his ear almost close to Kenichi Amemiya's mouth, listening to Kenichi Amemiya's fascinating scientific theories. His eyes flashed with curiosity, as if he was aroused by every word of Kenichi Amemiya, bringing infinite imagination. When Sanzu Amado learned that Kenichi Amemiya had a new experimental research, he immediately started his quick and precise movements. He held the experimental records and studied them carefully, stroking his chin from time to time and thinking. In his mind, various scientific theories and experimental plans were intertwined, like a precise confrontation. Sanzo Amado did not forget his admiration for Kenichi Amemiya. He looked at Kenichi Amemiya, his heart full of admiration and longing. He saw through every movement and expression of Kenichi Amemiya, as if he wanted to show all his admiration for Kenichi Amemiya. Sanzo Amado could not help but show excitement. He couldn't control his excitement with a smile on his face, and his cheerful laughter echoed in the laboratory. Every time he made a breakthrough, his smile would become brighter, as warm as the sun shining on the earth. When faced with difficulties, Sanzo Amado's eyes became firm and deep. He closed his eyes and silently vowed to continue working for the advancement of science. His breathing gradually slowed down, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was thinking about his next move. When Sanzo Amado heard the criticism of Amemiya Kenichi, his eyes became dim. He lowered his head and listened carefully to Amemiya Kenichi's opinions. Although he was hit hard, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he took it as motivation and faced his shortcomings with a harder working attitude. There was determination in Amado Sanzo's eyes. He understood that only through continuous learning and exploration could he follow in the footsteps of Kenichi Amemiya and bring more scientific miracles to the world. His hands were clenched into fists, as if expressing his persistence and belief in the future. Amado Sanzo's breathing gradually stabilized. He relaxed his shoulders, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. He knew that, as long as he kept working hard, he could also become a great scientist like Kenichi Amemiya and make his own contribution to the future of the world. Kenichi Amemiya stared into the distance, a hint of worry in his eyes. He traced back to the memories of the past, pondered the possibilities of the future, and kept guessing various scenarios in his mind, deducing the enemy's actions, trying to understand their intentions. He stood on a high place, looking into the distance, with a determined expression on his face. He knew that the world was facing a huge threat, and he, as the leader of this world, had the responsibility to protect everyone. He understood that he could not sit idly by. He had to take the initiative to protect this world he loved deeply. He clenched his fists and could feel the beating of his pulse. His movements were powerful and resolute, showing his determination and perseverance. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he fight against those unpredictable threats, so he worked hard to study and constantly improve his abilities to prepare for future battles. As he breathed, he could feel the fresh air filling his lungs, inspiring him to move forward. He took a deep breath and felt the strength surge from his whole body. He knew that he had the ability to face the enemies of this world, and he was willing to give everything to protect people's peace and security. Kenichi Amemiya's voice was firm and clear, revealing his firm belief in his mission. His words were sonorous and powerful, resounding in the air like a bell, conveying his determination and resolve. Every word attracted people's attention like a magnet, triggering thinking and resonance. His movements were smooth and powerful, like a nimble cheetah, ready to attack at any time. He took big steps, his feet firmly on the ground, each step with confidence and determination, his posture high and majestic, showing his leadership style and decisiveness. Kenichi Amemiya's heart was full of worries, but he was not shaken by this. Instead, he became more determined to follow his own path. He knew that, as long as he became stronger, the world would be able to usher in peace and tranquility. He was willing to fight hard and use his wisdom and strength to create a brighter future. But now it is not an easy task to further develop these ninjutsu. To a certain extent, it is still quite difficult. However, this difficulty is not unsolvable, but it is not so easy to solve. Moreover, the utilization of this energy and the construction of this energy are also a problem. We need to find a way to study it slowly and see how to deal with this problem at that time. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes. Kenichi Amemiya is not very confident about the research on these ninjutsu and new progress, but the good news is that his time energy is about to be compressed. After the compression is completed, Kenichi Amemiya feels that he can probably start doing experiments. Now Kenichi Amemiya does not dare to use chakra casually. After all, that may cause all his efforts during this period to be in vain. Kenichi Amemiya also glanced at his golden finger. He is now studying another thing, that is, space. Originally, Kenichi Amemiya just studied this thing casually. After all, He had finished studying the rabbit, but he did not expect that he actually studied it. The speed is really touching. Chapter 734. Namake's Sunflower. What is space? It is a distance, a broad thing, but Amemiya Kenichi has some other opinions on space. After all, in Amemiya Kenichi's view, space is still a thing that can be studied in the ninja world. After all, the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze is a kind of time-space ninjutsu, which is almost as fast as teleportation. So Amemiya Kenichi was very open-minded. He went directly to find the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and now Minato Namikaze is working in the office building. After all, this is also a very normal thing. Although Minato Namikaze was the fourth Hokage before, as Amemiya Kenichi unified the entire country, the shadows of these ninja villages now have new users. As for Minato Namikaze, Amemiya Kenichi arranged a simple position for Minato Namikaze, which is to be responsible for doing another aspect of things, responsible for as for the Ministry of Transportation. After all, Minato Namikaze's speed was very fast, so this part was relatively easy to do. When Kenichi Amemiya came in, Minato Namikaze was approving documents. After seeing Kenichi Amemiya, Minato Namikaze also stood up with a smile. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him with a hint of trance in his eyes, because Minato Namikaze was dead before, and now only a few years have passed, so Minato Namikaze is still very young. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Minato Namikaze with a smile. He remembered that Minato Namikaze now had two children. One was Naruto, and the other was the second child born to Minato Namikaze and Kushina during this period, a little girl. This time her name was Namikaze Himori. When he heard the name, Kenichi Amemiya was a little stunned. He could only say that they were worthy of being father and son, and the way they named their daughter was so unique. Minato, I'm here to ask you about your views and thoughts on the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu. Why do you think this ninjutsu can allow you to achieve the effect of almost teleportation? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at Minato Namikaze in front of him. He always felt that Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God ninjutsu was mixed with some of these things, and Minato Namikaze fell into deep thought after hearing this. After all, this ninjutsu was considered Minato Namikaze's signature ninjutsu, and even the Sharingan could not capture it. It was very powerful. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, such ninjutsu was indeed close to the concept of space exchange. In the theory of relativity, there is a very classic saying, that is, if the speed is fast enough, the opponent will be able to touch his back. But Kenichi Amemiya thinks this is unlikely, because if this really exists, then the space will become even more outrageous. Although Kenichi Amemiya knows that Flying Thunder God is not a ninjutsu created by Minato Namikaze, it is indeed Minato Namikaze who can use Flying Thunder God to perfection. So Kenichi Amemiya came here to ask Minato Namikaze, wanting to see what Minato Namikaze thinks. After thinking about it, Minato Namikaze raised his head. He really knew this ninjutsu very well, so he naturally studied it, and even developed other uses for Flying Thunder God. Kenichi Amemiya came here for the right reason. Actually, I think the effect of ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God on teleportation is actually through. Namikaze Minato thought for a long time, and then he said seriously to Amemiya Kenichi, who also listened carefully. It must be said that Namikaze Minato is indeed very skilled in this area, and even has more profound views on Flying Thunder God. In this case, Amemiya Kenichi also feels that he has some new understanding of space. In Amemiya Kenichi's view, the so-called space can actually be folded and teleported. After all, in Namikaze Minato's words, the reason why ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God can be so effective is that the reason why it is so fast is naturally because Flying Thunder God itself is a marking method. The unique Flying Thunder God mark is engraved on the opponent's body, and then when the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu is performed, the specific location of the mark can be sensed, thereby achieving the effect of quickly appearing next to the opponent. This is essentially a ninjutsu similar to teleportation, and the Flying Thunder God mark is the coordinate of the teleportation. This gave Amemiya Kenichi some ideas. So if theoretically he knew the coordinates of any place, then he could quickly use chakra to form something like a wormhole to teleport there. Kenichi Amemiya asked Minato Namikaze to try the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu. When Minato Namikaze used it, Kenichi Amemiya also opened the analyzing ability of the Rinnegan and began to look at Minato Namikaze. After Minato Namikaze used it, Kenichi Amemiya found that the chakra quickly formed a hole, and Minato Namikaze was instantly swallowed by the wormhole, and then spit it out at the mark. Seeing this, Kenichi Amemiya was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that this ninjutsu was achieved in this way. This is quite interesting. Then if a coordinate is not set, where will the wormhole take him? Amemiya Kenichi was eager to try, but considering Kaguya and his daughter, Amemiya Kenichi gave up the idea for the time being. After all, this experiment had certain risks, not to mention that there was someone in front of him to ask. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi asked Namikaze Minato. He felt that according to Namikaze Minato's personality, he must have made some attempts. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. He said that he did try it, but after trying it, he found that he appeared directly in a bathhouse, which made Namikaze Minato very embarrassed, but fortunately when the bathhouse was empty at the time, allowing Minato to avoid social demise and the possibility of inheriting his teacher's title. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. It seemed that this wormhole might teleport randomly after losing its coordinates, but Minato had good luck and didn't appear directly in some incredible place. This wasn't to say that he appeared in dangerous places like magma. These dangerous places were not a problem for a powerful ninja like Minato. The danger Amemiya Kenichi was talking about was, for example, appearing directly in the enemy's body. In that case, would Minato be crushed, or would the enemy be crushed? If he appeared in stone, then no matter how powerful Minato was, he wouldn't be able to react and would probably die immediately. What if he appeared in outer space? So in Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, this random teleportation is very risky. Unless it can be confirmed that this teleportation will only occur in an open space without any other debris, it is better not to use this random teleportation. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya said goodbye. Minato Namikaze also warmly invited Kenichi Amemiya to dinner. After hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya thought about it and agreed. If it was someone else, then Kenichi Amemiya would still hesitate. After all, such polite words cannot be taken seriously sometimes. If you take them seriously, not only will you be embarrassed, but others will also be embarrassed. However, Minato Namikaze did not have this concern. Minato Namikaze has always been a straightforward person. If he says an invitation, it means it is a real invitation. Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya had not had a good rest for a long time. So Kenichi Amemiya thought about it and pulled Kaguya Otsutsuki to come over to Minato Namikaze's house for dinner. When Kenichi Amemiya brought Kaguya Otsutsuki to Minato Namikaze's house, Minato Namikaze was already at home, and Kushina Uzumaki had prepared a lot of delicious food. Even Naruto and Hinata were there. Kenichi Amemiya saw Naruto and Hinata holding hands, and a smile appeared on his face. Naruto looked at Kenichi Amemiya's teasing eyes and felt a little shy, and Hinata blushed so much that she almost fainted. Fortunately, Kaguya Otsutsuki walked over and handed over 2 gifts with a smile, which made Naruto and Hinata feel a little less embarrassed. Kenichi Amemiya also met Minato Namikaze's youngest daughter, Himori Namikaze, a very cute girl, a bit like Naruto, but felt more like Kushina Uzumaki. Kenichi Amemiya walked in with Kaguya Otsutsuki with a smile, and then sat on the chair. Kushina Uzumaki also made some other delicious food, which was very rich. The table was a little full. Kenichi Amemiya looked at this scene and felt a little amused, but he was used to it. After all, he and Kaguya Otsutsuki are the biggest in the entire ninja world now, and they are treated with top treatment, no matter where they go. However, Kenichi Amemiya also smiled and talked with Minato Namikaze about the situation in the ninja world during this period, and he also got to know more about this world. After all, he is standing too high now, and there are some places he really can't see. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Amemiya Kenichi eagerly, his eyes full of admiration. He caught a glimpse of Amemiya Kenichi's sideways smile, and a warm current surged in his heart. His eyes blinked, as if he wanted to deeply engrave every detail about Amemiya Kenichi in his mind. Quietly, Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts flashed quickly. He imagined his future study career, with endless imagination in his heart. He imagined that he would use the knowledge taught by Amemiya Kenichi in class to become the smartest student on campus. Staring at Amemiya Kenichi's figure eagerly, Uzumaki Naruto felt that he had an irrepressible excitement. He felt the confidence and wisdom conveyed by Amemiya Kenichi and turned these feelings into his motivation to move forward. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but smile, and his smile was like the spring sunshine, warm and bright. He felt that he was lucky to be Amemiya Kenichi's student, as if fate had given him the best gift. He took a deep breath, and Amemiya Kenichi's thoughts echoed in his mind. The voice was crisp and pleasant, and it was like a breeze, blowing past Uzumaki Naruto's ears, giving him endless strength and inspiration. Uzumaki Naruto stood in place and cast a grateful look at Amemiya Kenichi. He felt that every movement and every expression that Amemiya Kenichi taught him was infused with endless wisdom and kindness. He keenly captured the confidence and elegance of Amemiya Kenichi, as if Uzumaki Naruto could learn endless knowledge from Amemiya Kenichi. In his heart, this teacher was not only a beacon guiding his studies, but also his inseparable spiritual pillar. The boy worked hard with full enthusiasm and worked silently. He silently told himself in his heart that only through his own footsteps could he prove that he was the best Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto firmly believed that he hoped to repay Amemiya Kenichi's expectations with his own efforts and achievements. He secretly made up his mind to pass on Amemiya Kenichi's wisdom and become a person he admired. The sun shines through the window lattice and sprinkles on the dining table, covered with a checkered tablecloth. Plates of delicious home-cooked dishes emit an alluring aroma. The braised pork is shiny with oil, the skin is slightly crispy, and the meat is soft and tender inside. The steamed fish is still steaming, and the tender fish meat seems to be still jumping. The green vegetables next to it are bright green, dotted with a few drops of sesame oil, fresh and delicious. 3 men and 2 women are sitting around the table. The men's laughter is loud and hearty, and the women's whispers are mixed with silver bell-like laughter. Their faces are full of satisfaction and happiness, and their eyes are shining with appreciation for this delicious meal. The children are playing and fighting, occasionally stealing a piece of food with chopsticks, with smug smiles on their faces. The sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding is crisp and pleasant, and the spoons are turning the food, making a slight tinkling sound. Kaguya Satsuki at home looks at all this with a kind look, but he reminded the children not to just pick what they like to eat, but to know how to share. The atmosphere in the house was warm and peaceful, as if the hustle and bustle and troubles of the outside world had nothing to do with here. A pot of jasmine in the corner exuded a faint fragrance, which was intertwined with the aroma of the food, making people indulge in this simple family warmth. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and chatted with Namikaze Minato, looked at the surrounding situation, and Namikaze Minato also gave some suggestions. This meal also made Amemiya Kenichi feel a little relieved. It has to be said that this is still pretty good. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes and looked around. If he wanted to solve these problems, it would still require some trouble. However, how to solve the space problem, Amemiya Kenichi still planned to wait and see. Now, Amemiya Kenichi just wanted to enjoy the rare food and leisure time. After finishing the meal, Kenichi Amemiya took Kaguya Otsutsuki away. He planned to look for the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu and see the structure of this ninjutsu. Then Kenichi Amemiya wanted to see if he could find any ideas and concepts about space from it. These things are now placed in the library, and the library also contains basically all the ninjutsu in the ninja world. This is also what Kenichi Amemiya requested. After all, although these ninjutsu look very good, they are actually not a problem for the current ninja world, so Kenichi Amemiya was very relieved. After Kenichi Amemiya arrived at the library, he went directly to the advanced ninjutsu area. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735. Training Kaguya Otsutsuki into the fruit of the divine tree. In the advanced ninjutsu section, Kenichi Amemiya found the book called Flying Thunder God Ninjutsu. However, the Flying Thunder God Ninjutsu had obviously been flipped through many times. Kenichi Amemiya was not too surprised. After all, it was Flying Thunder God, a very powerful ninjutsu, so many people wanted to learn it. Unfortunately, even though Kenichi Amemiya had helped many people in this world become ninjas, although everyone was a ninja, not everyone had the talent to learn Flying Thunder God ninjutsu. Why is there a hierarchy of ninjutsu in the world of Naruto? This is naturally because the difficulty of learning different ninjutsu varies. Some ninjutsu are very difficult to learn, while others have very strict requirements for bloodline limits, making them not so easy to acquire. The most important aspects of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu are dynamic vision and extremely sharp reflexes. In layman's terms, the body must be able to keep up. Without this, achieving the power of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God is extremely difficult. While Minato didn't invent the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it's undoubtedly his signature jutsu. Other ninjas are inferior to him in this area, and few will be able to master it in the future. This demonstrates the immense difficulty of establishing a jutsu like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is essentially a technique. As Kenichi Amemiya observed the explanation of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he began to form new ideas about the technique. For a master of his caliber, this technique was no problem. He mastered it with ease. He touched the bookshelf before leaving the library. Upon exiting, he instantly activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, feeling as if he had fallen into a wormhole. Almost instantly, Kenichi Amemiya appeared in front of the bookshelf. Even with his analytical abilities activated, he couldn't detect anything unusual, which surprised him. He had to admit, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu truly possessed something special, at least in his opinion. This jutsu was truly powerful enough to propel a ninja to the rank of Jonin. If combined with other ninjutsu, reaching the rank of Kage was a no-brainer. The archetypal model for Flying Thunder God was Minato Namikaze. Combined with the Rasengan, Flying Thunder God successfully steered Minato onto a different path. If that's the case, then why shouldn't others invent jutsu and me? Or thought crossed his mind. He realized that he hadn't invented many jutsu to date, having mostly been slacking off. Now, he felt the need to try inventing a jutsu, and one with powerful power. He was also developing a new perspective. Kenichi Amemiya remembered hearing his teacher say that there was a phenomenon called resonance, and that every object contained a fixed vibration frequency of its own. This frequency was different, but if one could find the vibration frequency of the object, and then achieve this frequency in one's own way in the outside world, one could affect the object from a distance, thereby driving the object's vibration and forming resonance. The energy transfer efficiency of resonance is very high. In this case, if more energy is transferred, the object can be shattered. This is also Kenichi Amemiya's current idea. So to some extent, if Kenichi Amemiya could know the resonance frequency of a planet and output enough energy to it, he could directly shatter a planet. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya tried to sense it, but he didn't sense anything. After all, the composition of the planet itself is very complicated, and it is not easy to achieve this. So Tengshu first used his analytical ability to try to analyze a stone in front of him. After mastering the vibration frequency of the stone, Kenichi Amemiya had a ball of chakra in his hand. Kenichi Amemiya controlled this ball of chakra and made it vibrate according to Kenichi Amemiya's ideas. Under Kenichi Amemiya's adjustment, the chakra ball began to vibrate at a high speed. At the same time, the stone in front of him collapsed directly and turned into debris on the ground, and the chakra energy ball in Kenichi Amemiya's hand was also consumed a little. It seems that this idea is feasible, but if this thing cannot be mastered in advance, it can only be analyzed during combat, which is too inefficient. Kenichi Amemiya looked thoughtfully at the stone fragments in front of him. The idea of resonance is feasible, but if you have to use the Rinnegan to analyze and calculate it every time, it is really useless. Kenichi Amemiya plans to continue to improve it, so that this ninjutsu can become faster and more usable. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also had some other ideas. Kenichi Amemiya came to a prison and found the prisoners here to study. Under Kenichi Amemiya's observation, Kenichi Amemiya found that the resonance frequencies of these prisoners' bodies were different, which was normal. However, Kenichi Amemiya found that the resonance frequencies in the bodies of these prisoners were very similar in terms of the performance of the heart, with only some subtle differences. But this still didn't satisfy Kenichi Amemiya's needs. He needed a similar frequency, one that could resonate with a fixed target. If he analyzed it slowly, he might as well analyze the planet itself, and then destroy its resonance. However, this was bound to be a rather cumbersome task. Kenichi Amemiya could only begin to accumulate data and find the optimal solution from it. However, finding the optimal solution was not easy, requiring a huge database. Kenichi Amemiya thought of AI. AI could itself perform these tedious tasks, thus reducing Kenichi Amemiya's workload. However, AI relies on computers, so obtaining new research results is not easy. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head, feeling a little annoyed. But looking at these death row inmates, Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas. Perhaps he could try studying the soul? Or perhaps Kenichi Amemiya had an idea. Although Kaguya Satsuki has become his wife, she followed him from another world. In this world, there is another Kaguya. Although this Kaguya has eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, according to Ishiki Satsuki, this Kaguya should have a way to cultivate the fruit of the sacred tree again. If he eats the fruit of the sacred tree, won't he gain stronger abilities? Will he be able to have a new beginning? Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya was a little tempted, so he went to find Ishiki Satsuki and planned to ask him about the feasibility of this method. Ishiki Satsuki sat casually on a lounge chair on the balcony, gazing at the distant sky and the bustling scene of the city. He closed his eyes, sighed softly, and felt calm and casual. Although he was once a child of destiny, he had accepted his current identity as an ordinary person, and was happy to enjoy this ordinary life. Ishiki Satsuki opened his eyes, smiled slightly, and looked calmly in the direction of Kenichi Amemiya. He was full of awe for Kenichi Amemiya. The reverence that surged from the bottom of his heart made him respect him. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes, as if he saw a real hero, a person worthy of admiration. Ishiki Satsuki listened to the sounds around him. The crisp bird calls penetrated the quiet air, as sweet as silver bells. He breathed in the fresh air quietly, feeling the power of life flowing in his body. His voice was clear and loud, like a bell resounding in the air, showing his presence. Ishiki Satsuki's expression was joyful and cheerful, and his smile was as bright and moving as the morning sunshine. He stood up easily, walked to the window, and looked down at the bustling street. He seemed like a free bird, spreading his wings and flying high, cheering excitedly. His steps were light and agile, and he walked freely in this busy city with a steady rhythm. Ishiki Satsuki looked at the clouds in the sky, his thoughts drifting freely, guessing the possibilities of the future. His eyes were bright, thinking about the meaning and value of life. He felt the ups and downs in his heart, his thoughts rolling and surging. He thought carefully about the experiences of the past. Memories flooded his heart, as if reenacting a gorgeous story. Ishiki Satsuki sat quietly by the window, his eyes deep and staring. He closed his eyes, immersed in his own world, his heart as still as water. He felt inner peace and tranquility, as if he was in a fairyland. His breathing was soft and even, like the rhythm of nature, blending with the surrounding environment. Ishiki Satsuki's voice is loud and magnetic, full of power and charm. His words are clear and sonorous, as if they are a declaration of truth. His voice is like the melodious sound of a piano, which makes people intoxicated. His laughter is cheerful and open, exuding a breath of warmth and joy. Ishiki Satsuki strokes his chest, and the beating of his heart accompanies his breathing. His mood is like a dancing butterfly, leaping and cheerful. With his love for life and expectation for the future, he greets the arrival of each day with vitality. His eyes sparkle with wisdom and hope, showing the determination and courage deep in his heart. Ishiki Satsuki stands on the balcony, overlooking the prosperity of the entire city. His posture is upright and confident, like a towering mountain. His eyes reveal a hint of calmness, like a clear spring, quiet and deep. His footsteps move rhythmically, steady and powerful, as if a dancer is freely expressing his soul. Sir, I think your idea has some feasibility, but there are still some problems. After all, after Kaguya consumed the divine fruit, chakra now exists in the ninja world. The divine fruit replenished in this way is not the most complete. If you want to obtain the complete divine fruit, you need to concentrate all the chakra and then transform Otsutsuki Kaguya. Only then can you obtain the most original divine fruit, or even go further. Otsutsuki Ishiki said this with a smile, looking at Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head after hearing this. If that was the case, then there would be some trouble. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the moon. Deep in the vast universe, a lonely moon floated quietly. It was not huge, but it seemed unusually deserted, like a forgotten corner. The surface of the moon was covered with craters, but among these silent craters, there were some unusual buildings. Their strange shapes seemed to be a distorted interpretation of ancient legends, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding silence. Between the buildings, strange points of light drifted, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, like the eyes of a lone traveler in the vast night sky. These lights sometimes clustered, sometimes dispersed, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Their trails traced the lunar surface, silently telling the story of this planet's past. Despite the cold and desolate nature of the moon, the presence of these points of light evoked the idea that life once existed there. Perhaps they were explorers from distant galaxies, or perhaps residents of a secret base deep within the moon, leaving behind faint yet resolute signs of life in this silent world. Within this desolate space, each building seemed lonely and mysterious, standing silently on the lunar landscape, as if watching over a distant home. Occasionally, a faint mechanical sound rang out distinctly against the empty landscape, only to be quickly swallowed by the boundless silence. Though small, this moon teemed with unknowns and possibilities for exploration, awaiting those brave enough to uncover its mysteries. Kenichi Amemiya seemed to be thinking about something. He remembered that there was a descendant of Otsutsuki on the moon, but the other party's strength was just so-so. However, Kenichi Amemiya was still quite interested in the huge Samsurai, so Kenichi Amemiya brought Kaguya to the moon using the previous method, and then casually pinned down Otsutsuki Tonari who wanted to sneak attack them, and then looked at the huge Samsurai. This thing was a masterpiece of Otsutsuki Tonari's clan. Kenichi Amemiya also planned to stay, and the next thing to do was to release Kaguya, and then control Kaguya, use her as a container, and reversely deduce the fruit of the sacred tree, and then eat the fruit of the sacred tree, to complete the leap in strength level. However, Kenichi Amemiya was not in a hurry for this step, as he still needed to complete the accumulation of time energy. Chapter 736 Otsutsuki Tonari's Little Thoughts. After he refined Kaguya Otsutsuki into the divine fruit, he could eat the divine fruit of Kaguya Otsutsuki in this world, thereby completing the transformation of the life level. And with Kaguya Otsutsuki by his side, Kenichi Amemiya didn't have to worry about anything. The Kaguya Otsutsuki beside him now is very powerful, even terrifyingly powerful. It is not such a simple thing to solve this problem. Kenichi Amemiya had considered before whether to let everyone die, and then Kenichi Amemiya would pull out their souls again. However, considering that this might cause some problems, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it might be better to let Kaguya Otsutsuki replace the consumption of chakra. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also had some thoughts in his mind, but Kenichi Amemiya was not in a hurry to get Kaguya Otsutsuki out. He was now paying attention to the affairs of Tonari Otsutsuki, and Ishiki Otsutsuki was also very interested in Tonari Otsutsuki, but he lost interest after taking a look. In the eyes of Ishiki Otsutsuki, this so-called Otsutsuki clan was actually just an Otsutsuki with degraded bloodline. There was nothing strange about it. Tonari Otsutsuki looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki beside Kenichi Amemiya in horror. Of course he recognized who this woman was. But what puzzled Otsutsuki Tonari was that, logically, Otsutsuki Kaguya should have been sealed away by her ancestors, so why would Otsutsuki Kaguya appear here? When he saw Otsutsuki Kaguya, Otsutsuki Tonari knew that he could not escape. Otsutsuki Tonari knew this very well in his heart, but looking at Kenichi Amemiya beside Kaguya Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Tonari still felt a little bit unbelievable in his heart. After all, in Otsutsuki Tonari's view, a magical person like Kaguya Otsutsuki could never be with others, but he did not expect that they were actually together. So Otsutsuki Tonari had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Kenichi Amemiya was actually his father? When he thought of this, Otsutsuki Tonari felt a little weird in his heart. Otsutsuki Tonari shook his head. It was not his father, but his grandfather. However, Kenichi Amemiya did not care about Otsutsuki Tonari's wild thoughts. He just took away the huge reincarnation eye. This thing can be used as a biological weapon. Although its own power is not particularly great, it is still acceptable in Kenichi Amemiya's view. In addition, Kenichi Amemiya cares about some other things, such as this huge reincarnation eye and the things that Otsutsuki Tonari knows. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Otsutsuki Tonari and asked, but he didn't know what was going on with Otsutsuki Tonari. Instead, he was answering very respectfully, even with a hint of flattery, which made Kenichi Amemiya stunned for a moment. But then Kenichi Amemiya thought of Kagura Otsutsuki beside him, and then looked at Tonari Otsutsuki in front of him. Kenichi Amemiya knew what this guy was like, but thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya felt a little bit amused and helpless in his heart. He really didn't expect that Tonari Otsutsuki would think so. This is quite interesting, but Kenichi Amemiya did not explain too much. Anyway, he and Kagura Otsutsuki are indeed husband and wife now. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, then stretched. He continued to mobilize the time energy, and then compressed it into his body. Honey, what do you think our child should be named? Kagura Otsutsuki looked at Kenichi Amemiya and asked. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head after hearing this. This question really gave Kenichi Amemiya a headache. After all, giving birth to a child was the first time for Kenichi Amemiya in his past and present lives, so how to name his daughter also became a problem. However, when it came to the gender of the child, Kenichi Amemiya thought of some interesting things. In the beginning, the gender of the child was actually kept secret, but this was in the past life, not this world. In the past life, many people wanted to ask the doctor what the gender of their child was, but at that time, because many areas still had the situation of favoring boys over girls, the doctor could not disclose it, in order to prevent the parents from deciding not to have the child after the gender of the child was told. Before Kenichi Amemiya traveled through time, this is basically the rule, which gave Kenichi Amemiya some impression. People at that time really wanted to know the answer in many ways. Some people took boys' and girls' clothes to ask which one the child needed to wear. Some people believed in the so-called black gloves of doctors outside and gave red envelopes to get information, but what they got was also false information. It was really laughable. However, Kenichi Amemiya did not have this concern. He knew that his child was a girl, but what to name his child made Kenichi Amemiya a little embarrassed. After all, this problem also made Kenichi Amemiya a little confused. It was not so easy to know this. Kenichi Amemiya pinched his eyebrows with a headache when he thought of this. However, Kenichi Amemiya did not think about it for too long. He named his child according to some books in his previous life. Kagura Otsutsuki was also very happy. After choosing the names, Kenichi Amemiya took Kagura Otsutsuki and Tonari Otsutsuki away. After all, there was nothing on this moon worthy of his care. Although there was another Kagura Otsutsuki below, this Kagura Otsutsuki was obviously different from his own Kagura Otsutsuki. Naturally, Kenichi Amemiya would not confuse the two of them. Kenichi Amemiya knew very well in his heart that, if he wanted to solve this problem, he needed to compress his time energy first. Now, there are only about 5 years left before the compression is completed. It seems very long, but for long-lived species like Kenichi Amemiya and Kagura Otsutsuki, it is actually just a moment in their lives. During this time, Kenichi Amemiya also plans to continue to advance the technology of this world, such as the problem of superconductors. Speaking of superconductors, Kenichi Amemiya has some ideas in his heart. He still lets the spacecraft go to outer space for mining. After all, there are too few superconductor materials at present. But in order to speed up, Amemiya Kenichi also used superconductor materials on the rocket, and since it was used on it, the speed of the rocket has also increased a lot, and now it can run once every 6 months, which made Amemiya Kenichi feel a lot happier. Amemiya Kenichi yawned, and Otsutsuki Tonari couldn't help asking about the identities of Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagura. Amemiya Kenichi smiled after hearing it, but Otsutsuki Kagura didn't pay attention to Otsutsuki Tonari. After all, although Otsutsuki Tonari also has the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, it is still not worth mentioning in the eyes of Otsutsuki Kagura. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and explained to Otsutsuki Tonari, who became a little nervous and his attitude became much more respectful. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He really didn't know how Otsutsuki Tonari's parents taught Otsutsuki Tonari, which made Otsutsuki Tonari become what he is now. It's really ridiculous. After Otsutsuki Tonari was forcibly taken away, he looked at the two people expressionlessly, with a hint of alertness in his eyes. He looked at the surrounding environment, pretending to be curious about everything. He observed the two people's every move with his eyes, carefully trying to figure out their intentions. When he saw them preparing to leave, Otsutsuki Tonari immediately stretched out his arms, hugged them in his arms, pretending to be a submissive person, and said goodbye to them with a smile. There was a hint of indifference in his smile, and a firmness hidden in his eyes. His smile was cheerful and light, like a blooming flower, but deep in his heart, he was still like a sharp blade. On the way of following them, Otsutsuki Tonari had been listening to their conversation. Every detail and every hint of theirs was caught in his ears. He seemed to be thinking about something, frowning slightly, imagining different escape plans. His mind was full of worries and wits alternating in his heart. He closed his eyes, thinking of his past experiences, recalling the pain and persistence he had suffered, which made him more determined to escape. When they arrived at their destination, Otsutsuki Tonari felt a fishy wind blowing in his face. He couldn't help swallowing a breath. He tried to hide the fear in his heart, and smiled slightly. He raised his head slightly, and pointed in the direction ahead of them. Although his heart was full of doubts and fears, he chose to take a deep breath, to make his voice sound confident and firm. They took an attacking posture, staring at him, as if looking down on him. Otsutsuki Tonari suddenly flashed a sly smile, staring at the other party in his eyes, as if he could see through their every move. His voice was loud and resounding, spreading throughout the space like thunder, full of an unprecedented power. Facing their doubts and ridicule, Otsutsuki Tonari maintained a calm smile, a slight smile in his eyes, revealing a hint of sarcasm. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, which was a kind of contempt for the enemy. He was not defeated, but instead strengthened his belief. Otsutsuki Tonari opened his arms, showing his strength and determination. His voice became steady and powerful, as majestic as a lion standing on the top of the mountain. His eyes flashed with wisdom, like a falcon ready to attack. After he won the other party's attention and respect, Otsutsuki Tonari smiled, and his eyes revealed a desire for freedom. He knew that only through his own efforts and wisdom could he regain his freedom. English, what is this guy thinking about? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Otsutsuki Tonari with a strange expression. Otsutsuki Tonari was grinning foolishly, but Amemiya Kenichi didn't care too much about Otsutsuki Tonari's thoughts. A mere Otsutsuki Tonari was not worthy of Amemiya Kenichi's concern. After Amemiya Kenichi arranged Otsutsuki Tonari to Sanzu Amado, he came to a place. In the core of the bustling city, a unique building stood proudly. Its appearance was a fusion of classic and modern. It was both simple and steady, and not lacking in fashion. The sunlight passed through the glass curtain wall, casting mottled light and shadow on the exquisite facade. Walking in it was like walking through a time tunnel. Pushing the door open, the first thing that caught the eye was a warm living room. The soft light fell on the layers of carpets. The carpets were thick and delicate. Stepping on them felt like stepping into the clouds. They were extremely soft, with careful layout and exquisite furniture. Every detail revealed the owner's love for this home. The floor lamp next to the sofa emitted a soft yellow light, which made people unconsciously relax and indulge in this warmth. Moving from the living room to the dining room, where a wooden dining table covered with greenery is quietly waiting for the owner's return, and the chandelier sparkles like a gem, as if telling of the expectation of the day. The tableau is neatly arranged. Every place looks so orderly, revealing a faint sense of ritual. The study is a quiet world. The bookshelves are filled with various books, which are the accumulation of time and the ocean of knowledge. An antique table lamp on the desk emits a tranquil light, as if guarding every soul pursuing knowledge. The bedroom is more private, with soft sheets and warm quilts in the middle of the big bed, and a bouquet of flowers at the head of the bed exudes an elegant fragrance, which makes people feel at ease. Outside the window, the hustle and bustle of the city seems to be isolated by the thick curtains. leaving only a peaceful tranquility. This house is not only a residence, but also a reflection of a life attitude. It perfectly blends the convenience of the city with the warmth of home, and is a safe haven in a busy life. This place is the house that Amemiya Kenichi built for himself. Although he could also live in the world created by Kaguya Otsutsuki, Amemiya Kenichi still prefers this lively atmosphere. Moreover, this house is not very big. It is a very cozy type. Amemiya Kenichi does not like those kinds of particularly large houses. It is troublesome to walk. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi chose this kind of house. At present, Amemiya Kenichi is very satisfied with the decoration of this house. Amemiya Kenichi is very satisfied with the house in front of him. This will be where their family lives in the future. Then it's time to go to the laboratory now. Amemiya Kenichi yawned and walked out. Chapter 737 5 years. There was some thought in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. He is now researching a new ninjutsu, which was also created by Amemiya Kenichi, based on some of his discoveries during this period. Even this ninjutsu itself contains a lot of tedious and complicated things. There was a hint of hesitation in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. He glanced at Orochimaru beside him, and scratched his head. He had originally planned to ask his teacher to see if the teacher had any opinions on these things, but what made Amemiya Kenichi fail to react was that Orochimaru did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he took out a new ninjutsu. Orochimaru said that this was a ninjutsu he had conceived during this period. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi was also a little surprised. After all, ever since Orochimaru began to come into contact with science, Amemiya Kenichi could see that his teacher seemed to be dissatisfied with this. He was not very interested in it anymore. At least many things had not been studied and understood. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya looked at what his teacher had researched with some curiosity. After looking at it for a while, Kenichi Amemiya was surprised to find that the ninjutsu developed by his teacher Orochimaru was indeed very interesting. This ninjutsu was an alternative brain-changing technique, which directly replaced the human brain to achieve a new kind of immortality. Moreover, the speed was very fast and there were no side effects. It could even achieve an adaptation effect of almost 100%, which was incredible. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes, with some thought in his eyes. If this thing were put in his previous life, it would probably attract the attention of many people. After all, this thing itself was a kind of alternative immortality, and when people developed to a certain stage, they naturally began to have new pursuits in this area. However, this thing is not very meaningful in the ninja world. After all, the current ninja world has, to some extent, completed a new method of immortality. The simplest one is some life extension, or injecting the genes of the Otsutsuki clan. Just injecting these things can extend people's life expectancy to 500 years old, which is a very amazing number. In addition to this, you can do other things, such as the teacher's reincarnation, so the ninja world's pursuit of immortality is relatively low. In the past life, in fact, there are countless people studying and promoting immortality, such as some scientists trying to develop brain-computer interfaces, and the field of brain-computer interfaces has made significant progress, successfully realizing the implantation of 4 meters level flexible electrodes, which can transmit 20 GB of neural signals per second. This achievement has made the capture of brain neural signals has reached unprecedented accuracy, laying the foundation for mechanical ascension. Coupled with the emergence of AI, as an advanced intelligent technology, AI can create intelligent entities similar to the human brain, by learning personal data for a long time. It is regarded as a possible way to achieve immortality. At the same time, the emergence of biotechnology has brought major breakthroughs in cell programming. Through this technology, the number of cell divisions has been successfully increased to 10 times, which provides new possibilities for delaying cell aging and prolonging life. In addition, there is medicine. It is no secret that internationally famous wealthy people take a longevity injection worth millions every month. It can only be said that people are always afraid of death, which is understandable. After all, people these days cannot escape the fear of death. The reason why Kenichi Amemiya was researching this thing was that he had some new ideas, but this new idea was not so feasible. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya lost interest, but continued to come to the laboratory and discuss the development of the ninja world during this period with Sanzu Amado. At present, the development of the ninja world has not changed much. Although there are some technological innovations, when there are some basic things missing, these new innovations become less reliable and easy to use. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya has no interest in this in his heart. Although these new technological innovations are somewhat useful, they are not enough to change the pattern of the world, nor can the world solve the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. So Kenichi Amemiya simply discussed military development with Sanzu Amado. After all, military development is also a very important thing. If you want to. Fighting against the Otsutsuki is not an easy task. Kenichi Amemiya knows this very well in his heart, so in order to become stronger, Kenichi Amemiya still plans to work harder and find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Kenichi Amemiya is a little hesitant in his heart, but Kenichi Amemiya doesn't have any better solutions. Although he has now learned more information about the Otsutsuki clan from Kaguya and number 4, it is risky to get resources from these Otsutsuki clans and to contact them. Kenichi Amemiya plans to improve his strength first, and then consider other issues. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya has some new ideas in his heart, but now, Kenichi Amemiya still plans to develop weapons. As for weapons, Sanzu Amado did make some suggestions, but relatively speaking, they did not meet Kenichi Amemiya's requirements. Sanzu Amado, I have had a new idea recently. You should know about resonance, right? The essence of resonance lies in the synergistic effect of energy. When the frequency of the external force matches the system's own inherent frequency, the resonance phenomenon will be triggered. At this time, the energy is no longer dispersed and transmitted to the entire system, but acts precisely at the microscopic level, causing molecules, atoms and other basic units to continue to absorb energy under the drive of a specific frequency, and eventually cause violent vibrations. This process can be compared to a strong positive feedback loop. The system can quickly accumulate energy at this specific frequency, thereby producing significant displacement changes at the microscopic level, and even showing violent destructive results at the macroscopic level. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sanzu Amado and said. Sanzu Amado nodded after hearing it. Resonance. Of course he knew about it, but what Sanzu Amado didn't understand was why Kenichi Amemiya would talk about this. After all, although resonance has some uses, it is not the current technological direction of research and development in the ninja world. Kenichi Amemiya simply talked about his ideas. He still plans to try to use resonance to destroy what he wants to destroy, so Kenichi Amemiya plans to ask Sanzu Amado and others to see what they think when facing this problem. After hearing Kenichi Amemiya's question, Amado Sanzu's eyes were thoughtful. He admitted that Kenichi Amemiya's idea was feasible. After all, this thing is not impossible, and it even has enough theoretical possibility. Sanzu Amado thought about it, and understood what Kenichi Amemiya meant. Kenichi Amemiya had greater ambitions. He wanted to create a matching weapon system to realize his ideas. Sanzu Amado sat at the table in the laboratory, staring at the design drawings in front of him. He looked at them intently, with a gleam in his eyes and a slight frown on his brow, thinking about how to turn the concept of this supercomputer into reality. He looked at the densely packed circuit lines on the drawings, his eyes revealing confidence and determination. He glanced at the equipment in the corner, his eyes full of expectation. He knew that only through his own wisdom and hard work could this AI system truly possess extremely powerful processing capabilities. Sanzu Amado's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. Like a master playing music, he operated each command lightly and accurately. Lines of code appeared on the screen, as if telling of his love and pursuit of science. At the same time, he kept pondering how to optimize the system's operating speed, and thinking about how to make the computer more intelligent. There seemed to be an endless stream of thoughts in his mind. He incorporated his ideas into the design one by one. In the process, Sanzu Amado's eyes were full of energy. His eyes sparkled with moving light, his gaze was firm and full of confidence. He knew very well that this task was a huge challenge for him, but he also believed in his abilities and believed that he could succeed. Unknowingly, time passed quickly, and Sanzu Amado felt the thoughts in his mind constantly turning into reality. His face was filled with satisfaction and pride. He knew that his efforts would not be in vain. At the last moment, when Santo Amado finally turned on the supercomputer, the lines of code displayed on the screen were the crystallization of his wisdom. He heard the slight humming sound of the machine, which was a call for success. Santo Amado smiled slightly, his eyes revealing infinite longing for the future. The birth of this AI system will bring great progress and convenience to mankind, and all of this is inseparable from the efforts and wisdom of the smart and brave scientist Santo Amado. However, now Santo Amado still needs to continue his efforts before he can try to make what he wants. Kenichi Amemiya stared at the distant sky, his eyes revealing foresight and determination. His eyes saw through everything, as if he could see all the challenges and opportunities in the future. There was a firmness in his eyes, no fear, only the determination to move forward courageously. Kenichi Amemiya pursed his lips and smiled slightly, with determination and confidence in his smile. He knew that for the sake of those who trusted him, he must uphold his responsibilities and work tirelessly to move forward. Even if he was busy as a tide, he never stopped working for that better future, for those who looked up to him. In the noisy world, Kenichi Amemiya smiled, but did not forget the warm home behind him. Even during a short break, he did not forget to spend time with his family, trying his best to make up for the time he missed due to busy work. When he saw the happy smiles of his family, the fatigue in his heart instantly dissipated, and he was re-injected with strength. His voice was majestic and passionate, like a loud bell, conquering people's hearts, and every in this speech, his voice rushed out like a torrent, conveying firm determination and conviction. He was not afraid of fatigue, he was not afraid of difficulties. As long as someone needed his voice, he would always stand up without hesitation. Kenichi Amemiya never forgot his original intention. He clearly felt the surging thoughts in his heart. He thought about the future development, pondered every detail, and speculated on various possibilities. His mind was always fantasizing about a better world, a future that would benefit everyone. However, Kenichi Amemiya was also an emotional person. When he saw those who needed help, his eyes were full of pity and worry. He was heartbroken for their plight, but he was also more determined to achieve his goal, hoping to bring them hope and light. These are the things and responsibilities that Kenichi Amemiya shoulders. Kenichi Amemiya has no intention of giving up his duties, but how to do it is a problem. Oh, what a hassle. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He has now handed the development work to Amado Sanzu. The reason for handing it over to Amado Sanzu was because Kenichi Amemiya planned to complete his own ninjutsu, and what Kenichi Amemiya handed over to Amado Sanzu was to train AI and supercomputers. After all, Kenichi Amemiya knew that it would be difficult for him to quickly find the resonance frequency of each object by himself. Kenichi Amemiya planned to rely on AI and supercomputers, which have a computing speed of several trillion times per second, to calculate these things, so that he could find the movement laws of these things in a faster time. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also had a headache. It was not so easy for him to deal with this problem, but there was no way. In order to solve this problem, Kenichi Amemiya could only do this. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes became more entangled. He didn't have much time to go back now, and what Kenichi Amemiya was more concerned about now was the progress of his body's compression of time energy. Kenichi Amemiya also yawned, and then continued to work on the energy compression in his body. Sunlight streamed through the expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows into this simple, modern house, casting dappled shadows on the off-white floor. The interior, dominated by white and grey, was subtly punctuated by a few black metal accents, creating a sense of understated modernity. A few geometric patterned cushions were casually placed on the sofa, adding a touch of vitality to the cool-toned space. In a corner of the living room, Kenichi Amemiya lay on a comfortable couch, his posture remarkably relaxed. The afternoon sun gently warmed his face, his brows slightly relaxed, as if savoring the moment of tranquility. Soft music filled the room, its melody resonating harmoniously with the occasional chug of wheels outside. Kenichi Amemiya rested his arm on the edge of the sofa, revealing his watch, the ticking of the hour and minute hands, as if silently recording the passage of time. 5 years had passed, he had finally compressed it. Chapter 738, Time Constitution and Intelligent Ninja World. For 5 years, Kenichi Amemiya has been busy compressing this time energy, but it must be said that compressing this time energy is indeed not an easy task, at least in Kenichi Amemiya's own opinion, and the difficulty of this thing itself is also very great. In Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, if you want to perfectly compress this time energy, you need to pay a lot of things, which gives Kenichi Amemiya a headache. But so far, Kenichi Amemiya has achieved some results. At least he has now completed the compression completely. After the compression is completed, Kenichi Amemiya also felt the strangeness of his body. If Kenichi Amemiya's body metabolism slowed down many times after he became a vegetative person like the Otsutsuki clan, then now Kenichi Amemiya's body has almost no metabolism, and his heartbeat only beats once a day. But the strange thing is that Kenichi Amemiya, the rest of Kenichi's body was very normal and there was no problem at all. This made Kenichi Amemiya realize that after the compression of the time energy was completed, the biggest change to himself was first reflected in this part. However, if it was just like this, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it was not enough. After all, he compressed it for so long not to prolong his life. Kenichi Amemiya now has a certain understanding of his life energy. After he became a member of the Otsutsuki clan, his lifespan has reached more than 10,000 years, or even longer, so Kenichi Amemiya is not very worried about his lifespan. The essence of his energy compression is to make his strength stronger. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes became more thoughtful. How to solve this problem has become a problem that Kenichi Amemiya is currently more worried about. He plans to find Augustin Noffa and talk to Augustin Noffa about this matter. After all, Augustin Noffa claimed to be the guardian of time, but since he was the guardian of time, theoretically he should be able to get some help. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya planned to ask Augustin Noffa to see what Augustin Noffa said. After Kenichi Amemiya found Augustin Noffa was also busy dealing with things. After seeing Kenichi Amemiya, Augustin Noffa smiled and greeted Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya also smiled at Augustin Noffa, but Kenichi Amemiya's expression was a little strange at this moment, because the rabbit doll Augustin Noffa was actually wearing a formal suit, and Uchiha Hikaru on the side had grown up a little. After seeing Kenichi Amemiya, she happily ran to Kenichi Amemiya, and then hugged Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya smiled, and touched Uchiha Hikaru's head, and then his eyes were a little erratic. This although Sasuke has broken free from the illusion for some time, he is still deeply in love with Uchiha Hikaru, which makes Amemiya Kenichi feel helpless. But the good news is that Uchiha Hikaru has also begun to slowly try to accept Uchiha Sasuke, a man who is much younger than himself. After all, Uchiha Hikaru also saw what Sasuke did in the illusion. Amemiya Kenichi stuffed Sasuke into a world similar to the main god space, but even so, Sasuke still fought hard in order to resurrect Uchiha Hikaru. It is conceivable how deep Sasuke's feelings for Uchiha Hikaru are. Now, Uchiha Hikaru is finally willing to talk to Sasuke and talk about the past. This makes Sasuke very happy, and it can even be said that he is a little too happy. Amemiya Kenichi doesn't care about this, and now he is more concerned about Augustin Noffa, and Augustin Noffa's eyes are a little complicated after seeing Amemiya Kenichi. As the guardian of time, Augustin Noffa has seen many geniuses, but this is the first time he has seen someone like Kenichi Amemiya who can compress time into his body. Therefore, Augustin Noffa admires Kenichi Amemiya very much. After all, Augustin Noffa knows very well how difficult it is to control time energy in this world. Even the strong men in the Otsutsuki clan can basically not control time. But now Kenichi Amemiya has done it, which makes Augustin Noffa feel a little outrageous. But Augustin Noffa's heart is also filled with some motivation. Augustin Noffa thinks that Kenichi Amemiya is a little strange. Maybe Kenichi Amemiya himself is a similar type to these guardians, and they all have powerful powers. Thinking of this, Augustin Noffa told Kenichi Amemiya how to use and control these things, as well as how to make them. As for how to deal with these things, Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas after hearing about it. He simply dealt with it with Augustin Noffa, and when it was almost done, Kenichi Amemiya left with satisfaction. He now knew from Augustin Noffa how to use these time energies. He had no way to consume them by himself before, but now he has these things, and his control over time will be further strengthened. In layman's terms, it means that Kenichi Amemiya can now pause and control the speed of time at will, and it does not consume his own time, but consumes these time energies. However, Augustine Noffer also said that it is recommended that Kenichi Amemiya wait for a while before using such an ability. His body is transforming towards a time physique. When the transformation is completed, his body will automatically absorb those time energies to replace these consumptions. At that time, Kenichi Amemiya can truly use time energy at will. After hearing what Augustine Noffer said, Kenichi Amemiya extinguished his ability to use this thing. Kenichi Amemiya sat on the chair and waved his hand. The next second, a cup of coffee flew over. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the service robot in front of him with a trance in his eyes. The ninja world during this period was also making rapid progress. With the help of the time laboratory, the ninja world has now fully entered the era of intelligence. Although in Kenichi Amemiya's view it is the era of big data, these time things can be continuously accommodated and improved, and some novel research and displays can also be obtained. For example, basic and tedious jobs such as the service industry and agriculture have all been replaced by robots, and even the robots themselves are smaller and more flexible. Of course, Scorpion still made outstanding contributions in this. Now Scorpion is the Minister of Mechanical Department of the Ninja World. He joined other puppeteers to make these robots. Outstanding research and development contributions, such as the thing in front of Kenichi Amemiya. This thing itself is a unique robot, and it is more compact and flexible, so it is still very interesting. When Kenichi Amemiya heard this, he also had some ideas. He looked at the thing in front of him with a hint of thought in his eyes. Although the technological level of this world has advanced a lot, in Kenichi Amemiya's view, there are still many areas that can be improved. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also narrowed his eyes. He can't use time energy in a short time, so Kenichi Amemiya plans to see the speed of technological development in this world and then study it. Moreover, superconducting materials are now basically popularized, and how to develop in the future has also become a problem. Moreover, the population of the ninja world has also increased a lot. After all, peacetime has lasted for a long time, and the population has naturally exploded. Amemiya Kenichi went to look for Sanzo Amado, who was looking at the huge supercomputer in front of him at this moment, with a glimmer of pride and satisfaction in his eyes. 5 years of persistence and unremitting efforts finally paid off with the long-awaited result. An indescribable joy surged in his heart, and the satisfaction of overcoming difficulties came over him. Sanzo Amado gently touched the supercomputer that exuded a fresh breath with trembling fingers. When his fingers touched the cold metal shell, it seemed as if countless information was colliding in his heart, inspiring endless excitement and joy. He took a deep breath, feeling the intoxicating fresh breath, as if the whole world was cheering for his achievement. There was a bright light in Sanzo Amado's eyes. He knew in his heart that this supercomputer would bring more possibilities to mankind. He firmly believed that only the advancement of science and technology can lead mankind to a better future. For this, he has spent countless sleepless nights guarding the cold machine without sleep. He closed his brows and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The efforts of the past 5 years have exhausted him physically and mentally, but at this moment, he felt unprecedented fulfillment and satisfaction. The fatigue on his face was dispelled by a joyful smile, and sparks of perseverance and wisdom flashed in his eyes. Sanzo Amado put his hand on his chest, feeling his beating heart. The trembling rhythm seemed to be the melody of his potential. Every breath he took was full of determination and courage. He was willing to constantly challenge himself for the advancement of science and technology, and for the happiness of mankind. Yes, this is a smart and persevering man. His name is Sanzo Amado. He is not afraid of difficulties or failures. He uses his wisdom and perseverance to build a supercomputer that amazes the world. This man will bring more progress and development to mankind, and become a driving force for social progress. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the laboratory in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Sanzo Amado could come up with such a huge thing. The light refracted into this futuristic laboratory through the special transparent wall panels. The silver metal floor shone with cold light under the light. Various high-tech instruments were arranged in an orderly manner. flashing with faint electronic light. In this ocean of technology, the most eye-catching thing was an extremely large computer. Its chassis was like a huge meteorite, occupying the center of the entire room. The server modules surrounded it like tributaries flowing into the sea, constantly performing complex calculations. The display of this computer was like the screen of a small cinema, clearly showing the trajectory of the data flow. The blue light jumped on the screen like a meteor in the night sky, and its cooling system made a slight humming sound, as if the heart of the fortress was beating strongly. The researchers around were wearing white coats, staring at the screen intently, their faces showing either concentration or excitement. They occasionally exchanged a few words, and their voices revealed their excitement for the infinite longing for future technology. The walls were covered with screens and instruments, which constantly updated various information inside and outside the laboratory. On the laboratory table nearby, various reagents and instruments were quietly placed, waiting to be activated by smart fingers. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city shone through the glass, reflecting the light in the laboratory, as if it was the intersection of two eras. Suddenly, a special data sequence appeared on the computer screen. The researchers' eyes were instantly focused, and their breathing seemed to stagnate, nervous and expectant, because they knew that this might be a major breakthrough in their research. The atmosphere in the laboratory solidified at this moment, and time seemed to be staring at this spectacular machine, waiting for the birth of a miracle. Can this thing meet my requirements now? Amemiya Kenichi asked with interest, while looking at Sanzo Amado. After hearing this, Sanzo Amado glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with some thought in his eyes. He whispered to Amemiya Kenichi about the capabilities of the laboratory itself, and the current computing power of the supercomputer. Amemiya Kenichi was quite satisfied after hearing this. Amemiya Kenichi tried it simply, and found that this thing was connected to many things, and was calculating something. Amemiya Kenichi took a look, and saw a resonance frequency of many things on it. Miyagi Kenichi was quite satisfied with this. After all, the essence of Amemiya Kenichi's research on this thing was to study the resonant frequency of these things. Only by finding the resonant frequency could Amemiya Kenichi obtain what he wanted. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes also showed some more interest. However, this thing was still too large and not suitable for use at the moment. However, Amemiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. He issued a command, asking the machine to analyze the resonant frequency of the planet under his feet. Hearing this, Sanzo Amado's eyes were a little horrified. What was he planning to do? Amemiya Kenichi smiled and comforted Sanzo Amado. He had no intention of destroying this world. After all, this world was still very useful to Amemiya Kenichi. He just wanted to see how long it would take for the machine to analyze the resonant frequency. This would also facilitate Amemiya Kenichi's future research. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes also showed some thought, and the analysis began. The expected time displayed on it was a full 3 months. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched, but being able to analyze it in 3 months was not bad. Chapter 739 The Returning Spaceship. Kenichi Amemiya, are you planning to use resonance to directly resonate this planet and break it apart? Sanzo Amado couldn't help but ask when he saw Kenichi Amemiya in front of him. He was a little worried. After all, this kind of thing was really possible, and Kenichi Amemiya did have such strength. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head after hearing this. How could he possibly think of destroying his own planet by resonance? Wouldn't that be courting death? The reason why Kenichi Amemiya planned to seek the resonance frequency of this planet was mainly to check and see what the frequency of this thing was in resonance, and then see if he could find some corresponding clues, so as to infer the resonance frequency of other planets, and develop some new things. After hearing Kenichi Amemiya's words, Sanzo Amado was relieved. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya saw a cockroach crawling in the corner of the laboratory. Kenichi Amemiya waved his hand, and the cockroach flew in front of Kenichi Amemiya, struggling constantly. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the cockroach in front of him thoughtfully. Naturally, there were cockroaches in the ninja world. This was a very normal thing, and this kind of cockroach was also. It is the size of the American cockroach, and it is very big. This made Kenichi Amemiya think of some interesting things. Kenichi Amemiya had heard before that in some places, especially Guangdong, if you suddenly see two things like hair, and they are shaking, then it is best to take out your slippers, because what you see may be a cute little thing with twin ponytails. The American cockroach is a specialty of Guangzhou, a super large cockroach that can fly. However, this is not the reason why Kenichi Amemiya brought this cockroach here. The reason why Kenichi Amemiya brought this cockroach here is purely because Kenichi Amemiya thought of a movie he had seen a long time ago, which was adapted from a comic. Of course, there were too many fancy operations in the later stage of this comic, so Kenichi Amemiya did not pay attention to it. The name of this movie is Naruto Alien Species, and the whole plot of the movie is that humans sent people to Mars to collect cockroach samples sent there before, hoping to obtain some research data from them. Then they found that the cockroaches there had evolved into super large cockroaches, almost the same size as humans, and at the same time, possessed very strong physical fitness and cockroach specific super strong clustering. Those people also injected insect genes to obtain some specific enhancements of insects. Then there was a burst of imagination, and there was a duel between humans and cockroach people, and then the cockroach people showed super adaptability. However, after watching it, Kenichi Amemiya felt that this movie was more like a very strange thing. The cockroaches in it evolved very quickly and had high combat power. In the later period, some anthropomorphic cockroaches appeared. The more you looked at them, the more they looked like Black Brothers. So Kenichi Amemiya once suspected that this movie was a metaphor for something, but later this comic was said to have overturned, and Kenichi Amemiya no longer paid attention to it. But now, looking at these cockroaches in front of him, Kenichi Amemiya had an idea. If chakra is used to transform cockroaches, what will be gained? Kenichi Amemiya was very curious about this question, so he planned to give it a try. Kenichi Amemiya also planned to use ultra high pressure to train these cockroaches, that is, the space environment. It is possible to obtain some alternative cockroach warriors. Although it would be a bit strange to have a group of cockroaches as his subordinates, it is worth a try anyway. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya told his idea to Sanzu Amado, and then asked Sanzu Amado to try it. After hearing it, Sanzu Amado agreed directly, and he was very interested in this matter. The research on cockroach warriors is just a casual move by Kenichi Amemiya. After all, the technological progress in the world has once again fallen into a state of stagnation. If you want to develop technology, you need to introduce some new things, or some bursts of inspiration, but things like bursts of inspiration are too difficult to achieve, so even now, people have no research or other ideas. Kenichi Amemiya does have some other ideas about this, but it is not an easy thing to realize those fantasy technologies. There are still some difficulties. Kenichi Amemiya looked at these things in front of him thoughtfully, with some thoughts in his eyes. As for resonance, Kenichi Amemiya also plans to try to study it. Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya can hardly imagine what the resonance frequency of the planet is. Even if he really masters the resonance frequency of this planet, it will require enough energy. Only after they converge can we consider trying to resonate and shatter, otherwise it may be destroyed by the resonance of the planet itself. This is also a problem that needs to be considered. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also had some other ideas in his heart, but how to realize this idea? Kenichi Amemiya currently does not have too many ideas. Kenichi Amemiya is not very anxious. These things cannot be rushed, and there is no use in being anxious. So instead of being anxious, it is better to think about and solve these problems slowly. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, and then left the laboratory. As soon as he left, Kenichi Amemiya saw a book signing event. Kenichi Amemiya curiously leaned over to take a look, and then he found that it was a book signing event for Orochi Princess Intimate Diary. Kenichi Amemiya knew who it was when he saw the name. After all, except Jiraiya, no one dared to write such a work. He leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, it was Jiraiya sitting inside. Jiraiya, this guy, is really courting death. Even though he is chased and beaten by the teacher every day, he still hasn't given up his inner thoughts. You guy really is. Amemiya. Kenichi looked at Jiraiya and shook his head. Jiraiya's works have also released many versions during this period, and there is even a VR experience version. Amemiya Kenichi was also a little curious and wanted to buy it to try, but seeing Kaguya smiling at him, Amemiya Kenichi gave up the idea. Now Orochimaru and Intimate Paradise series have become Jiraiya's two most popular works, the kind that has no other. So now Jiraiya has created these two works. Amemiya Kenichi can understand it. Although it is understandable, Amemiya Kenichi's emotions are still a little subtle. He looked at Jiraiya, then silently took out his mobile phone and took a look, counted for 5 minutes, and then the autograph session was cancelled because Orochimaru came. Orochimaru cracked Jiraiya's head with his strong hand and pinched his head. In an instant, the whole autograph session became a mess. Kenichi Amemiya was a little bit amused, but looking at Jiraiya's wealthy appearance, Kenichi Amemiya felt that Jiraiya must have made a lot of money. Kenichi Amemiya yawned. The autograph session had been forced to be cancelled. After all, under the threat of the teacher, basically no one dared to do anything casually. Kenichi Amemiya held his chin. It was really a pity, but there was nothing he could do. He could only start to study slowly. Kenichi Amemiya felt that Jiraiya and the teacher would probably fight a few more times before they would stop. This was quite interesting. Kenichi Amemiya was a little curious whether Jiraiya would win or the teacher would win, but thinking of the teacher's Mangeki Sharingan, Kenichi Amemiya felt that the teacher would win. Jiraiya's bright eyes flashed with a kind smile. He raised his head slightly and looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. His eyes were full of profound wisdom and lofty ambitions. His eyes seemed to see through the clouds, as if he could see a blue future. He squinted his eyes gently, smiled, and enjoyed the breeze caressing his cheek. Every inch of muscle in his body exuded vitality and strength, as if his energy was endless. He straightened his waist, standing upright and at ease. Everything in front of him seemed so vivid and beautiful, with a smile of self-confidence hanging at the corner of his mouth. The arc of a letter. He smiled and looked around, his eyes cast on every familiar person and thing, as if the world had become more beautiful because of his existence. His laughter was loud and cheerful, conveying his inner joy and satisfaction. His laughter made people feel as if they were in a sea of joy, completely breaking all the dull atmosphere around. Jiraiya walked between the streets and alleys, full of confidence and free and easy. He walked vigorously, every step seemed to be in the rhythm of youth. His footsteps were light and powerful, directly penetrated the dust, and people felt his strong vitality and unyielding will. His voice is low and magnetic, as if it can travel through time and space, with infinite power. Every word he speaks is sonorous and powerful, every syllable is accurate, as if it is a moving music, echoing in people's ears. His voice is full of passion and love. People can't help but be attracted. Jiraiya's laughter is as clear as a spring, warming people's hearts. He is so cheerful and full of energy, as if the sun is shining on the earth, emitting warmth and hope everywhere. His every move is full of confidence and courage, as if Jiraiya is brave and fearless, and he never backs down in the face of difficulties and challenges. He strides forward steadily, as if performing a wonderful dance. Every movement of his is accompanied by persistence and determination, and his eyes reveal a fearless firmness. Jiraiya is a legend in the ninja world. His existence is like a bright light, illuminating the hearts of countless people, giving them courage and hope. The echo of his laughter brings joy to people's hearts, as if the whole world has become more beautiful and warmer because of his existence. Orochimaru looked at the machines in the laboratory running day and night, her eyes peeking through the thick glass, observing the long dome and results of the pharmaceutical research. She stared with wide eyes, staring at these seemingly obscure data, her thoughts drifting involuntarily. She guessed about the possibilities of the future and deduced different experimental plans, but the predicament before her made her feel helpless. Orochimaru suppressed the disappointment in her heart, took a deep breath, looked up at the ceiling, and began to sort out her past scientific research experience. For countless nights, Orochimaru had been in the cold laboratory, tirelessly trying to adjust the mixing ratios of various pharmaceuticals, temperature changes and other parameters, hoping to dig out an exciting breakthrough. However, every effort was dormant in fruitless silence. She held the thoughts in her mind, her eyes slightly wrinkled, showing a hint of uneasiness. Orochimaru rubbed his forehead, as if to drive away the predicament in his mind, but the confusion in his heart had already spread. Her mood was so tangled, as if she was a cat's eye full of doubts that squinted at the world. She thought, trying to find a moment of decision. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a faint bitter smile bloomed on her face in the thousands of thoughts in her heart. Orochimaru's eyes became more gloomy, and she closed her eyes, as if she could hear the cry of her heart. Her voice was low and firm, like a long echo echoing in an empty place. Unwilling to overcome helplessness, Orochimaru used all his strength to suppress his inner anxiety, but soon Orochimaru didn't think too much about it. After all, there was no point in thinking about these things. Orochimaru planned to find his disciples and ask his students to see what their students thought in this area. Thinking of this, Orochimaru also had some ideas in his mind. He planned to try to study it, and see if he could find out anything. If he could, then it would be great. When Orochimaru found Kenichi Amemiya, he was at the launch center. The rocket launch center was bustling with people, and everyone's face was filled with anticipation and nervousness. The huge launch pad stood under the sky, like a giant gateway to the interstellar space. The electronic screens around it played the flight images of the spacecraft in outer space in real time, and in the control room next to it, the staff stared at the data screen to ensure that everything was operating normally. The air was filled with a faint smell of fuel, mixed with the roar of the machines, forming a unique symphony of the scene. The sun had just climbed above the horizon, and the golden sunlight fell on this land full of technology, adding a touch of warmth to the tense atmosphere. Whispers and laughter came from the crowd from time to time, trying to hide their inner uneasiness. As the scheduled return time drew closer, people's breathing seemed to become rapid. Some clasped their hands, some bowed their heads to pray, and others looked up at the sky, as if they could see the returning spacecraft through the thin clouds. Suddenly, a bright light streaked across the sky, like a retrograde meteor, and people's attention was instantly attracted by the rapidly approaching light. Here he comes. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes and looked at the spaceship above, with some thought in his eyes. He had noticed before that some interesting changes seemed to have happened on the spaceship, and now, the other party is back, so this is very interesting. Kenichi Amemiya really wants to know, what is the current situation on this spaceship? Chapter 740 Intelligent Leeches. Before, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that some changes had occurred in the spaceship, and the whole situation was quite humorous. To put it simply, the leeches seemed to have evolved to a certain extent after devouring most of the fishmen, and after the evolution was completed, these guys also had some problems. These leeches underwent some very strange changes. In general, these leeches seemed to have evolved to a certain extent, and these leeches also began to have some problems. They even felt that they could devour other people on the spaceship, and in fact, these leeches did so. During the whole process, Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones were observing silently. For Kenichi Amemiya, observing the existence of these things themselves is also very valuable, and in fact, these little guys are indeed very powerful. They even learn to disguise themselves. And there is a possibility of evolution through some other ways. This is a very good progress in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya, but how to deal with it is a problem. After observing for a long time, Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clone finally confirmed that these leeches have indeed undergone great changes. They even have a certain intelligence. This is incredible. However, even if they have intelligence, these guys are just experimental subjects in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya. With the tacit consent of Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clone, the spacecraft also ushered in a catastrophe. This catastrophe affected many people. The reason why Kenichi Amemiya was fine was purely because Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clone knew how to hide himself, and Kenichi Amemiya was able to know it because Kenichi Amemiya had more than one shadow clone. The other shadow clone disbanded when it had collected almost all the memories, and then Kenichi Amemiya also got these memories. According to the memories conveyed by the shadow clone, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner as planned during the long interstellar voyage of this spacecraft. The astronauts and scientists on board conducted various scientific experiments every day, monitored the various data of the spacecraft, and occasionally tried to contact the control center of the ninja world through the communication system. However, due to the distance, it was useless. But this was originally part of their attempt. Although Otani Kawasaki was in charge of other business, it did not mean that there was nothing else to do. In fact, in addition to Otani Kawasaki, many other scientists also participated in this research, so there were also some staff responsible for communication. But one day, when an astronaut was conducting a cargo hold inspection, a seemingly inconspicuous little leech caught his attention. This leech was similar in appearance to the leech the same species brought aboard before was a little different. Its body was a strange dark purple color, and a faint light flickered on the surface. However, because the matter of leeches was confidential, the astronaut did not know about it, so the astronaut thought it might be an ordinary leech accidentally introduced into a water system on the spacecraft, and planned to get rid of it. However, when he stretched out his tools to try to catch the leech, an accident happened. The leech suddenly jumped away flexibly, and then rushed to the astronaut's skin at an extremely fast speed, biting him instantly. The leech's jaw seemed to be highly poisonous. The astronaut only felt a tingling sensation, and then lost consciousness. When the captain discovered the problem, and went to deal with it, he found that the staff member's behavior had become abnormally slow and mechanical, and his eyes revealed a kind of madness and weirdness. He had actually turned into an irrational monster. At first, the people on the spacecraft did not realize the terrible consequences of the mutant leech. They just thought that the behavior of this zombie colleague was a little strange, and suspected that it might be an unknown virus or an attack of cosmic rays. Even Otani Shoji did not care too much. After all, Otani Shoji found that the concept of this thing itself was different, and there was nothing else on the astronaut's body, which made Otani Shoji think that it should be fine. After all, if the problem was caused by leeches, then theoretically, this colleague should have other problems, and there were leeches crawling on his body. This is also a very obvious feature of this strange creature's attack. Otani Shoji has seen it, so it is for this reason that Otani Shoji did not think much about it, and the people on the spacecraft others also tried to treat and comfort the astronaut, but soon they found that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. This zombie had no mercy or reason for the people around him. As long as someone approached, he would bite madly. As the number of people bitten gradually increased, the atmosphere on the spacecraft became more and more tense and panic. Everyone knew that they could become the next target at any time. In order to deal with this sudden crisis, the commander of the spacecraft urgently summoned scientific researchers. It was at this time that Otani Shoji confirmed that this guy was attacked by mutant leeches. Otani Shoji wanted to seek help from the Force Assurance Officer, but Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone chose to cut off the internal communications of the spacecraft for observation, and then pretended to be dead. There was no other way. Otani Kawasaki could only work with other scientific researchers to race against time to conduct research. They tried to analyze the gene sequence of leeches and find ways to inhibit the spread of the virus. At the same time, the security personnel took on the responsibility of protecting other personnel on the spacecraft. They concentrated the bitten people in a relatively independent area and tried to isolate them from the normal operation area of the spacecraft. At first, Otani Kawasaki proposed to kill the infected people, but others disagreed. The captain also wanted to save them, so they had to be detained first. However, all these efforts seemed to be a drop in the bucket. The spread of mutant leeches was far beyond people's imagination. More and more aerospace the crew members were attacked by hidden leeches and turned into zombies. Various equipment on the spacecraft began to malfunction frequently. Many of the equipment that required human maintenance were occupied by leeches or left unattended. The entire spacecraft's ecosystem began to fall into chaos. At this moment of life and death, some astronauts began to propose more radical self-rescue plans. They tried to eliminate these zombies, but at this time, it was too late to do so. Sure enough, in the helpless eyes of Otani Koji, all this became irreversible. The leeches occupied the food area and reproduced rapidly. Soon the spacecraft was full of leeches, and it was too late to resist at this time. At this time, the personnel on the spacecraft were exhausted, and their weapons and ammunition were running low. In one battle after another, many astronauts were bitten and turned into zombies. The entire spacecraft fell into an endless cycle of terror. As time went on, the number of zombies increased, and the number of survivors on the spacecraft decreased. In this abyss of despair, People began to realize in despair that they might not be able to survive in this small spacecraft. The spacecraft's communication system was also unable to contact the ninja world due to equipment failure and zombie destruction. They were the last spark of life in this dark universe, but they were about to be completely extinguished. In the end, in a large-scale leech attack, the remaining survivors were almost wiped out, and only Otani Shoji and several other survivors were trying to resist. What happened afterwards Kenichi Amemiya didn't know. After all, his shadow clone brought back this information, and it might be a problem of distance. Anyway, when Kenichi Amemiya received it, he found that the time was relatively late, 5 days late. This means that, if the distance in the universe is too far, the transmission of memory will be delayed for a period of time after the shadow clone disbands. However, this is also very normal. If there are no restrictions, then it can only be said that the shadow clone is no longer constrained by physics. After all, even computers and mobile phones require material links when transmitting information, such as network cables and other signals, rather than really pressing a button for others to receive it, no matter where they are. These are all based on some more complete infrastructure to accomplish such a feat. Sanzo Amado looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes dilated like pupils. He couldn't believe what he saw. He caught a glimpse of Amemiya Kenichi's indifferent expression and couldn't help but widen his eyes. At first glance, he felt like falling into an abyss. He peeked at Amemiya Kenichi's figure with a solemn expression, and there was an indescribable worry in his eyes. At this time, Sanzo Amado was deeply shocked by Amemiya Kenichi's behavior, and his heart was filled with a sense of astonishment. He stared at Amemiya Kenichi, his brows slightly frowned, and his mind was full of thoughts. He thought about what Amemiya Kenichi had done. Although he was a smart and wise scientist, Amemiya Kenichi's behavior made him feel that it was a bit too much. He felt confused and contradictory in his heart. Sanzo Amado seemed to have touched the boundary of thought in the blink of an eye. His eyes flashed with doubt and confusion. His eyes stared at Amemiya Kenichi, trying to see through Amemiya Kenichi's true thoughts. His eyes were full of thought and exploration. He wanted to understand whether Amemiya Kenichi's actions had a noble purpose. The emotions surging in his heart made Sanzo Amado's expression more real and complicated. His eyes were full of surprise and doubt. His voice couldn't help but choke, and deep sighs, as if wailing to reveal his heart. His voice choked and sobbed, expressing his anger and sorrow at Amemiya Kenichi's indifferent behavior. Sanzo Amado stood there quietly, staring at Amemiya Kenichi, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. His expression was solemn, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but finally stopped at his mouth. His eyes blinked, unable to calm the astonishment in his heart. Sanzo Amado's face was filled with various complex expressions, but Sanzo Amado didn't say anything. He could still understand Amemiya Kenichi's actions. The spacecraft abruptly landed at the launch center, its surface coated in a mysterious black slime, as if it had just returned from an alien battle. The entire craft was utterly silent, so still that one could hear their own heavy heartbeats. Its ominous silence contrasted sharply with the brightly lit launch center, causing everyone present to hold their breath, their nerves pounding. The hatch finally opened, and a chill spread with it, as if invisible shadows were seeping through the gap. With a mechanical creak, a group of creatures slowly emerged. Their faces were as pale as paper, expressionless, their eyes hollow, like the Walking Dead possessed by some force. Their movements were stiff and twisted, each step a struggle against the constraints of gravity, difficult and painful. Muffled exclamations echoed from the crowd, each one questioning with their eyes, "What is this? Did they really come out of that spaceship? Why did they look so strange?" The lights in the launch center seemed to have dimmed because of the sudden arrival of the visitor. An unspeakable fear filled the air. Those pale-faced people slowly looked around. Their gazes and movements seemed unusually slow, yet they carried an indescribable sense of urgency. Their appearance was not just a simple landing, but more like an announcement, or worse, an anticipation for an impending disaster. The staff at the launch center instinctively retreated. They tried to keep their distance, but were driven by a strong curiosity, and did not dare to leave easily. The air was filled with more than just fear. "That's enough." Kenichi Amemiya walked out, and a huge amount of chakra surged instantly, wrapping up these strange creatures. Kenichi Amemiya was sure that the last survivors were also killed here, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, there were too many leeches, and it was very difficult to be completely unaffected. As Kenichi Amemiya discovered the existence of these guys, they no longer pretended, and even tried to parasitize Kenichi Amemiya, which almost made Kenichi Amemiya laugh out loud. Kenichi Amemiya crushed most of the leeches with his hands, and then left one person. The other party looked at him with great fear, and Kenichi Amemiya also saw that this guy's skin was made up of leeches, but it was too dense, and would change color, so it could not be seen from a distance. Kenichi Amemiya waved his hand, and then the robots came over, and began to imprison this guy who was very brave, but had very bad luck. Why? We want to live too. The man screamed frantically. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the leeches, and scratched his ears. Instantly, countless lightning bolts descended upon the man, electrocuting half of the leeches. Don't you understand that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts? Amemiya Kenichi found it somewhat amusing. This leech was far too naive, almost horribly foolish. But it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 741, Proud Monster. I really didn't expect that these hateful leeches would cause such huge trouble to these pioneers. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the bones in front of him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Although Amemiya Kenichi felt that such sacrifice was worthwhile and necessary, Amemiya Kenichi also knew that some performances were still needed when facing the outside world. Even if you essentially regarded these people as non-existent monsters, you still had to do what you had to do for the sake of image and centripetal force. So Amemiya Kenichi was very clear about this. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the bones in front of him thoughtfully, and the family members were looking at him prayingly. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, then waved his hand, and then all these people were resurrected. Amemiya Kenichi also comforted some of these people. The supporting role stood by and watched, but after witnessing this scene, the supporting role did not say anything. In the eyes of the supporting role, all this was to its normal. After all, Kenichi Amemiya can resurrect these people. However, the only thing that makes people feel strange is that these souls actually came back. Before, the supporting characters were still wondering whether they would be attracted by the extraordinary power of other planets, so the supporting characters were a little worried about this problem. Now, seeing that these people have been resurrected, the supporting characters are relieved. After accepting the thanks, condolences and announcing the awards, Kenichi Amemiya left directly. There is no need for Kenichi Amemiya to come here to deal with the next things. Kenichi Amemiya still has some other things to do. He also needs to check out those strange leeches and then study the current situation of these leeches to see if these leeches can be used in other places. Kenichi Amemiya still cares about this very much. After all, these strange leeches have even evolved wisdom, which makes Kenichi Amemiya feel very strange. When Kenichi Amemiya came to the laboratory where the leeches were imprisoned, he saw the leeches constantly moving in the glass cell. Kenichi Amemiya looked at these leeches with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. He had sensed a strange emotion from these leeches, and although these leeches looked like one person, they were not actually like that. These leeches themselves were composed of countless small leeches. It was just that I didn't know how these leeches had acquired a collective consciousness, and now they are imitating those who were devoured and transformed into zombies by them. Kenichi Amemiya now knows why there are only bones and no people on the spaceship, because later on in the long journey of the spaceship, because there were no other supplies, and the leeches began to devour the rotten flesh on the zombies in a planned way in order to survive. Anyway, in the eyes of the leeches, as long as they can survive, it's fine, and the spaceship there are no other living people on the earth, so the leeches are so rampant, and even these guys have thought about how to occupy the world in the future, making humans their blood bank, and then plan to abuse their power in this world. However, the late emperor died before he could complete his career, which was referring to this group of leeches. Although they are very smart, they have no idea that they are just test subjects in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones, so the failure of these guys is also very normal. After Kenichi Amemiya went in, he looked at these leeches through the glass, and the Rinnegan in his eyes activated the analytical ability, allowing Kenichi Amemiya to see a more unique scene of these leeches. Kenichi Amemiya looked at these leeches thoughtfully, and he found that these leeches seemed to have achieved a collective consciousness through some kind of pheromone, which reminded Kenichi Amemiya of the native gods of the ninja world he had seen before. Those stupid guys also have such a structure. Countless microorganisms make up this so-called god. However, because these microorganisms are so small, ordinary people can't actually see what these things look like. For Kenichi Amemiya, he feels as disgusted as looking at these leeches. After all, these gods and leeches are of the same nature. They are the type that people with intensive phobia will die on the spot after just one look. However, Kenichi Amemiya is indeed very curious about the wisdom shown by these leeches. After all, these leeches are so small that they basically have no brains and act according to instinct. This also makes it unlikely that these leeches will give birth to wisdom. In the previous life, this situation is equivalent to a biological academician who was cultivating water bears one day and suddenly discovered that water bears had writing and language, and then entered the farming age. I guess his eyes would be wide open. And now Kenichi Amemiya is in this mood. In this mood, Kenichi Amemiya also has some other ideas. He plans to give it a try to see how these leeches evolve. So Kenichi Amemiya arranged for relevant personnel to go in for testing and research. However, in order to prevent these idiots from making trouble, Kenichi Amemiya still let his shadow clone follow in. Once these people want to resist, they will immediately impose corresponding punishments to let these idiots know what they have paid. Under Kenichi Amemiya's test, Kenichi Amemiya also discovered that the reason why these things can have wisdom is actually caused by the previous decision. Those fishmen are intelligent, and under such circumstances, some leeches also gave birth to wisdom. It was unlikely, but Kenichi Amemiya slaughtered all the people on that planet, so under the huge number, there was such a change. This is probably the infinite monkey theory. As long as there are infinite monkeys and infinite typewriters, then within a year these monkeys will be able to type out a masterpiece comparable to Shakespeare. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He really didn't expect that life would be like this. It was really unique. However, these leeches did complete the plan that Kenichi Amemiya wanted, but these leeches themselves were more unique. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, with some thought in his eyes. He fiddled with these leeches, and then found that it was very troublesome to let the leeches acquire other abilities. It was luck that these leeches were able to complete the evolution, but Kenichi Amemiya still had some expectations. After all, if these leeches were not so good, they would have been eliminated long ago, and the other party had wisdom and such characteristics, so it was hard to say what use they could have in the future. After all, once they possessed such advanced wisdom, then these leeches would be very useful. Leeches basically have a new development direction. Kenichi Amemiya sees it very clearly, and he himself is also very clear about this. However, Kenichi Amemiya did not say anything now, but continued to order certain experiments on these leeches. As for what can be gained from this experiment, that is not something Kenichi Amemiya can know. Kenichi Amemiya does not care. Anyway, these leeches were made by Kenichi Amemiya for research. Even if they are dead now, it doesn't matter. All Kenichi Amemiya needs is to give these leeches a possibility of development, and then observe these leeches to see what path these leeches will take. This is also the question that Kenichi Amemiya is most curious about at the moment. Thinking of this, there was some thought in Kenichi Amemiya's eyes. It is not easy to solve this problem, but it is not unsolvable. So Kenichi Amemiya gave the leech an illusion. Kudo Shinichi stood on the grey street, gazing into the distance with a determined light in his eyes. He stared at every passerby, as if exploring the secrets hidden in their hearts, his brows slightly wrinkled, thinking about every subtle clue, speculating on every possible truth. Kudo Shinichi's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and every observation was full of concentration and enthusiasm. He squinted his eyes, staring at the crowd around him, sometimes flashing a hint of doubt, sometimes waving his arms to communicate with his colleagues around him. His voice was loud and powerful, every word was full of confidence and determination. He stepped quickly with hurried steps, chasing the trace of the truth like a cheetah. With his high morale, he kept running, turning, chasing. A breeze blew, his hair swayed with the rhythm of the wind. Just like the excitement in his heart, Kyudo Shinichi heard the sound coming from afar. He listened attentively, carefully distinguishing the subtle differences of each sound. His ears sometimes trembled slightly, sometimes tilted forward, as if catching the only remaining clues. Kyudo Shinichi kept thinking, his brows furrowed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if trying to figure out the answer hidden in the darkness. His mind full of thoughts, he kept guessing and speculating about every possibility. Various scenes flashed through his mind. He kept repeating every detail in his mind to find the most accurate reasoning. Kyudo Shinichi was not overwhelmed by the cruel reality, but became more determined. He used his own efforts and talents to find a path that suits him. He took confident and firm steps, standing on a road full of challenges and mysteries, moving towards the goal of becoming a great detective. Only in this way can he return to his own world. Kyudo Shinichi stared at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. In his eyes, there seemed to be a trace of deep despair. He stared blankly into the distance, his eyes revealing a persistent determination. He was unwilling to give up, and unwilling to accept the ruthless reality in front of him. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, as if telling himself that despair could not defeat his inner fighting spirit. Kyudo Shinichi jumped up, his lips slightly tightened. His steps were high and powerful, as if emitting an indomitable strength. He took every step without hesitation, as if every move was to return to his own past world. His whole body was filled with energy. He exudes a magnetic aura, as if he can defeat all the resistance around him one by one. Although Kyudo Shinichi deeply feels that hope is slim, this does not make him give up. A flame is ignited in his heart, as if telling himself that, as long as he works hard, he will find the way home. He moves forward against the wind, not afraid of difficulties or setbacks. The fighting spirit in his heart burns like a raging fire, driving him forward to chase hard. Kyudo Shinichi's voice resounds in the silent air, a voice of determination in laziness, and each syllable is like a solid stone, indestructible. The ruthless reality hit him hard. Although he was disheartened, his voice was so loud, as if declaring his determination to never give up. His breathing seemed to be the last remnant of hope, sometimes rapid, sometimes steady, and sometimes intermittent. He used his breath to tell of the pain and tenacity in his heart. Every breath was a declaration to himself. Kyudo Shinichi did not relax. He remained vigilant at all times, snooping around, looking for clues to go home. Bits and pieces of memories emerged in his mind, as if telling him that as long as there was still a little hope, he would not stop, and he will never give up. His movements are full of strength and determination. Every step seems to be suppressing the feeling of powerlessness in his heart. His waist is straight. His steps are firm and powerful, as if declaring his unyielding will to the world. Kyudo Shinichi exudes an aura that makes people have to look at him. His eyes are flashing with hope, although he is in a strange world, but he still maintains an immortal heart in his heart, full of desire and expectation for an unknown future. He believes that he can take his people back to the world that originally belonged to them, and then kill those lowly ninjas. Is this guy really that bold? Amemiya Kenichi twitched his lips as he looked at the leech man still struggling within the illusion. The man's name was Kyudo Shinichi, which was already outrageous enough, but he hadn't expected him to be so arrogant. He shook his head, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, the idiot was just a test subject for his experiments. No matter what he did or thought, Amemiya didn't care. He would die anyway, so he naturally didn't care about his thoughts. So, Amemiya Kenichi left, planning to explore other areas and see how the labs were faring. If the research there yielded results, that would be a good thing. When Amemiya Kenichi arrived, he saw a strange-looking robot in the lab, looking at its own hand. Scorpion, standing nearby, was watching it closely, interrogating it periodically. This startled Amemiya Kenichi. Was Scorpion that bad? He'd even come up with this thing. Amemiya Kenichi looked at this thing with a bit of surprise. Could this robot be the legendary artificial intelligence? But this was too outrageous. Amemiya Kenichi found it hard to imagine that this thing could actually be the legendary artificial intelligence. After all, in previous lives, people's speculation and fear of artificial intelligence existed for a very long time, so much so that it affected the subsequent development. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 AI Crisis. Artificial intelligence crisis is a term that has been around for a long time. After the birth of computers, people have developed a fear of computers, especially the future development direction of these things, artificial intelligence, which has made many people feel uneasy, and then led to a series of works, such as the classic Terminator series, Skynet destroying mankind, which is essentially people's fear of supercomputers and artificial intelligence at the time, and later there were Marvel's Ultron, or some intelligent machine crisis, which are all representative proofs of this. Kenichi Amemiya saw it very clearly, and just before Kenichi Amemiya traveled through time, AI had already appeared at that time, and the emergence of AI also led to a series of problems, and even caused a wave of layoffs. After all, the emergence of AI replaced some tedious and simple jobs, and some people even predicted the future. In the next few years, factory workers will be eliminated on a large scale, because these AIs have come into this world. These AIs can handle these tedious tasks, and the first group to be impacted by AI are painters, especially those painters on the internet. A large number of people have lost their jobs under the impact of AI. After all, AI is indeed very good at painting, and has a strong learning ability. Such things are destined to cause some new changes in the future. No one knows what the world will be like by then, but the emergence and rise of AI is inevitable. This may lead to a new revolution, the AI revolution, and the previous industrial revolution has already caused many people to be laid off and unemployed. The saying sheep eat people was also born from the first industrial revolution. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. He was thinking about how he should solve this problem if it were him. However, although artificial intelligence is indeed a great help to mankind from a long-term perspective, after all, that means that most of the tedious and boring jobs can be replaced by robots, and humans only need to do other jobs. However, when these industries are replaced and iterated, it is inevitable that the world will experience pain. After all, behind these seemingly tedious and ordinary jobs are countless ordinary people who make a living. How to deal with this problem and make it properly resolved, and how to resettle the people who have lost their jobs due to artificial intelligence, this is the most critical issue. Generally speaking, some jobs need to be created to divert those affected, but there are too many things that AI can replace, such as painters, drivers, deliverymen, etc. Most jobs can actually be replaced by AI, and all people it is normal to feel fear, and for those who already own the means of production, they naturally don't care. After all, AI is better, does not require monthly salary, and can work 24 hours a day without complaint. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. It is really difficult to deal with this problem. After all, the things behind this problem are too unique. Kenichi Amemiya still has no clear idea, but the current ninja world does not need to worry too much. After all, although the current ninja world seems to have some basic artificial intelligence, it is actually far from complete replacement, and the population of the ninja world is not large. In this case, even if the replaced industry appears, it can be quickly diverted. Kenichi Amemiya walked in and saw Scorpion fiddling with a robot, which looked almost the same as an ordinary person. Scorpion, what is this thing of yours? Kenichi Amemiya came over curiously and looked at the puppet in front of him. Although the other party looked like an ordinary person, Kenichi Amemiya had good eyesight and could naturally tell what this thing was in essence. So now Kenichi Amemiya knew very well that this thing was actually a puppet, but it was just a very realistic puppet. Scorpion was very talented in making puppets, and the puppets he made were very similar to real people. To some extent, they could be regarded as real people. Hearing Kenichi Amemiya's question, Scorpion happily introduced that he made this robot, which was essentially for the simple duty of plowing the fields and taking care of crops. After all, Scorpion felt that it was not reasonable for there to be farmers in the world, and the farmers' income was relatively low. So in order to solve this problem, Scorpion planned to find a way to deal with this thing, and then this problem could be solved. and then he could get a new life, and Scorpion did so he made such a puppet, and planned to let the puppet take on this part of the work, and when it was done, he could use these things to accomplish what Scorpion wanted to achieve. Scorpion thought so and did so, and after hearing it, Kenichi Amemiya also understood, but looking at the robot in front of him, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help asking about the price of this thing. After hearing the price, Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. The cost was still a bit high, but considering that Scorpion was still under research, this was normal. After the research was completed, maybe the price could be brought down, and then it would be time for large-scale replacement. This thing is pretty good, but there are still some limitations when it comes to its use. Moreover, if this thing is used in agriculture, some basic tasks can actually be solved by toolsets, such as watering and so on. Then there will be no need for such a large robot to handle it. Kenichi Amemiya briefly told Scorpion about his thoughts. Although Kenichi Amemiya thought that the value of this thing was still good, it was still some distance away from the goal that Kenichi Amemiya wanted to achieve. And frankly speaking, Kenichi Amemiya felt that the value of this thing itself was not very high. After all, this thing can be replaced, and the method of replacement naturally comes from the thing that Kenichi Amemiya had studied before. After all, industrial watering was an operation that could be realized in the previous life, let alone this ordinary world. And Scorpion was listening. After thinking about it, he had to admit that what Amemiya Kenichi said made sense. So Scorpion also began to think about whether there could be a better substitute for this thing. After all, if there is no substitute, then he still needs to do some research. Although this thing cannot be used in agriculture, it may be used in other places. Thinking of this, Scorpion was eager to try. After all, this is what Scorpion is best at. If Scorpion is asked to do something else, Scorpion may not be able to do it well. After hearing what Scorpion said, Amemiya Kenichi also gave Scorpion some opinions and suggestions, and Scorpion was also very excited to do it. Only Amemiya Kenichi left here temporarily. He planned to go back and see the leeches in the laboratory to see if there was any new progress on those leeches. After all, time passes very quickly in the illusion. Amemiya Kenichi yawned, holding his chin and looking at the things in front of him with some thought in his eyes. Now this leech has successfully solved some cases, and according to Amemiya Kenichi's design, this leech has also learned a lot more in this area. It seems that he can be left alone for a short time. In another abnormality, Sanzuo Kibi raised her head and stared at her father's research laboratory with pious eyes. She looked at the tall building with a light of incomparable desire in her eyes. She squinted her eyes, as if she was imagining herself becoming an outstanding scientist in this world. She quietly listened to the faint sound coming from her father's laboratory. It was as if her father's sweet guidance sounded in her ears. The sound was crisp and pleasant, like a silver bell rippling in the air. She listened to every word of her father, savoring the wisdom and experience contained in it. These sounds, like sweet notes, nourished her heart, giving her hope and motivation. In scientific discussions again and again, she speculated and pondered the solutions to the problems. Her eyes revealed intelligence and imagination. She was like a sensitive hunter, staring closely at the however, in pursuit of her scientific dream. She also experienced repeated setbacks and confusion. Faced with difficulties, she sometimes felt helpless and discouraged, tears in her eyes. However, she gritted her teeth, grabbed a pen, and wrote down each question and idea on paper. Her fingers danced swiftly, as if carrying her soaring thoughts, her heart filled with endless exploration and creation. When she encountered difficulties, she would carefully consider and ponder every possible solution. In this process, she imagined working in her father's laboratory, breaking through herself again and again, and creating scientific innovations that amazed people. Akibi was not only committed to scientific exploration, but also faced the ups and downs of life with an optimistic and confident smile. Her smile was bright and natural, like the spring sunshine shining on her face. Her laughter was clear and cheerful, which made everyone around her feel peaceful and joyful. For her, science was her dream and her paradise. When she set foot in it, her whole body radiated an inspiring aura, and her eyes brightened, as if a light flickered in them. Sanzuo Akibi vowed to become a scientist as great as her father. She stood in front of Kenichi Amemiya with a firm and blazing gaze, revealing her inner resolve. She stared into Kenichi Amemiya's eyes, as if to convey her resolve to him through eye contact. She opened her mouth slightly, breathing steadily and deeply, as if she was absorbing the strength contained in the air around her, preparing for the upcoming challenge. She clenched her fists, the veins on the back of her hands bulging, showing the passion and determination in her heart. Then, her body movements were light and flexible. She took firm steps and walked towards Kenichi Amemiya, each step carrying her determination to bravely pursue her dreams. Her legs and feet were like whips. Her steps were vigorous and powerful, as if she had trained 1,000 times and acquired the taste of experience. She stood in front of Kenichi Amemiya with a slight upward turn of her mouth, transforming into a confident and brave posture. Her brows were slightly raised, revealing a sense of pride in her own growth and progress. She clenched her fists, and the hot blood surging in her palms infected her body, radiating courage and wisdom that matched her mother Sanzu Amado. At this moment, Sanzu Agbe's voice was loud and clear, as if through her voice, she conveyed her inner world to Kenichi Amemiya. Her tone was firm and powerful. With her intelligence and courage, she used her voice to express her love and pursuit of science. Sanzu Agbe's voice was as pleasant as music, as if it could heal people's hearts. Her tone was gentle and confident, revealing her yearning and pursuit for the infinite possibilities of scientific exploration. Her words were gentle and moving, full of hope and desire for the future. At that moment, Sanzu Agbe's eyes flashed with wisdom. Her posture was upright and confident, exuding a unique temperament. She was not afraid and moved forward firmly towards her ideals, using her own strength to show the world the style of a smart and brave woman. Okay, this is simple. When Kenichi Amemiya heard what Sanzu Akabane said, he did not have too many emotions. After all, this matter seemed too normal to Kenichi Amemiya, and it was not a problem for Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya arranged a script casually and stuffed Sanzu Akabane in. Sanzu Akabane would receive the most comprehensive academic education in the ninja world. It would teach him until he could learn it, and he would not be able to get out until he could finish it. And because of these illusions, learning has become a very strange thing. At least for the people in this world, learning is no longer such a troublesome and difficult thing. Everyone is learning. Z was still very attentive to this aspect. After sending Sanzu Akabe to study, Amemiya Kenichi returned to his laboratory. He looked at the machine in front of him with a fiery look in his eyes. This machine was the AI machine that Amemiya Kenichi had Sanzu Amado create. Now it has analyzed the resonance frequency of this planet. Amemiya Kenichi tried it and found that this resonance is basically impossible to achieve in reality. The mass required is very large. However, after Amemiya Kenichi tried it with a shadow clone, he found that this thing would also shatter the shadow clone. Amemiya Kenichi thought that this might be because the resonance is mutual. In Amemiya Kenichi's view, resonance is not only applied to objects, but can also be applied to other aspects. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi can accept the current situation of this resonance. However, in this case, if you want to shatter a planet by resonance, the energy required is still very huge. Amemiya Kenichi feels that this may be a bit uneconomical. You need to find a way to solve this problem again. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi also had some new ideas in his mind. Chapter 743, Sanzu Amado's Family Crisis. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes. He had some new ideas about everything in front of him. Although these things seemed to be a little strange, in Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, these things themselves still had some value, but this value was rather strange. Kenichi Amemiya thought for a while. If he wanted to solve this problem, he would need to do something different. Moreover, there were indeed some rather strange things between these things. Kenichi Amemiya thought for a while. If he wanted to make this resonance work, then it would be a problem that Kenichi Amemiya needed to think about and find a way to solve. Kenichi Amemiya also had a headache when he thought about this. How to solve this problem was a problem that Kenichi Amemiya was currently conceiving and trying to solve, but so far, Kenichi Amemiya didn't have too many ideas or thoughts. After all, if these things themselves wanted to be solved, then there was actually a way, that is, the output energy became super large, thereby causing the resonance of the planet on another level, and would not be affected in the opposite direction by the resonance of the planet. So Kenichi Amemiya also had a headache when he thought about this. If he could create an energy body with more energy than the planet, then why should he waste time on resonance? It is possible to directly blow up the planet. Kenichi Amemiya has a headache. If this problem cannot be solved, then Kenichi Amemiya currently has no other way to solve it. He can't even study too much about this thing itself. This makes Kenichi Amemiya a little tricky. He thought about it, either to find a thing to amplify energy transmission, but according to the law of conservation of energy, these things actually need to be supplemented from other things. It is impossible to suddenly amplify something many times. Just like the cartoon Doraemon that I loved to watch when I was a child, the magnifying lamp in Doraemon's hand is a super futuristic technology. It can be said that even in the year 3000, people's technology may not reach this level. After all, it can be magnified anytime and anywhere, and then shrink again, and at the same time it must not cause too much impact on the surrounding environment. Kenichi Amemiya can only say that the practicality of this thing is simply maximized, and the things behind it are also very outrageous. Of course, many props in Doraemon are super invincible advanced technology in this world, such as a telephone booth. If the telephone booth itself can carry a lot of things, it can even be said that Kenichi Amemiya feels that if the telephone booth is a thing that can be called a magic weapon, after all, a phone call will make the whole world different. This is no longer an ordinary thing. In comparison, this thing is extremely technological, almost creating a fictional world, but Kenichi Amemiya feels that the technological level of this thing is simply too high, even surpassing the time machine. So Kenichi Amemiya feels that this thing is more likely to create a virtual world, allowing players to experience different lives in it, and when the life experience becomes boring, then this thing can be directly cancelled and return to the real world. After all, this is much simpler, and even Kenichi Amemiya himself can do this. After all, the illusion he created now to imprison other people has a similar effect, and it can even customize copies faster. This kind of life has also been liked by many people. After all, for these people, other lives are too bad, and it is better to live such a life. Kenichi Amemiya, I think the use of this thing still needs to be restricted. After all, if it is used too much, people may be immersed in the false beauty and cannot extricate themselves, and then big problems will really arise. Just when Kenichi Amemiya was busy thinking about things, Sanzu Amado came up, then sighed, and spoke to Kenichi Amemiya with a helpless look on his face. After hearing it, Kenichi Amemiya also knew what Sanzu Amado meant. It is estimated that Sanzu Amado found out that his daughter went to study in illusion. However, Kenichi Amemiya also knew Sanzu Amado's concerns. After all, such a life is really too beautiful. Most people can't refuse the life an illusion. If possible, Kenichi Amemiya can even give the other party created some unique copies, such as summer memories and winter memories. These things were not a problem for Kenichi Amemiya. They could even give those who experienced it super physical fitness, so they would have no problem shooting fighter jets with anti-aircraft guns in it for a whole day. Moreover, compared to the cruelty and ruthlessness of the real world, Kenichi Amemiya's settings could also allow these people to experience the joy of being Kenichi Amemiya in their own world. It can even be said that a person can live for tens of thousands of years, and each life experience is different. So if this illusion becomes popular, how many people in the world will want to immerse themselves in the false beauty and cannot extricate themselves? Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya has always strictly controlled this illusion to prevent some overly difficult problems from arising. This is also what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. So Kenichi Amemiya still comforted Sanzu Amado and talked about other issues with Sanzu Amado. As for the matter of Sanzu Amado's daughter, Kenichi Amemiya was not very worried. Amemiya Kenichi could still guess the mentality of Sanzu Amado's daughter. To put it simply, she was hit by her old father who was too fond of games. After all, many people may not pay attention to it, but in a family, if both parents are very outstanding, then the pressure on the child will be very great. If the child happens to have an equally outstanding brother or sister, then the pressure will be further increased and then lead to some troublesome problems. So Amemiya Kenichi knew very well that the reason why Sanzuegbi became what he is now is actually because his father Sanzu Amado is too outstanding. So Sanzuegbi has too much pressure and wants to learn from his old father to become stronger and then grow. However, from the current situation, Amemiya Kenichi feels that Sanzu Amado has not realized the key reason for this problem, and Amemiya Kenichi has not thought about becoming a riddle man, so he simply indirectly told Sanzu Amado about Sanzuegbi's situation, and Sanzu Amado was a little surprised after hearing it. He really didn't expect that his daughter became like this because of his own reasons. However, if Sanzu Amado also knew about this kind of thing, there was no need for Kenichi Amemiya to deceive himself, so this must be true. But what exactly happened was a headache. Sanzu Amado also had a headache. If Sanzu Amado was asked to study scientific objects, then Sanzu Amado would not hesitate at all and would be able to find a solution quickly, even if there were difficulties. But asking Sanzu Amado to find a way to reconcile the family relationship between himself and his daughter gave Sanzu Amado a headache. However, Kenichi Amemiya had no way to deal with this matter. After all, this was a matter related to Sanzu Amado himself, not Kenichi Amemiya, and Kenichi Amemiya could not help much. Sanzu Amado hurried back, and Sanzu Amado looked at his daughter Sanzuegbi, who was still studying illusion, with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He knew that he was an outstanding scientist who could solve the world's problems, but he was helpless in the face of family trivialities, which made him feel a little powerless and confused. He stared at his daughter quietly, with warmth and worry in his eyes. He saw Sanzuegbi's innocent smile, like a spring breeze gently blowing across the soul, with warmth and joy. Sanzu Amado took a deep breath, trying to collect his thoughts. He guessed his daughter's inner needs, and thought about her. Thinking of his daughter's expectations for him, and imagining her carefully confiding her wishes and confusion to him, he fantasized that they stood together, shoulder to shoulder, facing the ups and downs and challenges of life, supporting each other and growing together. Sanzu Amado couldn't help but sigh, and recalled the good times he had spent with his daughter. They had held hands and laughed happily, feeling the unspoken tacit understanding and the deep affection between father and daughter. But now, the tense atmosphere enveloped the father and daughter. He felt unbearable pain. He closed his eyes and massaged his forehead hard, trying to find a way to solve the problem. Formulas and experiments flashed through his mind. This is his area of expertise, and he can solve problems through scientific methods. However, he cannot use laboratory methods to understand and resolve the problems between them. Sanzu Amado secretly vows in his heart that he will use his clever mind and strong will to dissolve the tense atmosphere. He will fill his daughter's heart with warmth and understanding and repair their relationship with tolerance and love. He sincerely desires to re-establish a sincere and intimate connection with his daughter. Guided by this determination, Sanzu Amado regains his confidence. He understands that sometimes scientific wisdom cannot solve family problems, and what is needed is with a sensitive and warm heart, he can perceive and respond to the subtle and precious emotions between father and daughter. He believes that through his own efforts and the power of love, he can find a way to bring the father and daughter back together. While breathing, Sanzu Amado took a deep breath and firmly showed his courage and wisdom. He decided to listen to his daughter's confession with his heart and use understanding and care to ease the disturbance. He believes that, as long as both parties treat each other sincerely and work together, their relationship will be full of brilliant colors again, and the bond between father and daughter will be more solid and beautiful. Sanzu Amado also knows that he has indeed neglected his daughter during this period. When Sanzuegbi woke up, Sanzu Amado was busy in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on the ingredients in the pot, concentrating on adjusting the fire. He frowned slightly, gently stirred the dishes with his hands, and tasted them with a spoon from time to time, savoring them carefully. This was a skill he had spent a lot of time learning, and he hoped to bring a delicious surprise to his daughter. Sanzu Amado held the knife, his wrist trembling a little, but he was not discouraged. He gritted his teeth and worked hard to cut the vegetables. He was careful with every cut, for fear of hurting his fingers, because he knew that his daughter not only valued the taste of the food, but also the father's love in it. So no matter how difficult it was, he would try his best to fulfill this intention. Sanzo Amado put the cut dishes into the pot, his eyes full of expectation. He focused on every detail and did not allow himself to be distracted, because he understood that only in this way could he make a dish that would satisfy his daughter. Sanzo Amado worked hard to arrange the dishes, carefully arranging each dish. Neat and tidy, his brows were furrowed, and when he was not satisfied, he would rearrange it until he was satisfied. His attentiveness to details was just like his love for his daughter. The dish was finally ready, and Sanzo Amado stood quietly at the kitchen door, then turned his head and saw the surprised Sanzo Akebe. A smile appeared on Sanzo Amado's face. He looked at his daughter and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Daughter, I made dinner, come and try it." Although his voice was not loud, it was full of fatherly love and expectation. The daughter took the plate, tears of emotion flashing in her eyes. She ate the dishes made by Sanzo Amado himself, smiled and nodded to him in thanks. At this moment, their hearts blended together, sincere and speechless. Sanzo Amado watched his daughter enjoying the food, his heart full of satisfaction and happiness. He knew that, as long as his daughter felt his love, his efforts would be worthwhile. As a father, he was willing to express his deep fatherly love with actions and use delicious food to warm his daughter's heart. Kenichi Amemiya had no idea what Sanzo Amado was doing. He was busy with other things. He looked at the object in his hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. This thing was a replica he had previously created, based on the genes of leeches and single-celled organisms, a fusion of their genes. So far, it was working quite well, though it looked a little strange. But Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. He was more concerned with its effectiveness. After all, it was designed to be used. So, Kenichi Amemiya found an unlucky individual to serve as his guinea pig, and had them test its effects. After the experiment, Kenichi Amemiya discovered that it did have some effect, albeit a rather unusual one. It was drained so quickly. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the completely dehydrated corpse before him, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Was the dehydration effect of this thing a little too good? Chapter 744 Sasuke's Lucky Day. Kenichi Amemiya looked thoughtfully at the hybrid of leech and single-cell organism in his hand. This hybrid turned into another weird appearance after it was born, and even possessed some special characteristics to some extent. This made Kenichi Amemiya feel very surprised and outrageous, but Kenichi Amemiya did not say too much. After all, Kenichi Amemiya knew very well in his heart what these things were. This thing was actually a fusion of some characteristics of leeches and single-cell organisms, thus becoming like this. It's just that Kenichi Amemiya originally planned to see if these single-cell organisms would have intelligence, just like the thing Kenichi Amemiya made before. But then Kenichi Amemiya found that he thought too much. This thing itself would not have too many characteristics of the previous leech, and in the final analysis, the reason why this leech could become like this was actually because the leeches were born on the basis of a sufficient number. There is such a special case, so this thing does not have these effects, and it also has some randomness. When Kenichi Amemiya thought about it, his eyes showed some thought. If he wanted to solve this problem, it would still be difficult. However, it is not that Kenichi Amemiya cannot solve this thing, but Kenichi Amemiya had a headache when he thought about it. He looked at the thing in front of him with some thought in his eyes. This strange leech single-cell hybrid, after showing super dehydration, even has some other functions. That is, Kenichi Amemiya discovered that this leech single-cell hybrid can replace the function of blood vessels after being placed in human blood vessels, become human blood vessels, and then replace human blood vessels to work. The most outrageous thing is that this thing can even eat blood clots, which is very magical. Kenichi Amemiya was a little amused. Did he accidentally solve a medical problem? Thrombosis is a complex pathological process, which usually involves three main factors: vascular endothelial damage, blood flow status changes and blood hypercoagulability. surgery, trauma, venous puncture, etc. directly damage vascular endothelial cells, expose subendothelial collagen, activate coagulation factors, thereby starting the endogenous coagulation system, while releasing tissue factors, starting the exogenous coagulation system, thereby promoting thrombosis. Some drugs can also cause thrombosis. In addition, there are some other reasons, but thrombosis is definitely a very troublesome thing. Once formed, it will be pushed by blood in the blood vessels. Once it enters some places after being pushed, it will cause embolism, and embolism is a very dangerous situation. The most important thing is that it may be life-threatening. In the ninja world, thrombosis is actually a more troublesome disease. After all, although the ninjas have medical ninjutsu and cells, there are ninjutsu such as the blood extraction technique, but the problem is that the blood extraction technique extracts foreign components that are harmful to the body, but if the component is already a part of the body, there is nothing that can be done. This has led to the fact that the current ninja world does not have much research on issues such as blood clots. However, this was before. With the subsequent technology and systems brought by Kenichi Amemiya, it has become much simpler for the ninja world to deal with blood clots, and it can be solved very easily. Therefore, in Kenichi Amemiya's view, there is no need for each single cell hybrids to replace blood vessels. After Kenichi Amemiya continued to study leech single cell hybrids, he found that the biggest effect of this thing is that it absorbs liquids very quickly. A small one can suck up all the liquid in a person's body, but relatively speaking, the leech single cell hybrid will also become much larger. This thing doesn't seem to have any special use at the moment, at least that's what it seems like. After all, I don't need this thing to help me dehydrate, which is very humorous. Alas, I didn't expect that this combination wouldn't work. It seems that we still need to restudy it. Kenichi Amemiya took a breath, and then put the leech single cell hybrid in his hand into a special water tank. Although the leech single cell hybrid seems to be of no use at the moment, Kenichi Amemiya still plans to keep it, in case he can develop some new uses for it later. That is not certain, so Kenichi Amemiya planned to slowly study and see what this thing is all about. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas in his mind, but how to deal with it was still a problem, so Kenichi Amemiya simply came to Sanzu Amado's genetic laboratory first, and then saw Sanzu Amado here. Sanzu Amado was controlling AI to analyze the genetic information of leeches and single-celled organisms, and trying to classify and summarize them. Kenichi Amemiya was not surprised. After all, the computing power of AI is much greater than other things. With the support of AI, the computing speed of this thing can be much faster. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the thing in front of him thoughtfully, but he didn't look at it for too long. After looking at it for a while, Kenichi Amemiya went to find Sanzu Amado, and then talked to Sanzu Amado about an experimental process of leech single-cell hybrid. He wanted to see what Sanzu Amado would think when facing the leech single-cell hybrid. Sanzu Amado was also a little surprised after hearing Kenichi Amemiya's description. He checked the gene table and found that there was not much research on the dehydration of leech single-cell hybrid. After all, this thing doesn't seem to have such a gene, which is very interesting. After Kenichi Amemiya and Sanzu Amado communicated about the issue of the leech single-cell hybrid, Kenichi Amemiya understood that the reason why this leech single-cell hybrid became what it is now is purely because the leech single-cell hybrid has some characteristics of leeches in its genes. It actually absorbs liquid to achieve an effect similar to dehydration, and then the genes of single-cell organisms allow the leech single-cell hybrid to obtain super high self-division and reproduction capabilities. It can achieve the operation of sucking and dividing new individuals while supplementing nutrients. This also leads to the leech single-cell hybrid's talent in this area being very disadvantageous, but relatively speaking, this talent also has a certain price. The lifespan of this thing is not very long, but the reproductive capacity is very outstanding. This can be regarded as a balance. Kenichi Amemiya thought thoughtfully. He felt that in this world some of the biological settings are still very interesting. They don't have any special effects when taken out alone, but once they are matched together, they become very reasonable. Kenichi Amemiya looked at these things in front of him. He felt that once the analysis of genes is completed, and people can edit genes freely, then Pandora's box will be opened. After all, once people can compile genes freely, it is conceivable that many genes will spread rapidly. Although most human genes are the same, there are differences, and these differences are what make people differentiated. Once the gene programming is successful, people will grow up to be handsome men and beautiful women, and the similarity of genes will increase. Once a virus or bacteria appears that is very suitable for a certain physique, it may lead to large-scale spread and biological extinction. How's your daughter's matter? Amemiya Kenichi asked Sanzuamado. After hearing this, Sanzuamado showed a smug smile on his face. He has successfully completed most of the work during this period, and he can also accompany Akebe. Akebe's relationship with him is also better now. Although it is still not enough in Sanzuamado's opinion, it is much better than before. Amemiya Kenichi also smiled after hearing this. It may be because he has become a father himself. Now Amemiya Kenichi is more concerned about some subtle things. However, what makes Amemiya Kenichi more headache is the issue of naming his daughter. When he thinks of this problem, Amemiya Kenichi has a headache. He hesitated and didn't know what to name his daughter. Fortunately, Kaguya also said that it will take a long time for his daughter to grow up. Kenichi Amemiya was relieved that he could call her by her nickname during this period, and Sanzuamado was also very happy to share with Kenichi Amemiya the progress of his and his daughter's situation during this period. Kenichi Amemiya listened happily. He wanted to accompany his daughter, but he was too busy. There were countless things that Kenichi Amemiya needed to deal with. Even with the existence of shadow clones, it was still very difficult for Kenichi Amemiya to solve these problems. This made Kenichi Amemiya a very headache, but Kenichi Amemiya was used to it. Anyway, this kind of life would continue like this, and Kenichi Amemiya was used to it. It's just that how to deal with and dispose of these things, Kenichi Amemiya has not figured it out yet. He can only consider this aspect slowly for the time being, and then see how to develop technology, so that the world can gain the ability to protect itself, as soon as possible. Let me make it clear first, this is just a probation period. Uchiha Hikaru put his hands behind his back, and looked at Sasuke in front of him. Sasuke felt a little happy, and the distance between them seemed to be getting closer and closer. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. He knew that this was the result of his unremitting efforts and deep affection. He once again felt the beauty and warmth of life. In Sasuke's eyes, Uchiha Hikaru became more dazzling, and her smile shone brightly in his heart. Sasuke couldn't help but frown slightly, as if struggling with something. He understood that a girl's heart was so fickle. He must remain confident and use a firmer determination to win her heart. He swore that he would be the strongest support in Uchiha Hikaru's heart. No matter what happened, he would fight for her. Sasuke's eyes revealed deep affection and determination. He was about to walk towards Uchiha Hikaru and show her his fiery heart. He was determined to impress her with his actions. Even if the road ahead was full of difficulties, he was willing to always stay by her side and silently guard her happiness. At this moment, in Sasuke's firm gaze, Uchiha Hikaru seemed to feel he knew that his love for her would blossom. No matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, Sasuke would always stick to his sincere promise and devote his whole life to protecting Uchiha Hikaru's happiness. I know, it's a probation period, but I will commit to you for my whole life, Sasuke said excitedly. He finally got the recognition of Uchiha Hikaru, which made Sasuke very excited. Uchiha Hikaru looked at Sasuke in front of him with a hint of thought in his eyes. She knew very well the feelings of this little guy towards her, but she didn't understand why Sasuke was so excited. However, this is also good. Thinking of Sasuke's appearance and the illusion, Uchiha Hikaru's heart softened. In that room, bathed in warm sunlight, time seemed to soften, a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Through the gently swaying white curtains, sunlight streamed onto the classic wooden crib. Soft toys and brightly colored children's books were neatly arranged beside it. Colorful wind chimes, hung from the bed frame, swayed gently in the breeze, creating a melodious sound. In a corner, an old rocking chair sat, its back intricately carved with patterns, revealing the traces of time. Next to it was a small wooden table, upon which lay a wooden puzzle, its corners meticulously rounded, a feeling of safety and playfulness. A white-haired woman sat in the rocking chair, her movements gentle and rhythmic, each rocking synced with her heartbeat, exuding a silent peace. Her eyes were filled with love. Kaguya glanced outside. These two children, finally together. Kaguya Satsuka's eyes shone with a hint of smile. She hesitated for a moment, then pulled out her phone and sent a text to Kenichi Amemiya. She planned to invite Sasuke and Hikari to her house for dinner, and to gain his approval. Chapter 745 Sasuke's feelings. Are you saying that Hikari and Sasuke are together now? Amemiya Kenichi asked, somewhat surprised, looking at Kaguya Satsuki before him. Yes, the two are together, but Hikari said it's a probationary period, but Sasuke is very happy. Kaguya Satsuki smiled, then teased the child in her arms, looking at Amemiya Kenichi with a beaming smile. Amemiya Kenichi was a little surprised, but this was also within his expectations. After all, after seeing Sasuke's performance in the Jinjutsu, Amemiya Kenichi knew that Sasuke would definitely be able to melt Uchiha Hikari's heart. The only question was how long it would take Hikari to accept Sasuke's feelings. That's quite normal. Sasuke has deep feelings for Hikari, and Hikari. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. He was of course aware of Hikari's feelings for him, but it was precisely because of this that he chose to reject her outright. He had always treated Hikari as his sister, but he had never expected Hikari to develop feelings for him. Fortunately, everything was now on track. Hikari is a good girl, but she probably doesn't understand the difference between family and affection, so she's confused about it. Kaguya Satsuki hugged her husband and nuzzled Kenichi Amemiya's cheek affectionately. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. That was true, but Hikari was quite interesting. Kenichi Amemiya still valued Hikari. Now that Hikari had become Sasuke's girlfriend, even though it was still a probationary period, it was time to take Hikari and Sasuke out for dinner and observe him. But what exactly did Sasuke experience in that Jinjutsu? Kaguya Satsuki was curious about this question. She had witnessed the entire exchange between Hikaru Uchiha and Sasuke. At first, Hikari had been completely indifferent to Sasuke, completely ignoring him. But that seemed to change after Sasuke's experience. Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes and smiled. He still admired Sasuke. At that time. Are you sure what you want to exchange? In the main divine space, Uchiha Sasuke quietly looked at his teammates, his eyes filled with solemnity and determination. My dream has never changed. Sasuke said calmly, then looked at the main divine space in front of him. Sasuke has been waiting here for a long time. Since he was accidentally caught in the time turbulence and was chosen by the main divine space to become a trial taker, Sasuke has experienced a lot. He has challenged countless dungeons, escaped death countless times, made friends with his own companions, and formed a complete team. Then they fought together. In the process, Sasuke also met many people, including his current teammates, and two female teammates who liked him very much. One was a mature woman and the other was a young girl. Both were very unique. The mature woman looked a lot like Uchiha Hikaru, but Sasuke's goal never wavered even a little. Are you really going back? Captain, if you stay here, we can control this dimension and become gods. A bald, burly man tried to persuade Sasuke to stay. Sasuke glanced at the man. This was his first life or death companion, someone he could trust with his back. During the original Resident Evil dungeon, when Sasuke was in danger, it was he who gave up the vaccine and chose to give it to Sasuke, saving him. Sasuke had fought tooth and nail to bring the man back. But she's not in this world. Sasuke smiled. The bald man was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply, saying nothing. He knew Sasuke's feelings for that girl and how heavy those feelings were. But precisely because he knew, the man remained silent. Sasuke, a soft voice said. Sasuke saw the team member who resembled Uchiha Hikaru. She was also his companion, and even had a crush on him. She had been pursuing him, but Sasuke had always rejected her. And now, this girl, who had only cried once in Starship Troopers, was crying until her eyes were red and swollen. Sorry. Sasuke turned away, ignoring the others. Instead, he began to redeem his desired items from the exchange list in the main god space. The qualification to become a creator god, an incomparably powerful main god, the owner of every world he had ever experienced, immortality, and extraordinary strength. All these rewards were very tempting, but Sasuke chose to redeem a humble item with the main god crystal he had obtained after nearly dying in a dungeon. Return ticket, an item that allows the user to return to their own world, but basically no one has ever chosen it. However, Sasuke resolutely chose to use it. When the return ticket took effect, Sasuke smiled happily, and in his hand, he firmly grasped the portrait of Uchiha Hikaru. This was the Uchiha Hikaru that Sasuke had drawn from his memories in a dungeon called Brain Company. It was the only treasure Sasuke cared about. So, honestly, I don't think it's surprising that Hikari would choose Sasuke. After all, Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Sasuke's original choice proved that Hikari was the only one in his heart. Furthermore, after he had made his feelings for Hikari clear, Uchiha Hikari couldn't possibly stay with him forever, so it was only natural that he would choose Sasuke. Kaguya Satsuki was moved. She knew how realistic the dungeons her husband created were. Entering them was like entering another life, a method Kenichi used to punish some prisoners. After all, being imprisoned in those special punishment dungeons was truly worse than death. A year of torture might only last a second in real life. Such punishments terrified countless people, and it became a means of restraining everyone. Kaguya Satsuki also mentioned her own thoughts, and Kenichi Amemiya naturally agreed. Soon, Kenichi Amemiya sent Sasuke an invitation, and Sasuke immediately became nervous. Sensei invited you and Hikaru to dinner? Naruto, now 20 years old, looked at Sasuke curiously. Sasuke nodded, his eyes a little flustered. This was Kenichi Amemiya, the current ruler of this world. It would have been impossible for Sasuke not to be nervous. After all, something like this had made Sasuke's breath catch. Naruto thought about it and understood why Sensei had chosen to invite Sasuke. After all, Sasuke and Hikaru had a special relationship, something Naruto and Hinata knew about. That's good. You know Hikaru doesn't have. So Sensei is considered Hikaru's elder. Since you're together, Sensei must have checked you out. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Sasuke scratched his head sheepishly. Hinata, beside him, held a cup, looking at her boyfriend and Sasuke with excitement. She hadn't expected Sasuke and Hikaru to actually be together. Hinata was thrilled, even a little overjoyed. It's unclear what Sasuke and Naruto said, but as they chatted, the two men found a training ground and began sparring. Which setting? Naruto asked casually. Sasuke hesitated, then chose the Valley of the End. Instantly, the entire battlefield transformed, transforming into the setting of the Valley of the End. Two streams of chakra collided with a bang above the Valley of the End. Naruto raised a Rasengan in his right hand, while Sasuke's left eye spun a hexagram. A Chidori screamed, transforming into a thunderous Kirin. The turbulent water was split by the violent blast, and water droplets condensed into countless crystalline ice crystals in midair. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones attacked from all directions, their kunes cold light weaving a net of heaven and earth. Sasuke's Rinnegan precisely captured the moment Naruto's true form leaped up. The Kusanagi sword, wrapped in purple lightning, slashed a crescent arc, shattering 12 after images. The buzzing sound of the Rasen Shuriken exploded overhead, and the violet ribs of Susanoo suddenly appeared. Black flames bursting from the cracks between the bones, twisted the storm into crimson sparks. Senjutsu, Great Rasengan. Naruto's Ninetales chakra coach rustled, and 7 orbs of light formed like the Big Dipper. Sasuke raised his hand slightly, and Susanoo, in its full form, rose from the ground. The bow was fully drawn, and the heavens and earth trembled. The moment the arrow left the string, it was wrapped in the image of a Kirin, and it collided with the spiral star formation, creating a blazing white vortex that swallowed the sun and the moon. The earth cracked under the tide of energy, and the two retreated 30 feet. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Naruto, laughing wildly, rushed forward. The battle between the two raged for a while, finally ending when exhaustion finally ended. Not nervous anymore? Naruto panted. He was a little tired. Sasuke was really troublesome, and he fought without mercy. But that was fine. Naruto loved this kind of battle. Sasuke nodded. He was too tired, too exhausted to be nervous. But as he followed, Sasuke's breathing became rapid. Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety. He looked forward, and could almost see the front door of his girlfriend, Uchiha Hikaru's house. He stared intently at the door, debating whether to knock or walk in. He took a quick breath, and closed his eyes, as if silently cheering himself up. Beside him, Hikaru smiled at Sasuke, almost wanting to laugh. Sasuke took a deep breath, unsure who should break the awkward silence. He listened to the surroundings and was surprised to find his ears filled with the clear, rapid sound of his heartbeat. He leaned down, trying to calm his nerves, but all he could feel was a rapid breath, as if it would stop at any moment. Sasuke bit his lip hesitantly and adjusted his stance, trying to appear calmer, but at that moment, he felt an indescribable pressure. This was Amemiya Kenichi, the ruler of this world, and his girlfriend Zelda. Come on, stop dawdling at the door. I'm not some man-eating monster. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasuke speechlessly. They'd met Sasuke before, so why was he so nervous now? However, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't considered that, if his girlfriend's father was a leader of that class, he'd probably be even more nervous. Ahem. Amemiya. Sasuke coughed twice, subconsciously wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. For a moment, he was even at a loss for words. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasuke with a bit of amusement. What was wrong with Sasuke? Just call me Amemiya, big brother. You used to call me that anyway. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand, then looked at Uchiha Hikaru beside him. Uchiha Hikaru looked at him with a complicated look, but as if he had figured it out, he took a deep breath, and his eyes became much clearer. Amemiya, brother. Hearing Uchiha Hikaru's voice and address, Amemiya Kenichi smiled, and touched Hikaru's head. Hey. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, then led Sasuke and Hikaru home. In the kitchen, Kaguya Satsuki was cooking. She knew how to cook, and the food tasted quite good. After all, Kaguya and the others were trained as professional servants, all to serve the main family. It was perfectly normal for them to end up like this. Amemiya Kenichi also smiled and chatted with Hikaru and Sasuke, confirming their relationship progress, before nodding in satisfaction. Sasuke, speaking of which, is your brother's illness healed? Amemiya Kenichi thought of something, one related to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had fallen ill even as he grew older. After being sent to the hospital for examination, it was declared incurable. A year later, however, Amemiya Kenichi brought in advanced technology, and Itachi's terminal illness was confirmed to be cancer. After all, the ninja technique of extracting harmful substances could only extract foreign matter, but sometimes it couldn't remove toxins. Cancer, on the other hand, is a natural condition of the body, so conventional ninjutsu can't treat it. However, with the help of new technology, this disease is only a minor nuisance. Alright, Amemiya-sama, my brother is back at work now, Sasuke said, his eyes warming with affection. Sasuke was still deeply concerned about his brother's situation, but thankfully, Amemiya Kenichi had taken action to resolve the issue, otherwise Itachi might not have survived. That's good, Amemiya Kenichi nodded, and Kaguya came out with the food. Amemiya Kenichi went to help, then joined Kaguya for dinner, chatting a bit. Seeing Hikaru and Sasuke's expressions, Amemiya Kenichi was quite pleased. Hikaru's problem was solved, and Sasuke's was solved too. A win-win situation for all three. A win-win situation, that's what it was. It's almost time to rest. It's time to resume research tomorrow. Amemiya Kenichi yawned, stretched, and rubbed his eyes with some fatigue. There was no way Amemiya Kenichi could sleep until the Satsuki clan was destroyed. Chapter 746 Space Folding. Kenichi Amemiya held his chin and looked at everything in front of him with some thought in his eyes. What he was looking at now was an ore brought back from outer space. This ore was brought back from other planets before, and it also contained a lot of novel things. Kenichi Amemiya thought it was quite interesting, but the previous leeches did not do much research on this thing, so these ores survived. Kenichi Amemiya was quite satisfied with it. This thing seemed to have some kind of radioactivity, but what exactly this radioactivity was, Kenichi Amemiya was not sure. He only knew that this thing was indeed a magical metal that had never been seen before. So Kenichi Amemiya still knew the specific situation of this thing, but how to deal with this thing and how to make it was also something Kenichi Amemiya was not sure about. It was a rather tangled problem, and looking at the piece of metal in front of him, Kenichi Amemiya also planned to study it carefully to see what kind of properties this thing had. When he had studied the properties of this thing, it would be time to start studying its specific uses in the outside world. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya stood up. He planned to purify the element that he had never seen before, but just after touching it with his hand, Kenichi Amemiya found that this thing was very light, and to some extent it could even be said to be like aerogel, a special material that is said to be lighter than air. Although this thing is not aerogel, it has similar properties, which is very magical. Kenichi Amemiya seemed to be thinking about something, and he always felt that this thing might have some special uses. Anyway, for August Inoffel, whether it was Kenichi Amemiya or Otsutsuki, there was no difference. However, for August Inoffel, Kenichi Amemiya was relatively closer. After all, Kenichi Amemiya and Uchiha Hikari were relatives, so August Inoffel thought about it and decided to talk to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi talked about the situation of the Otsutsuki clan. It would be a good thing for Kenichi Amemiya to have a deeper understanding of the Otsutsuki clan, otherwise what happened later might lead to some troublesome problems. So Augustine Inoffel briefly introduced the situation of the Otsutsuki clan to Kenichi Amemiya. After listening, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it would be really difficult to defeat the Otsutsuki clan under such circumstances. After all, this family has been in this universe for a long time. If you want to defeat the Otsutsuki clan, the price you have to pay is also very high. At this point, Kenichi Amemiya was a little entangled in his heart, but he also knew that if he simply used a few decades of effort to defeat a family that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, then this would undoubtedly be an outrageous thing, unless Kenichi Amemiya's plugin could research some technology that only exists in theory. Speaking of his own golden finger, Kenichi Amemiya also took a look. His golden finger is still conducting a research on space. Then what do you think of my current strength in the Otsutsuki clan? Kenichi Amemiya asked Augustine Inoffel in front of him. After hearing this, Augustine Inoffel glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, then scratched his head. In the eyes of Augustine Inoffel, Kenichi Amemiya's strength was relatively inferior, but Kenichi Amemiya had one advantage, that is, Kenichi Amemiya's research on time was indeed very thorough. In this case, Kenichi Amemiya's actual combat effectiveness would be slightly higher. Thinking of this, Augustine Inoffel simply compared it to an 8, and the full score was 10. Kenichi Amemiya roughly understood it after hearing this. It seems that he was able to get 8 points entirely because of his mastery of time ability. After he mastered the space ability, it is estimated that he could further increase his strength. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya felt a little relieved, but how to deal with it and how to make these things at that time was still in Kenichi Amemiya's heart. There was a particularly clear statement, but in order to confirm this, Amemiya Kenichi still planned to try it slowly. Anyway, if it really didn't work, then Amemiya Kenichi would think of other ways to deal with these things related to the Otsutsuki clan. Amemiya Kenichi also took advantage of August Inoffel's presence to talk to him about the issue of time. Although Amemiya Kenichi had already mastered a lot, there were still some gaps in wanting to fully understand it. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi still asked August Inoffel for more convenience. August Inoffel didn't mind and directly told Amemiya Kenichi about his ideas. After confirming that Amemiya Kenichi had no problem, August Inoffel left here. Amemiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. He thought of a question, which was something he had never touched upon before, that is, dimension. Dimensions seem very magical, and in fact, they are indeed a magical existence that has not been proven. What is dimension? Kenichi Amemiya didn't think that dimensions existed yet, but considering that he had traveled to this world, there should be such a thing as dimensions. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas in his heart. If this was still the case, then Kenichi Amemiya might try to study dimensions so that he could have a deeper understanding of this world. This would also allow Kenichi Amemiya to have some other ideas and understanding of this world. However, space is actually easy to understand for Kenichi Amemiya at the moment. It just requires tearing open a space and then quickly appearing on the other side. This process is equivalent to poking 2 holes with scissors and then passing the 2 holes together. This is a bit difficult, which is also one of the reasons why Flying Thunder God Ninjutsu is difficult to learn. However, Kenichi Amemiya has an idea about this, that is, if he folds the space in half like paper, then doesn't he only need to fold it in half once? The Flying Thunder God's method was similarly clever, marking a point on a piece of paper. After puncturing the paper at his location, he could naturally puncture the paper at another marked location more quickly and conveniently. However, Kenichi Amemiya felt that this was still a bit slow, so why didn't he try folding it in half? After all, folding it in half like this should also work. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya tried it, and after Kenichi Amemiya decided to try it, he found that his progress in cracking the space had increased by 13 percentage points, which surprised Kenichi Amemiya. This was really amazing. She was watching with a slanted gaze, her eyes narrowed to a slit, as if pondering where to go next. Her eyes shone with intelligence, as if she could see through this mysterious universe. She bit her lip lightly, her head tilted up slightly, as if pondering some key question. Her slender and dexterous fingers tapped the lab table lightly, making a crisp and rhythmic sound, as if stimulating her thoughts. She listened to the faint sounds in the laboratory. She pricked up her ears slightly, concentrating on catching every tiny noise. She was passionately intoxicated by the sounds of the experiment, as if they were telling her a secret and magical story. Her imagination gradually expanded, and she closed her eyes and entered the realm of thinking. All kinds of strange images and scenes flashed in her mind, as if colliding with the universe, inspiring infinite wisdom. She felt the tense atmosphere in the laboratory, her brows slightly furrowed. She was trying to understand these complex data. Her thoughts flowed like a winding river, constantly searching for clues to crack the mystery of space. Suddenly, she laughed out loud, and the sound of laughter echoed in the laboratory. The doubts in her heart were gradually answered. She believed that she had found the key to cracking the mystery of the power of space. Orochimaru's eyes were full of joy and excitement. She quickly turned on the computer and began to record her new discoveries. Her fingers tapped the keyboard quickly, making crisp and powerful keystrokes, as if singing the victory in her heart. Orochimaru stood up and stretched. Her body seemed to be filled with soft power. She looked at everything in the laboratory, her heart full of desire for the unknown and passion for exploration. She took a deep breath, ready to meet the next scientific challenge. Orochimaru, this curious and smart scientist, is always full of challenges and courage to explore. She believes that she can continue to break the boundaries of science and unravel more mysteries of the universe. But before that, she plans to find her students and talk about her discoveries during this period. Orochimaru changed his clothes and hurried out of his room. He came to a modern laboratory illuminated by lights. The fluorescent screens of the instruments flickered mysteriously in silence. Bottles and jars were arranged on the laboratory table. Transparent and translucent liquids were silent in the slender test tubes, as if containing the mysteries of the world. Expensive instruments were scattered in a spacious space. The screens and pointers recorded every exploration of the unknown. Scientists walked among them, their eyes focused and firm, and the sweat on their foreheads was a testament to their unremitting pursuit of science. They either lowered their heads in thought or discussed with each other, their white coats fluttering gently as they walked, like sails sailing in the ocean of knowledge. Their fingers lightly touched the buttons of the instruments, and their hearts were filled with questions about the unknown world. In this oasis of science and technology, every tiny discovery was enough to cause a shock in the scientific community. The precision the equipment emits is slight humming sound, which is the melody of human wisdom. Under the microscope, the microscopic world is revealed one by one. The dance of cells and the interweaving of molecules are gradually becoming clearer under the gaze of scientists. In this temple of modern science, people use reason as a tool and exploration as fuel to continuously advance towards the frontier of the unknown. Every time an experiment is launched, it is a challenge to the laws of nature. Every time data is collected, it is an approach to the truth. This place is full of busy figures and a desire for the unknown. Everyone is trying to uncover a corner of the world in his own way and glimpse the truth hidden beneath the appearance. Orochimaru looked at the busy crowd here with a smile in her eyes. She still liked these scientists who worked together. Everyone was very busy, but countless inventions were launched here, which changed the world. This sense of accomplishment was fascinating. Kenichi Amemiya, what are you doing? When Orochimaru found Kenichi Amemiya, he was doing an experiment. His body was in the door on the right, and his head was in the door on the left, spanning almost 70 meters in between. Orochimaru looked at this scene in some surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect why Kenichi Amemiya could achieve such an effect. but soon Orochimaru had a guess. After all, she had been trying to study space before, so when she saw this scene, she naturally had some guesses deep in her heart. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Orochimaru, then greeted his teacher with a smile, and looked at his teacher curiously, wanting to see what the teacher came here for this time, but Kenichi Amemiya soon knew. Teacher, are you saying that you are also studying space? And you have some ideas? Amemiya Kenichi looked at his teacher in surprise. Orochimaru nodded. Amemiya Kenichi was a little amused. This was really interesting. The two of them were actually studying space. But this was also good. At least they could communicate with each other and get some new information. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi smiled and shared his ideas with Orochimaru. After hearing this, Orochimaru also gave some opinions. For a while, Amemiya Kenichi's research progress on space became much faster. This made Amemiya Kenichi's eyes smile. It turned out that it was not feasible to work in isolation. It was better to go out and communicate from time to time. Chapter 747 Divine Power Space. As Kenichi Amemiya's research on space becomes more and more in depth, Kenichi Amemiya can now reach some more peculiar places. Kenichi Amemiya can even control space and gain some unique abilities. This is quite interesting. However, Kenichi Amemiya currently feels that his understanding of space is still too weak. This space has many unique characteristics, but these characteristics are relatively troublesome and do not have much effect. Kenichi Amemiya feels that it is still a bit troublesome for him to know too much about space. However, there are also benefits. That is, when Kenichi Amemiya opened the space and pierced the spatial dimension, he accidentally found a very magical place, or a place that Kenichi Amemiya is very familiar with. Kenichi Amemiya is looking at the unique space in front of him at this moment, with some thought in his eyes. Of course he remembers this, it's a ghost place. After all, everything here looks familiar. This ghost place is the Camu space that Kenichi Amemiya found from Uchiha Obito's eye technique when he killed him before. It's just that the Camu space is too unique, so Kenichi Amemiya didn't take it too seriously. Since Obito died, there is no intention of resurrecting him. In fact, except for Kakashi who wanted to resurrect Obito at the beginning, no one wanted to resurrect Obito afterwards, and not even Kakashi. After all, after the things Obito did were exposed, Obito's life completely went into hell mode, and Obito did not get the forgiveness of others this time. In fact, even Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki did not think about forgiving Obito, which made Obito fall into this strange atmosphere, so Obito has been staying in the Pure Land. I didn't expect that after the user of the Camu space died, this Camu space could be preserved. This is really amazing, but it's useless. After all, this Camu space. Kenichi Amemiya tentatively pressed his hand on the wall of the Camu space. He was trying to invade this space, but what surprised Kenichi Amemiya was that, although Obito was dead, this place seemed to have a lock. Kenichi Amemiya tried, but failed to get in. However, Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. After all, there were not many things in the Camu space that were worthy of Kenichi Amemiya's attention. If he had to say something, it was probably the small props that Kenichi Amemiya had used against Obito. Apart from that, there was really nothing worthy of Kenichi Amemiya's attention. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes were filled with some thought. Kenichi Amemiya planned to deal with it slowly, sort out this matter, and then finish this thing as soon as possible, so that he can deal with these things slowly in the future. This Camu space gave Kenichi Amemiya some inspiration. Since Obito can use the eye technique to form such a Camu space, there is no reason why he can't do it, so Kenichi Amemiya plans to give it a try. After Kenichi Amemiya tried, he found that constructing a space was still a little difficult, but not particularly difficult. After trying more than 10 times, Kenichi Amemiya constructed a room of 100 square meters for him to use, and this place became a little peculiar because of Kenichi Amemiya's idea. Kenichi Amemiya looked around. He was trying to consolidate this space. After all, if it was not consolidated, the entire space would slowly collapse or be invaded at will, which was not acceptable. Obito's Camu space is quite good. It is equivalent to giving people a lock. Although it is not a problem for Kenichi Amemiya to invade this lock, the disadvantage is whether it is worth it. So Kenichi Amemiya is very clear about this. He is reinforcing this space. When the reinforcement is almost done, Kenichi Amemiya plans to do something else. As for this space, it is actually useless at present. After all, it is a void, no air, no oxygen, nothing, just pure nothingness. If you have to say it, there are probably some open spaces. However, this gave Kenichi Amemiya some ideas. If he still can't beat the Otsutsuki clan later, then maybe he can try to transfer all the people to this space directly, and then run away by himself, which is equivalent to everyone on the planet running away, but this can only be said to be a last resort. When there is no other way, Amemiya Kenichi will choose a method. Amemiya Kenichi knows very well that, if he does this, the consequences will be very serious. After all, there is probably no shortage of people in the Otsutsuki clan who can use the ability of time and space. At that time, there will be big problems. So Amemiya Kenichi came up with these strange ideas. However, this space at least proves that Amemiya Kenichi's ability to control space has improved a lot. But how to add other things to the space he created is a problem. After all, there is really nothing here. You can't find anything. It's very magical, and gives Amemiya Kenichi a headache. The good news is that it is safe to store things here, unless the opponent has the ability to find space. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi left a mark here to facilitate the search for this space later, otherwise it would be embarrassing if he couldn't find it. After all, space is something that can move. Kenichi Amemiya had discovered before that this so-called space can sometimes be understood as the ocean, and humans and everything in the world live in this vast ocean, but just like fish living in the ocean, humans basically cannot perceive the movement of space, even if space is constantly flowing, wriggling, and vibrating. Sometimes Kenichi Amemiya even found that space would break directly, as if it was cut by someone, but the reason why people did not feel anything unusual was that, even if the vast ocean was cut by someone, other water would quickly fill the gap. But if you stand still at a coordinate point, you will find that space is slowly flowing, but the speed is very slow, especially very slow, so ordinary people cannot perceive it. This is also a peculiarity of space, and Kenichi Amemiya also knew that, if he did not locate it, then it would be troublesome to find the space he created later, so Kenichi Amemiya gave this place a location. After that, Kenichi Amemiya also had some other ideas. Are space and dimension the same concept? To some extent, it is very similar, but not completely. After all, space and dimension seem to be different things. Dimension can be understood as a parallel world. This reminds Kenichi Amemiya of the parallel worlds he discovered when he traveled through time. However, these worlds are all variations of the Naruto world, except that the situations there are a little different. But what Kenichi Amemiya wants to explore more is whether this world has a channel connecting to other worlds. This is also the thing that Kenichi Amemiya is most curious about at the moment. Naruto Uzumaki glanced forward with curious eyes. His gaze seemed idle at first, but his gaze revealed full of anticipation. His heart was surging, and he couldn't wait to have an in-depth conversation with Teacher Amemiya Kenichi. Looking at Teacher Amemiya Kenichi's figure, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, hoping to find a little clue about interstellar exploration in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki's mood fluctuated with his gaze, and his expectations condensed into a huge energy, waiting to meet with Teacher Amemiya Kenichi. Naruto Uzumaki stood in front of the door, listening to the faint sound coming from inside. He listened carefully, as if waiting for a beautiful piece of music. His mood was excited, as if he heard the echo of the world. He was full of anticipation and awe for Teacher Amemiya Kenichi's words. How he hoped to hear some experiences and insights about interstellar exploration, and integrate these precious knowledge into his own career. In the midst of this movement, bringing new hope to the exploration department, Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts raced. He pondered the words of Sensei Amemiya Kenichi, and speculated on his views on interstellar exploration. Various scenarios played out in his mind, recalling moments he had mentioned about interstellar exploration. His heart seemed to be alight with excitement amidst a sense of emptiness. This contemplation and imagination filled him with a fierce interest, as if he were embarking on a mysterious journey. Naruto Uzumaki smiled gently and brilliantly as he approached Sensei Amemiya Kenichi. His smile was gentle and radiant, like sunlight bathing his face, radiating joy. His steps were light and airy, as if he were about to take off to an unknown planet. He hoped that this conversation with Sensei Amemiya Kenichi would enlighten his thinking, giving him a deeper understanding of interstellar exploration, and allowing him to fully prepare for the upcoming adventure. "Sensei," Naruto said happily, pushing open the door. As he entered, he saw his sensei half floating in the air. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with some surprise. Why did Naruto come here? But then Kenichi Amemiya came out of his own space, and Naruto looked at Kenichi Amemiya curiously. He really didn't expect Kenichi Amemiya to become like this. How did he do it? But Naruto didn't ask too much, but told Kenichi Amemiya about his ideas. Kenichi Amemiya smiled after hearing it. He didn't expect that Naruto would go to outer space to fight for the interests of the ninja world. But looking at Naruto, Kenichi Amemiya also scratched his head. He remembered that Naruto was planning to marry Hinata Hyuga. So, it seems that he plans to take Hinata with him? However, the exploration of outer space is indeed very popular in the ninja world now, and with the participation of Kenichi Amemiya, the speed of spacecraft and the like will be much faster when flying. This also requires a large number of Orochimaru clones to achieve. It can be said that the most important thing in the entire ninja world now is Orochimaru's clone. After all, with these clones, the flow of time can be freely accelerated or slowed down, and there are many places to use them. It can be said that every time they are used, a clone of Orochimaru dies, so Kenichi Amemiya is very clear about this. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Naruto, smiled, and then asked about the situation of Naruto and Hinata. Naruto smiled embarrassedly after hearing this. He did plan to take Hinata to outer space. Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas after hearing this. He yawned and then explained it briefly to Naruto. Kenichi Amemiya brought Naruto to the rocket launch center. On the huge launch pad, the steel structure shone brightly under the scorching sun. Countless spacecraft were waiting, their shells reflecting the sunlight, like the brightest stars in the night sky. The staff in the launch center shuttled back and forth, their steps hurried but firm, everyone concentrating on the work at hand, their ears filled with conversations of various professional terms and the low roar of machines running. On the huge screen, the launch countdown numbers were played in real time, and every beat touched the heartstrings of everyone present. The staff were dressed in uniforms and wore headphones. Their eyes were focused, and the walkie-talkies in their hands transmitted clear and decisive instructions from the command center. Not far away, several engineers were nervously discussing technical issues. The security personnel who maintained order patrolled various important areas, their eyes alert and steady, and the communication equipment in their hands beeped slightly from time to time. Under their close monitoring, the entire launch center was in order, and even the smallest details were not overlooked. As the countdown drew to a close, the atmosphere in the entire launch center became increasingly tense. Everyone was waiting for that moment to come, with both excitement and anxiety in their hearts. When the final launch command was issued, the flames ejected from the tail of the rocket were as hot as the sun, illuminating every corner of the launch center. Amid the raging fire, the huge roar shook everyone's heart, and those spacecraft finally began their journey of exploring the vast universe in people's anticipation. "How is it? Are you nervous?" Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto beside him, and asked with a smile. Naruto shook his head after hearing that, his eyes showing some excitement and envy. He had wanted to go to outer space for a long time. After all, if he went to outer space, he could see more interesting things. Although staying here was also good, Naruto still wanted to go on an adventure in outer space. Such a life would be more meaningful. Uzumaki Naruto always had some troubles. He was Amemiya Kenichi's student. Because of this, Naruto often met people who envied his teacher in the ninja world. This made Naruto very upset, so Uzumaki Naruto planned to travel to outer space. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto and roughly knew why Naruto said that, but Amemiya Kenichi didn't say much. Naruto had grown up, and it was time for him to make his own decision. Chapter 748 Kakishi's Heart Knot. Kenichi Amemiya was looking at the spaceship in front of him. He was eating, and sitting opposite him were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. However, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki seemed to be in a heavy mood at the moment. Kenichi Amemiya could understand what Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were thinking. After all, their children were about to embark on a journey, and they didn't know how long they would be gone. Any normal parent would have some worries and depression, which was also a very normal thing. However, although he knew it, Kenichi Amemiya didn't say anything. This was Naruto's own idea. Kenichi Amemiya himself couldn't say anything, and it was impossible to stop it. After all, the world is undergoing a huge change now. Both Kenichi Amemiya himself and Naruto and the others have to go through these things. Kenichi Amemiya himself understands this very well. Moreover, Naruto can still be said to be a young man now, but are other young people not human beings? So it is natural that Kenichi Amemiya would not give Naruto any privileges. He just intends to witness Naruto's future. As for what Naruto will become in the future, frankly speaking, Kenichi Amemiya himself does not know. After all, this is Naruto's own life. Kenichi Amemiya does not know or understand Naruto's future life. But what he can do is to try more, see more, and study more to see what Naruto will become in the future. Now Kushina Uzumaki has a sad face. Kenichi Amemiya wants to laugh when he sees Kushina Uzumaki like this. Kushina Uzumaki is a very interesting guy. Now Kushina Uzumaki works in the sealing class. Her current work performance is still relatively outstanding. Of course, it is still inferior to Minato Namikaze. Kenichi Amemiya, I want to ask about Naruto's matter. I wonder if you can help me to explain it. After all, Naruto is a child who only listens to you now. He doesn't listen to us much, so what I mean is, Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya felt helpless after hearing this. How could he say such a thing? Although Kenichi Amemiya knew that Minato and his wife did not want to be separated from their child. After all, Naruto was about to get married, and they also wanted to attend Naruto's wedding. Although Kenichi Amemiya knew and understood, he really had no way to deal with such a thing. He could only regretfully explain it to Minato and his wife. After hearing it, Minato and his wife felt a little sorry, but did not say anything. After all, they themselves knew that this kind of thing was not very reliable. Naruto was determined to go. Not letting Naruto go at this time might lead to more trouble. Kenichi Amemiya agreed with this when he heard it. He looked at Minato and his wife in front of him with some thought in his eyes. Minato Namikaze and his wife now have 2 children. One is Naruto, and the other is Naruto's sister. The child is also very cute and clings to her elder brother. However, Naruto is going now, and there is no way to stop him. He can only watch and deal with it slowly. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had some new ideas in his mind. He planned to study it slowly. As for the 4th generation couple, it is naturally impossible for them to go with Naruto. This matter is very unrealistic. So at present, it is basically a foregone conclusion that Naruto and Hinata will go to outer space. When Naruto and others come back, Minato Namikaze will probably be a grandfather. Kenichi Amemiya held his chin and looked at Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki in front of him. They were talking to Naruto, chatting about some things about themselves. Kenichi Amemiya had no intention of eavesdropping. Kenichi Amemiya smiled and talked to Naruto and the others, then left here and came to the government building. Then Kenichi Amemiya walked in directly and found Kakashi, who was sitting inside in a daze. When he saw Kenichi Amemiya, Kakashi's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. After all, he hadn't seen Kenichi Amemiya for a while. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Kakashi with a hint of smile in his eyes. After seeing Kenichi Amemiya, Kakashi scratched his chin a little unnaturally. He didn't have much time to chat with Kenichi Amemiya recently. After all, he had some unpleasantness when communicating with Kenichi Amemiya about Obito before, and now, looking at Kenichi Amemiya, Kakashi also felt a little guilty. He had been thinking about Obito before, and felt that what Kenichi Amemiya said made sense. Obito had indeed gone too far. However, looking at Kenichi Amemiya in front of him, Kakashi still didn't know what to say. But Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. Instead, he smiled and talked to Kakashi, asking Kakashi if he wanted to go out for dinner or something. Kakashi hesitated after hearing that, then nodded and followed Kenichi Amemiya out silently. After leaving the office building, Kenichi Amemiya casually took Kakashi to a barbecue restaurant. This barbecue restaurant was opened by the Akimichi family. It has to be said that the Akimichi family is indeed very talented in barbecue. At least in Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, it is very interesting, and the taste is really good. Kenichi Amemiya still likes it very much. Kakashi, you seem to have some distance from me recently. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Kakashi and said with a smile. After hearing this, Kakashi's eyes hesitated, and then he sighed. He didn't know how to face Amemiya Kenichi during this period. After all, his former friend has now climbed to a height that he can hardly reach. Such a thing is too outrageous for Kakashi, so he can't accept it. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Kakashi and smiled. Kakashi is quite funny, but Amemiya Kenichi also knows what Kakashi is thinking. After all, Obito is his good friend and the one who gave him the eyes. Although under Amemiya Kenichi's control, Obito's eyes have come to Kakashi, but Kakashi has no intention of installing them. Instead, he has kept them. Amemiya Kenichi thinks Kakashi's feelings for Obito should be. It is quite complicated. After all, Obito has had a profound impact on Kakashi. However, Kakashi is also a clear-headed person. So although he still misses Obito, he will not do anything to disappoint Kenichi Amemiya. And Kakashi is indeed like this. Kakashi sighed, and then had a brief chat with Kenichi Amemiya about what happened during this period. Kenichi Amemiya also listened to Kakashi with a smile. He came to Kakashi purely because he was free and planned to come and play with Kakashi. Now, they can continue to chat. During this period, Kenichi Amemiya has made great changes to the ninja world. It can be said that it is drastic. Under such drastic changes, Kenichi Amemiya has also gained a lot of trouble. So now Kenichi Amemiya wants to deal with these things slowly and change his thinking at the same time. This is a reason why Kenichi Amemiya came here. He wondered what his friend had gone through after faking his death, why he had chosen this wrong path. The pain in his heart was not because of betrayal, but because of his deep attachment to this person. But now he could not completely control his complex emotions. His breathing was weak but powerful, and a soft wheeze came from his throat, a sound that was both angry and calm. As if a cold wind had passed through the wounds in his heart, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. He tried to resist the chaos and pain in his heart, but as memories emerged, he could hardly suppress his emotions. He stood up, his cracked lips pressed tightly into a straight line, his eyes firmly staring into the distance, his deep eyes flashing with determination and persistence. Kakashi decided to put the disputes of the past behind him and find a new path for himself. Kakashi's silence revealed his complex emotions, his eyes moving, sometimes sad, sometimes he was doubtful, sometimes he was angry. On his face, one could see an invisible haze floating around, looming. His hands were tightly clasping his clothes. His fingertips were slightly white, as if he wanted to squeeze all the anger and pain into this moment. His body was trembling slightly, as if he was bearing unspeakable responsibilities and problems. His white hair was dancing gently in the wind, just like the ups and downs in his heart. Kenichi Amemiya noticed Kakashi's hesitation and doubts, but Kenichi Amemiya didn't say anything. It was normal for Kakashi to have such concerns. His body trembled slightly, and he drooped his head weakly. His eyes seemed to be locked tightly by the mistakes of the past, revealing a desperate cry. The muscles on his face forced a bitter smile, which appeared from the corner of his lips. He raised a trembling palm with regret, but in the end he was unable to touch the shadow of the past. He was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. The gasps came out of his throat with sobs, as if telling the world about his inner pain. He closed his eyes in sorrow and regret, and dared not see those he had hurt again, as if the cruel reality had bound him hopelessly. In the darkness of the abyss, Obito tried to break free from the shackles of his past, but no matter how hard he struggled, the pain in his heart refused to dissipate. Tragic sobs echoed in the air, becoming a permanent scar in his veins. However, Obito gradually realized that life would offer him no chance for atonement. He could no longer undo what he had done. Lost the chance to reunite with his loved ones, he could only wallow in regret and endless pain. Finally, with his final breath, Obito, filled with relief and despair, found peace in the unknown. His voice would never again echo through the heavens, but his heart, burdened by so much sin, found a glimmer of peace in his departure. When Obito died, he didn't mention you, nor did he mention Minato Namikaze. He simply died. He probably was still thinking about Nohara when he left. After all, for Obito, the meaning of his life was that girl, Nohara. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Kakashi's eyes flickered with daze upon hearing this. Obito died just like that? And so casually? This made Kakashi feel a little bit unbelievable. Obito, you really don't have anything to say to your teacher or yourself? You know, your teacher loves you the most, and Master Kushina also cares about you very much, and yet you do this, not even wanting to say an apology or sorry? This made Kakashi a little stunned, while Amemiya Kenichi calmly drank his tea. There was really nothing to say about Obito's death. This guy was just like that. Although he might have wanted to say something at the end, he ultimately said nothing, and ended his life so hastily. Thank you, Kenichi, Kakashi said seriously. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and said nothing. He didn't need Kakashi's gratitude, but such a chat would also make him feel better, so chatting occasionally was a good choice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, The Idea of Going to the Universe. Kenichi Amemiya sat in his seat, looking thoughtfully at the documents in front of him. He was now reviewing the recent situation of his huge country during this period, and he needed to classify and deal with it according to these situations. However, in general, there are many places in the world that need to be corrected. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the things in his hands. Although he was trying to eliminate the prejudices in people's minds and some of the old division methods, such problems still exist. People are always used to making an invisible division, based on their own villages and countries. Kenichi Amemiya didn't care about this. After all, a country is so big that it needs to be divided. However, in order to make up for this problem, Kenichi Amemiya also had some ideas, but how to make a change is also a problem. Kenichi Amemiya thought of the provinces in his previous life. City division. Here is where Kenichi Amemiya plans to use this as an example. As for the original 5 major countries, Kenichi Amemiya plans to make these the knowledge and history books. They cannot exist in themselves. After all, this world has just been integrated. If the concept of these homelands continues to exist, it may cause some troublesome things to happen. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had some new ideas. So Kenichi Amemiya simply came to the current administrative building, and then found the shadow clone here, and then issued a call to action. Soon, the heads of the political power of this new country came to Kenichi Amemiya, sat cross-legged, waiting to listen to Kenichi Amemiya's words. Kenichi Amemiya looked at this scene, and felt a little subtle in his heart. No wonder so many people like power. This thing really makes people feel great. This time let's discuss the current division of provinces and cities. The traditional 5 major countries are to be abandoned. You come up with a method. Kenichi Amemiya sat in his seat and talked to the people below. These people looked at each other and then began to put forward their own ideas. Anyone with a discerning eye knew what Kenichi Amemiya meant by this. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the existence of some old antiques in this country, so he planned to make a division forcefully, but such a division might seem a bit hasty. Kenichi Amemiya had his own ideas. He planned to deal with this matter slowly. After all, this aspect still needed to be dealt with. But now these things made Kenichi Amemiya realize that there were still many people who wanted to restore the monarchy, but because of Kenichi Amemiya's overly powerful military force, no one did so. That's all. And now, Kenichi Amemiya has some other ideas. He plans to advance this point quickly, and then catch those idiots who are obsessed with restoring the 5 major countries, and let these idiots have a good experience. As for these idiots, Kenichi Amemiya also plans to kill them directly. Anyway, for idiots who can't see the direction of the world, death is a good choice. However, Kenichi Amemiya thinks this is a bit of a waste. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had a new idea. He planned to send these idiots to outer space to mine, let them be parasitized by parasites, and then become brainless miners, working until they die. This kind of punishment should be good. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya thinks he can give it a try. Anyway, even if he tries and fails, it will not cause any trouble to Kenichi Amemiya. On the contrary, it can make Kenichi Amemiya's life easier. Soon, under the leadership of Amemiya Kenichi, these people came up with some new ideas and suggestions. Amemiya Kenichi listened to them, selected a few good plans, and waved his hand to let these people go down to implement them, while he himself left here temporarily. After these tedious little things were dealt with, it was time for Amemiya Kenichi to do other things. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi also had some new ideas in his heart, but how to realize this idea was a more troublesome problem. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi was thoughtful. He was thinking about traveling to outer space and finding some materials by the way. After all, the technology of the ninja world has progressed to a level that is difficult to advance further under the promotion of Amemiya Kenichi, or it can be said that the world has no other better way to do it for the time being. Improvements have been made, and technology has entered a short period of slow development. Moreover, the entire world can reach a more automated level under the control of Kenichi Amemiya. Simply put, the world is now under the control of Kenichi Amemiya. It has reached a level where there is no difference between having him or not, and the entire world will continue to move forward steadily. So Kenichi Amemiya feels that instead of staying here, he might as well think about other things and slowly develop and study the possibilities of these things. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, this is the most important step and the most critical step. There is some thought in Kenichi Amemiya's eyes. It is quite convenient to go to outer space, and it is also very easy for Kenichi Amemiya to come back. After all, he does not need to do too much to simply solve this problem. Kenichi Amemiya seemed to be lost in thought. He really wanted to go to outer space, but if he couldn't go to outer space, Kenichi Amemiya himself didn't care. It was just that he had promised the rabbit not to continue using the time machine. Otherwise, Kenichi Amemiya would like to go to other timelines to see how strong the Otsutsuki clan there was, and by the way, see how the future ninja world would deal with those Otsutsuki clans. After all, these Otsutsuki clans also exist in other worlds, and seeing how other worlds deal with the Otsutsuki clans can also give Kenichi Amemiya more inspiration. But it's a pity that the rabbit didn't let Kenichi Amemiya go, otherwise Kenichi Amemiya would definitely go there. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya left the laboratory. He planned to see what planets the spacecraft had detected, and then he'd deal with some planets and see what can be produced from these planets. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas in his heart, but how to deal with this idea was a problem. Kenichi Amemiya took a look and found that most of them were resource planets, but there were not many planets with life. Kenichi Amemiya was not surprised. After all, such a special existence as life is not so easy to be born. In this case, it is not so easy to deal with it. Kenichi Amemiya felt that he might need to sail alone in some unknown directions to find planets with life. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya also planned to talk to Kaguya about this matter. After all, this matter also needs to be approved by Kaguya Otsutsuki, and it would be best to take Kaguya with him. Kaguya Otsutsuki is a woman with a gentle and brilliant smile. Her eyes are filled with bright light, as if there is endless warmth and kindness. There is a light smile between her eyebrows, like a ray of sunshine in spring, warming everyone around her. When she looks at her husband, Kenichi Amemiya, her eyes are full of deep love. Her eyes are like a blue lake, clear and warm, watching every inch of his skin, as if to imprint everything about her husband in her heart. Kaguya gazes at Kenichi Amemiya gently, as if to convey through her eyes. With her endless love and attachment to him, she told him her feelings in a soft voice. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a beautiful piece of music, gently penetrating every corner of Kenichi Amemiya's heart. Her steps were light and agile, like the swaying dance of a lotus in the breeze. She walked side by side with her husband, smiling and sharing with him the wonderful journey of the vast universe. Kaguya's arms gently hugged Kenichi Amemiya's waist, showing her deep attachment and dependence on him. Beside Kaguya, her laughter never stopped. Her smile was as warm as the sun and as soothing as a breeze. comfortable, always hanging on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes also revealed joy and smile. Her laughter is loud and sweet, like a silver bell echoing in the air, bringing people infinite joy and happiness. Kaguya's voice is soft and moving, like the sound of nature, full of warmth and love. Her words are clear and accurate, with clear pronunciation, as if every syllable is telling a beautiful story. Whether it is a conversation with her husband or communicating with others, her voice always brings people a warm feeling. Her neck is slender, her posture is upright, like an elegant flower blooming in the sky. In the endless space of the universe, whenever Kaguya walks, she shows her inner confidence and determination with her graceful movements. Whether she is walking forward or gazing sideways, her movements are always so light and natural. Kaguya Rotsutsuki, her gentleness and cheerfulness are like a bright light, illuminating the hearts of everyone she passes by. The journey she embarks on with her husband will be a wonderful journey full of love and hope. She uses her gentleness and smile to place the answers to all the mysteries in the universe in that deep love, and Kenichi Amemiya is also very moved. Kenichi Amemiya brought Kaguya Rotsutsuki to the center of the rocket launch. Under the sunlight, the modern space launch center was shining brightly. The huge launch tower was like a gatehouse leading to the stars, reaching into the sky. Surrounding it were neatly arranged rockets and spacecraft, their metal shells reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight, as if they were messengers of the future world. Crowds of people shuttled back and forth in this land full of technological atmosphere. They were dressed in various work clothes, with focused and determined expressions on their faces. Engineers were busy carrying out the final inspection to ensure that every data was accurate. In the command center, the staff issued clear instructions through the walkie-talkie, and their voices revealed unquestionable authority and confidence. Not far away, the astronauts were wearing silver spacesuits and were receiving the briefing before departure. The report said their eyes were deep, gazing at the distant sky, as if they had already passed through the atmosphere and arrived at the surface of an unknown planet. Their faces were full of desire for the upcoming journey and curiosity about the unknown world. As the launch time approached, the atmosphere in the entire launch center became more tense and solemn. The huge rocket engine began to roar. The sound was shocking and made people's hearts beat. People held their breath and watched the spacecraft carrying astronauts slowly rise. They cut through the clouds and rushed into the vast universe. At this moment, everyone in the launch center was connected by a common emotion, the persistent pursuit of exploring the unknown. They knew that these spacecraft were not just traveling physically, they also carried mankind's infinite longing for the future and the unremitting exploration of surpassing themselves. I didn't expect that this rocket launch center has become like this. It's really surprising. Kaguya Rotsutsuki looked around with some surprise, with some thought in her eyes. Kenichi Amemiya was very calm. After all, for Kenichi Amemiya and others, the most valuable thing in the world is undoubtedly this launch center. After all, the world is currently in a state of stagnation. Under such circumstances, there is nothing that can be improved in this universe in a short period of time. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya's tone must be to take space exploration as the central task, and then seek ways to change it, and then let scientists come to the time laboratory to do research, so as to find enough of the things they need in this time laboratory, and see if they can promote the development of science and technology in this world. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently working on, but relatively speaking, it's still somewhat difficult to bring about greater changes to the world. Kenichi Amemiya sees this clearly, but these things are inherently accumulated little by little, so Kenichi Amemiya believes that the research and development of these technologies cannot stop. Simply put, what Kenichi Amemiya needs to do is to change the world into what he needs. Only then can he obtain what he needs. However, this time, Kenichi Amemiya himself plans to join this journey of exploring outer space. After all, such a journey is also very important. Only by completing the exploration can the world have more progress and development. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya has some other ideas in mind. If we go, where should we go? Kaguya Rotsutsuki asked her husband curiously, and Kenichi Amemiya fell into deep thought after hearing this. Kenichi Amemiya still has some ideas about this question. After all, in Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, if they are going to explore, then they must prioritize visiting places they have never been to. This is the best choice. So Kenichi Amemiya thought about it and decided where to go this time, but before leaving, Kenichi Amemiya still needed to upgrade the spaceship. Chapter 750, Refining Kaguya Rotsutsuki. It's not impossible to go there directly, but in Amemiya Kenichi's opinion, it's still a little worse. Moreover, Amemiya Kenichi thinks that, if he goes there directly, the quality of the spaceship is really worrying, so it's better to do something else, such as upgrading the spaceship. But after thinking about it, Amemiya Kenichi feels that his idea may be a bit redundant. After all, no matter how he upgrades the spaceship, it will be the same. But if Kaguya Rotsutsuki comes, then Kaguya Rotsutsuki can help Kenichi Amemiya do more things. After all, Kaguya Rotsutsuki can create a world. This is also a good choice in Amemiya Kenichi's opinion. In addition, Amemiya Kenichi also plans to kill Kaguya Rotsutsuki, who is still sealed. Kaguya Rotsutsuki on the moon can only be a substitute for Amemiya Kenichi, a thing that allows Amemiya Kenichi to try to restore Kaguya Rotsutsuki and obtain a fruit of the sacred tree. Amemiya Kenichi has thought of a replacement for this thing. He is doing it now, and the way he does it is to let Kaguya Rotsutsuki beside him release chakra to replace the chakra needed by other ninjas in this world. In this way, for Kenichi Amemiya, he can also obtain some interesting things through these methods, so Kenichi Amemiya needs to do these things well before leaving. Fortunately, for Kenichi Amemiya, doing these things is not a difficult problem, and it can even be used to make himself stronger. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya came to the spacecraft manufacturing center. He planned to upgrade his spacecraft to make the spacecraft faster and faster so that Kenichi Amemiya could explore other worlds. After all, Kenichi Amemiya himself knew very well that the process of space navigation was very boring and uninteresting. In such a life process, if the speed is not faster, he will become a certain strongest creature, and he has given up thinking in the sky until now. Mr. Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya was surrounded by enthusiastic persons in charge as soon as he walked in. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the person in charge and didn't say anything. Instead, he learned about the current operation of the organization and some other characteristics of the organization. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is doing now. When he heard that Kenichi Amemiya wanted to upgrade the spacecraft, the other party directly called several persons in charge of technical specialties. They all looked very experienced, and their Mediterranean hairstyles and bald hairstyles proved the powerful abilities of these old predecessors. Kenichi Amemiya looked very satisfied. He has always adhered to the rule of efficiency first and people in the industry managing people in the industry. This has also made all the current technical positions go well. Although there are occasional small disputes, in Kenichi Amemiya's view, such disputes are acceptable. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, as long as if it is a benign dispute, then it is acceptable. What he cannot accept is that a group of guys who are just sitting there doing nothing are standing in high positions, and they have the nerve to point fingers, enrich themselves, and eat to their heart's content. Although Kenichi Amemiya also knows that it is difficult to completely eliminate corruption and other phenomena, there are parasites at present, and Kenichi Amemiya still has control over the leadership of this world. Under Kenichi Amemiya's leadership, the whole world is proceeding in an orderly manner, and the efficient power structure has also brought efficient action. Now the development of the whole world is progressing at a rapid pace, and Kenichi Amemiya is quite satisfied with it. Speaking of parasites, Kenichi Amemiya also thought of Fenghua Zyaksu and the parasites in her body. Fenghua Zyaksu has recognized the reality during this period and will no longer seduce Kenichi Amemiya when she has nothing to do. However, she has no intention of falling in love, so Kenichi Amemiya can only compensate this loyal subordinate in other ways. So, how are you doing with the upgrade of these things? Is there any new progress in terms of protection against cosmic rays? Kenichi Amemiya asked, while looking at the subordinates in front of him, and after hearing what Kenichi Amemiya said, the person in charge this time also started to explain to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya was quite satisfied with what this guy said. The other party was indeed very proficient in this business, which Kenichi Amemiya could also see, and the other party's behavior and attitude were what Kenichi Amemiya wanted to see. After all, in Kenichi Amemiya's view, this kind of world should be like this. Professionals do professional things, so Kenichi Amemiya simply upgraded his spacecraft and then handed the business to the scientists in front of him, and Kenichi Amemiya left here. He did not intend to supervise these people to complete the upgrade here. After all, there was no need for this. After Kenichi Amemiya left, everyone became while getting busy. Kenichi Amemiya fell into deep thought. He planned to have some other understanding and mastery of this world, and the only thing he needed to do now was to eat the fruit of the sacred tree, and this required the Otsutsuki Kagura of this world to complete it. Let the Otsutsuki Kagura who was still on the moon in this world complete this step, which would basically be enough. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes also showed some thought. He thought it was quite interesting, but before, Kenichi Amemiya was worried whether this would make the Otsutsuki Kagura beside him feel uncomfortable. After all, this Otsutsuki Kagura and the Otsutsuki Kagura on the moon were both Otsutsuki Kagura, and they were essentially the same, but this Otsutsuki Kagura was brought from other places by Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya knew this very well, so Kenichi Amemiya planned to try and study it slowly to see what the result would be. As long as it could be completed smoothly, then everything would be worthwhile. So Kenichi Amemiya found Kagura Otsutsuki who was preparing to go to space and needed to prepare things. After hearing what Kenichi Amemiya said, Kagura Otsutsuki also smiled. Of course, she didn't mind this matter. After all, for Kagura Otsutsuki, all this was irrelevant. She was herself, not anyone else. So Kagura Otsutsuki didn't care about this matter. Kenichi Amemiya felt relieved after hearing this. Since Kagura Otsutsuki didn't care so much, Kenichi Amemiya felt much more relaxed. However, when he thought of Kagura Otsutsuki, Kenichi Amemiya's expression was a little strange. After all, what he had to do was to refine Kagura Otsutsuki into the fruit of the sacred tree, so that he could become stronger and have more confidence and strength to do these things. However, when he thought of Kagura Otsutsuki's face, Kenichi Amemiya had a stomachache. Every time he thought of Kagura Otsutsuki's face, Kenichi Amemiya had a stomachache. After all, when he thought of Kagura Otsutsuki's face, he felt that he couldn't do it, but it was just a feeling. Amemiya Kenichi himself knew it, and he could do it at will. After all, Amemiya Kenichi knew very well the difference between Otsutsuki Kagura and Otsutsuki Kagura. Otsutsuki Kagura and Otsutsuki Kagura were different. Amemiya Kenichi knew this very well. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi yawned. He also had some ideas of his own about other things in this world, but in general, the focus was still on improving the current strength. As long as he could improve his strength to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, then Amemiya Kenichi felt that no matter how much effort he put in, it was acceptable. After all, he knew very well what kind of enemy he was facing. Unless the strength could be further improved, it would not be an easy task to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi had some ideas in his mind, and he planned to try it slowly. Came to the moon. He looked at the crack below and could sense a trace of Kagura Otsutsuki's breath in it. Kagura Otsutsuki was thoughtful. Now all the ninja chakra in the world has been replaced by Kagura Otsutsuki's chakra beside him. In other words, he can now directly gather the chakra of this world and infuse it into Kagura Otsutsuki, so that Kagura Otsutsuki on the moon can reach a perfect state. Kenichi Amemiya calmly gathered the other chakras belonging to Kagura Otsutsuki in the world, and then condensed them together, and then infused them into it. Next to Kenichi Amemiya, Kagura Otsutsuki was also standing here. Kagura Otsutsuki looked at the moon in front of her with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. She was also sealed in it, but fortunately, she met Kenichi Amemiya. Although there was some unpleasantness at the beginning, her life later was still very comfortable and pleasant. And Kagura Otsutsuki was also very happy. So standing here at this moment, looking at the thing in front of her, there was some thought in Kagura Otsutsuki's eyes. She didn't mind letting Kenichi Amemiya become stronger. After all, Kagura Otsutsuki knew very well what risks Kenichi Amemiya faced in this area. These were what Kenichi Amemiya had to do, and find a way to face them, so Kagura Otsutsuki didn't mind letting Kenichi Amemiya become stronger. After the Kagura Otsutsuki inside absorbed all the chakra, Kenichi Amemiya also held Kagura's hand, and then looked at the crack in front of him, and then unsealed it. Almost instantly, a Kagura Otsutsuki appeared in front of Kenichi Amemiya, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, but after seeing Kagura standing next to Kenichi Amemiya, Kagura Otsutsuki showed an expression of astonishment. After all, Kagura Otsutsuki had never thought that she would be able to see another self, and a stronger one. Kagura Otsutsuki's eyes widened and glanced, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Her eyes were empty and blurred at first glance, as if filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. At the moment of watching, she seemed to be able to feel the powerful power emanating from her sealed self, like a blazing flame, illuminating the entire dark night sky. There was a blurred and fearful light in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to see that stronger self smiling at her. The confidence and mockery revealed in the smile made Kagura Otsutsuki feel a pain in her chest. The corners of her eyes twitched slightly, as if trying to suppress the fear and uneasiness in her heart. Kagura Otsutsuki's breathing was a little rapid, as if the truth that was revealed in an instant was unbearable for her. Her hands trembled, and she didn't know what to do. She tried to reach out and touch the stronger self, but she couldn't help but take a step back, her body stiff, unable to move, as if bound by the seal once again. Unable to move, Kagura Otsutsuki's face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Her eyes seemed to be trapped on that more powerful self, unable to extricate herself. She felt a deep fear rising from her heart, making her unable to breathe, as if everything became unreal and unreal. Kagura Otsutsuki's eyes were confused and desperate, as if she had lost her direction, not knowing where to go. That more powerful self was like a mirror, making her deeply aware of her own insignificance and helplessness. Her voice was suppressed deep in her throat, unable to make any sound. Kagura Otsutsuki felt her body trembling, as if shrouded in cold fear. Her heart beating wildly, each beat bringing a sharp pain that she could hardly bear. Her thoughts were confused and entangled, not knowing how to deal with the incredible scene before her. Kagura Otsutsuki stared at the stronger self, as if she couldn't look away. She felt the weakness deep in her soul was being completely torn apart, as if all hope had left her. Her heart was filled with despair and pain, as if she was in endless darkness. Kagura Otsutsuki's body trembled, as if pulled by a powerful force and unable to extricate herself. Her thoughts were complicated and intertwined, as if an invisible hand was pulling her towards the stronger self, making her unable to resist. Her voice was suppressed, and could hardly be uttered, as if her throat was filled with endless despair. Tears flashed in Kagura Otsutsuki's eyes, as if they were about to overflow in the next moment. Her eyes burst out, her voice trembling, filled with endless fear and sorrow, and the sound of sobbing filled the entire space. No. Impossible. Otsutsuki Kagura's voice was like the despair of a broken heart, echoing sadly in the silent night sky. She struggled with all her might, trying to escape this terrible reality, but no matter what she did, she could not escape the control of her more powerful self. Otsutsuki Kagura's body gradually lost strength, and she fell to the ground, as if all hope had left her. The protagonist looked at her indifferently, then grabbed Otsutsuki Kagura in front of him, and then clasped his hands, and endless chakra echoed in the protagonist's palms. No. How do you know this? Otsutsuki Kagura roared madly, but it was no use. Under Kagura's suppression, she had no way to break free. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.